gold tycoon in America in 1850. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Decisive Battle with the British and French Allied Forces. When the news of the fall of Dagakao reached the Forbidden City, Emperor Xianfeng was dumbfounded. From Xianfeng's perspective, this matter was indeed very strange. Officials in Guangdong frequently reported victory to him. According to the victory reported by Yu Mingchen and others, there were at least 10,000 foreigners who died in Guangdong. Since so many foreigners died, how could they take Dagakao at a lightning speed? Xianfeng thought about it, and there was only one possibility left, a possibility he didn't want to believe. That is, the two pillars of the south gate of the Qing dynasty, which he often praised, were deceived by his loyal ministers Yu Mingchen and Bai Gui. Only if the victory report is false can all this be explained. At this juncture, Xianfeng reluctantly ordered his servant to take Liang Zhao's memorial to take a closer look. After a closer look, Xianfeng suddenly realized it. Although the foreigners suffered several defeats in Guangzhou and suffered heavy casualties, they did not hurt their bones. The British army that arrived later was even more unstoppable and roamed the southeastern sea of the Qing dynasty. Conquering a city and capturing the governor was as easy as taking something out of a bag. Yu Mingchen. Bai Gui. You are deceiving the emperor. How dare you? These dogs and slaves. How dare you? Xianfeng threw the memorial to the ground angrily, his head buzzing. He felt dizzy, and almost fainted. The ministers also knelt down one after another, asking Xianfeng to calm down. At this time, the civil and military officials in the palace had already been confused, and those who were quick had already sent their families out of the Forbidden City. Calm down? The anger in his chest could be calmed down, but the iron hoofs of the foreigners would not stop. Xianfeng had no choice but to send imperial edicts to various places to defend the emperor, and at the same time, he appointed Qiang, an old minister who had been neglected and demoted by him for failing to supervise foreign affairs, and ordered Qiang to go to Tianjin to negotiate with the foreigners on his behalf. When Qiang's delegation arrived in Wuqing County, they ran into the high-profile Park's delegation heading towards the capital city. Foreigners are coming to Beijing. How can this be tolerated? Qiang immediately used the same trick he used in Guangzhou to appease the Park's delegation and stated that he was here to negotiate with the British and French envoys on the orders of the emperor. Parks was also an old acquaintance of Qiang. Seeing Qiang's sincere attitude, Parks agreed to Qiang's temporary refusal to go to the capital and led Parks to Tianjin to meet the British and French envoys, Earl Elgin and Earl Grow. Unexpectedly, Elgin's attitude towards Qiang was extremely cold this time. Elgin said coldly, "Mr. Qiang, you are our old acquaintance and old friend. We have always respected you until we confiscated the governor's office in Guangzhou. In the governor's office in Guangzhou, we found many documents written by you in your own handwriting. It turns out that you didn't want to talk to us at all, but played us like monkeys. Test the patience of the British Empire. I can't trust someone who has been fooling us. Mr. Qiang, please go back, I won't talk to you." Elgin issued an order to expel Qiang. No matter how much Qiang talked, it was useless. Qiang had no choice but to return to the capital city. Before leaving, the elderly Qiang repeatedly begged Elgin and others not to go west. After he returned, he would ask the emperor to send a more important and sincere person to discuss the matter with the British and French envoys. Not long after the British and French coalition forces took Dagakao and settled in Tianjin, Liang Zhao also came to Tianjin under the banner of the American plenipotentiary envoy to China. Unlike the British and French allied forces, Liang Zhao did not bring a large number of troops into Tianjin, but only one regiment. However, the accompanying regiment had taken off the uniforms of the Umbrella Company Mercenary Corps and put on the uniforms and flags of the U.S. military. "Sir, why are you here?" Seeing Liang Zhao arrive in Tianjin, French Navy Vice Admiral Tromelin was a little surprised. In fact, he wanted to ask Liang Zhao why he dared to come. Since Liang Zhao had a title granted by Napoleon III, Tromelin still addressed him by his title out of respect and politeness. The British and French envoys to China can come, but I, the American envoy to China, cannot come. Liang Zhao smiled faintly and asked immediately, "Have you made any progress in your negotiations?" Tromelin shook his head. The Qing court sent Qiang to negotiate, But Earl Elgin was unwilling to talk to Kiang, thinking that Kiang was not credible. Kiang was indeed not credible, and Elgin's talk with Kiang was in vain, and he could not come to a conclusion. Liang Zhao had no intention of intervening in the negotiations between Britain, France and the Qing dynasty, but just waited in Tianjin for the further development of the situation. On the other hand, after Kiang's negotiations failed and he returned to the Forbidden City, Emperor Xianfeng was very disappointed with Kiang and, in a rage, ordered Kiang to be executed. Liang Shaoqiang and Pan Shichen, two core figures of the Guangdong Yuan, who were stationed in Wuding Prefecture, Shandong in the name of suppressing the Nian Rebellion, rushed north into the territory of northern Zili and headed for the capital city after receiving the imperial edict to defend the king. Liang Shaoqiang personally led the cavalry battalion day and night and became the first army to arrive in the capital to defend the king. Hearing that the Guangdong Yuan were coming to the capital, Emperor Xianfeng felt a little safer. Although he had always disliked Han ministers like Liang Shaoqiang who were self-reliant, Emperor Xianfeng had to admit that the Guangdong Yuan were the most capable infantry unit in the Qing dynasty. The foreigners were close to Tianjin and the capital city was in danger. At this juncture, Emperor Xianfeng had no intention of investigating why the Guangdong Yuan could arrive in the capital so quickly. In order to make the foreigners withdraw their troops, Emperor Xianfeng appointed Gui Liang of the Guarjia clan and Hushana, a minister of the Mongolians' Hanghuang banner, as imperial envoys to Tianjin to negotiate peace with Britain and France. Before Gui Liang and Hushana set off, Emperor Xianfeng secretly instructed them that as long as the foreigners were willing to withdraw their troops and not enter Beijing, any conditions would be agreed to. Compensation for military expenses, opening more trade ports, and even tariff reductions, etc., everything is fine. Just think of it as a reward from the Qing dynasty for these foreigners who came from afar. With a bottom line that Emperor Xianfeng secretly granted, which cannot be called a bottom line, Gui Liang and Hushana finally talked to Elgin and Gro to make a conclusion. Gui Liang and Hushana quickly drafted a draft of the treaty with Elgin and Gro. It is called a draft, but in fact it is the requirements for the withdrawal of the British and French coalition forces. First, the British and French envoys can be stationed in the capital, and the British and Qing, and the French and Qing will set up embassies and send envoys to establish formal diplomatic relations in accordance with international practice. Second, the Qing dynasty compensated Britain with 8 million taels of silver for military expenses and France with 3 million taels of silver for military expenses. Third, Britain and France were allowed to set up concessions in Shanghai to facilitate the residence of merchants and civilians from the two countries. Fourth, Christian and Catholic priests from Britain and France could preach freely in various parts of the Qing dynasty. Fifth, citizens of Britain and France could travel to the interior of the Qing dynasty and trade without restrictions from local officials. Sixth, British and French merchant ships could travel to various ports of the Yangtze River. Seventh, foreign goods from Britain and France that were transported to the interior of the country or British merchants who purchased local goods from the interior for export only had to pay a 2.5% import tax and no additional leaking tax. Eighth, the issue of Hong Kong Island involved the United States, and the Qing dynasty and the United States would discuss and decide. During this period, Britain and France could temporarily settle in Zhoushan as compensation. It's fine to make peace with Britain and France and sign an unequal treaty. Guilliang and Hushana, two Manchu and Mongolian nobles who were in office but knew nothing about the international situation, signed an unequal treaty with Russia under the circumstance that the Russian envoy Muravyov, who had no soldiers, mediated in the name of mediation but was actually blackmailing. Russia was allowed to anchor warships in Wukao. Russian Orthodox priests were allowed to preach freely in the interior. The two countries resurveyed the unsurveyed Far East border, and granted unilateral most favored nation treatment to the Russians. After the draft of the treaty was completed, Elgin and Gro were very happy, Guilliang and Hushana were very happy, and Muravyov was also very happy. Everyone had a bright future. Liang Zhao said nothing. He knew that Xianfeng was only thinking about the withdrawal of Britain and France at this time. After all, he was trying all kinds of tricks and agreed to any harsh conditions. He had no intention of fulfilling the contract at all. If the Qing government could really fulfill the contract, there would be no second and third attacks on Dagakao in history. When the draft of the treaty was sent to the Forbidden City, Emperor Xianfeng was so happy that he kept praising Gui Liang and Hushana for their ability to get things done. However, There was one clause in the draft of the treaty that Emperor Xianfeng could not accept. And this clause was the most equal clause in the treaty. The British and French envoys could be stationed in the capital, and Britain and Qing. France and Qing would set up embassies and send envoys to each other in accordance with international practice to establish formal diplomatic relations. No matter what, Emperor Xianfeng did not want foreigners to enter Beijing. Foreigners' legs could not bend or kneel. If foreigners saw that he was unwilling to bend his knees in the future, wouldn't he, the emperor, lose face in front of his ministers and the people of the world? Emperor Xianfeng asked Gui Liang and Huashan Na, two capable servants, to continue talking to the foreigners, saying that as long as the foreigners did not enter Beijing, he could make concessions in other aspects. What the hell, make concessions? This made Liang Shaoqiang and other enlightened ministers who were really proficient in Western affairs very angry. Liang Shaoqiang said that he was willing to talk to the foreigners. In addition, they only needed to sign a treaty with Britain and France. Tsarist Russia and Britain and France were not countries of the same level, and they could completely ignore the rude requests made by the Tsarist Russian envoys. Gui Liang and Huashana were proud of their successful signing of the treaty with the foreigners. Liang Shaoqiang and others' words completely denied their contributions. The two were immediately unhappy. Gui Liang even said that the treaty was signed thanks to the mediation of Russian envoy Muravyov, and he bit back that the foreigners were about to withdraw their troops, and Liang Shaoqiang and others opposed this treaty. Naturally, Xianfeng believed more in their good slaves of the Manchu and Mongolian ethnic groups, and let Gui Liang and Huashana continue to talk. In the end, Gui Liang and Huashana made concessions to completely exempt British and French goods from tariffs in exchange for the British and French envoys not to enter Beijing and set up embassies in Shanghai. Elgin and Gros once wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Completely exempted from tariffs? Is there such a good thing? Faced with such generous conditions proposed by Liang and Huashana, Elgin and Gros quickly agreed, fearing that Liang and Huashana would go back on their word. Britain and France had not yet intervened in the Crimean War, and when the Ottoman Empire was in the most difficult time on the battlefield, the Ottoman authorities did not dare to offer them such generous conditions. Elgin and Gros said that they agreed to the Qing's conditions and could withdraw their troops, but Britain and France reserved the right for the ministers to enter Beijing at any time. Liang and Huashana said repeatedly, "Okay, I agree to you, you should withdraw your troops quickly." After the two sides reached an agreement and sent Liang and Huashana away, Elgin and Gros boasted to Liang Zhao, who had not gained any benefits. "Your Excellency came to Tianjin this time but gained nothing. This is not like your style of doing things." Even the Russian envoy Muravyov teased Liang Zhao. "Don't you think everything is going too smoothly?" Liang Zhao didn't care. Among the ministers present, and even the minister's assistants, no one knew the Qing dynasty better than him. Returning empty-handed was not his style. He did not want to go to the Qing dynasty again in 1860. "People who cannot eat grapes always like to say that grapes are sour," Gros mocked. "How do you know whether grapes are sour or sweet when you haven't eaten them yet?" Liang Zhao smiled faintly. And he had an idea in his mind. The Qing dynasty could not abide by the siege agreement in the past, but will it abide by the siege agreement today? From the emperor to the ministers, the Qing dynasty is willing to believe in the wisdom of the successor. Elgin thought about it and thought that it was right, and this kid was a Qing citizen before. Although Parks had lived in the Qing dynasty at the age of 13 and was known as an expert on the Qing dynasty, he was not a real Qing citizen after all. His thinking, logic and way of doing things were still the British. "Is there any way for you to know whether grapes are sweet or sour without eating them?" Elgin walked up to Liang Zhao very politely and asked humbly. "It's very simple. According to the normal procedure of signing international treaties, it is required to sign a formal contract with the Qing dynasty in the Forbidden City, the imperial palace of the Qing dynasty, and the place for exchanging treaties next year will also be set in the Forbidden City. If the Qing dynasty is willing to sign the treaty in the Forbidden City, it means that there will be no great resistance for you to enter Beijing in the future. Of course, you can also send a delegation to the capital first to test the attitude of the monarch and ministers of the Qing dynasty." After careful consideration, Elgin felt that Liang Zhao's words made sense. As long as there was a first time, the second time would be much easier. Moreover, if the Qing dynasty regretted and still did not allow them to enter Beijing, wouldn't the war be fought in vain? There is no essential difference between not allowing their ministers to enter Beijing and setting up embassies in Guangzhou and Shanghai. Elgin then sent Parks directly to Beijing and let Parks inform the Qing side that the place for signing and exchanging treaties was set in the Forbidden City. Signing and exchanging treaties in the capital is also in line with international practice, and the Qing side has no reason to refuse. Escorted by a company of British soldiers, Parks' delegation once again set off in a high-profile manner and headed for the capital city. This time, Parks finally got what he wanted and saw the capital city he had been dreaming about. Seeing the majestic and tall walls of the capital city, Parks was waiting for the Qing side to send his envoys into the city. The defenseless Parks delegation was disarmed by the Qing army in the city wall. As Elgin said, although Parks was an expert on the Qing dynasty, he still had British thinking. Parks thought that he was an envoy representing the British Empire, and the British army was close to Dagakao. He thought that the Qing side would not do anything to him. Therefore, facing the disarmament of the Qing army, Parks did not order resistance, and obediently let the accompanying British soldiers surrender their weapons. He thought that the Qing side just did not want foreign envoys to bring weapons into the city, which was reasonable and he could understand it. What happened next was something Parks could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. The Qing side threw Parks into prison without saying a word. The news of the foreigners entering the city soon became a hot topic in the capital city, and people were talking about it. Upon learning of this, Emperor Xianfeng was furious. In order to clear himself of the relationship and prove that he was still capable, Gui Liang spoke ill of Parks in front of Emperor Xianfeng. He said that Parks grew up in the Qing dynasty, knew the Qing dynasty best, and had the most bad ideas. He must have given advice to the foreigners and plotted something bad. Since Parks served as an interpreter for Elgin and was present during the treaty negotiations, he could speak fluent Mandarin and was particularly active. Therefore, Gui Liang, who had little knowledge, hated Parks very much. He believed that Parks gave the foreigners a lot of bad ideas and was their think tank. He was a very important figure among the foreigners. As long as Parks was removed, the foreigners would be like Liu Bei losing Pang Tong. Of course, the most important reason why Gui Liang wanted to kill Parks was because Parks, a foreigner, dared to come directly to the capital city, ruining his achievements and his image as a capable and good servant in the emperor's mind. The second issue was face. Parks could speak fluent Mandarin. If Parks told others how he groveled in front of the foreigners, where would Gillian put his face? Gillian was determined to kill Parks. Huashana and Gillian were on the same boat, and she also fanned the flames. Emperor Xianfeng was young and vigorous, and this time the foreigners really entered Beijing, breaking the rules and making him lose face. The foreigners are bullying me too much. In a rage, Emperor Xianfeng ordered the execution of Parks and more than 100 British people who accompanied him. During the negotiations with the foreigners, troops from all over the country had arrived in the capital one after another, which also gave Xianfeng the confidence to fight a decisive battle with the British and French coalition forces. At present, the capital city has the most elite infantry and cavalry of the empire, and the available field troops are as high as 40,000 to 50,000. Are you still afraid of your more than 10,000 Western barbarians? Xianfeng ordered Xing Jelinkin to be the chief commander and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War to be the deputy commander, and to lead the Mongolian Korchin field cavalry, the 8 banners of the Chahar tribe, the 8 banners of the Solin tribe, the Yuiong, and the 8 banners Green camp in the Beijing-Tianjin area to recapture Tianjin and destroy the British and French coalition forces stationed in Tianjin in one fell swoop. Xing Jelinkin had only fought against the Taiping army and the Nian army before, and had never fought against the British and French coalition forces. This time, the Qing army was strong and had an absolute advantage over the foreigners in terms of manpower. Xing Jelinkin was full of confidence in this battle and believed that this was a great opportunity to make achievements. Xing Jelinkin immediately expressed his willingness to fight, and in order to cater to the emperor's wishes, the ministers stood on Xianfeng's side and supported the fight against the foreigners. For a while, the ministers were emotional. Among the ministers, the most sober people were only Liang Zhao and Pan Shichen. They had a better understanding of the foreigners' tactics and believed that they should not easily fight with the foreigners without adequate preparation. But no one listened to their words, and they were mocked as cowards by the ministers. Liang Zhao knew that the overall situation was set. And it was no different from talking to Cao to analyze the current situation seriously with these frogs in the well who didn't even know where Britain and France were. If he was the commander-in-chief, leading the army, With his understanding of the tactics of the British and French coalition forces, there would still be room for maneuver in this battle. By appointing Xinjiang, who knew nothing about foreigners, as the commander-in-chief, Liang Zhao was able to predict the outcome of the war. It was a blessing that Emperor Xianfeng could appoint him, a Han minister, as the deputy commander-in-chief. The war was imminent, and with the tolerance of the Qing emperor, it was impossible for him to safely hand over a group of elite troops in the capital to Han Chinese. Liang Zhao had to bite the bullet and led the British and French coalition forces in a decisive battle, trying to save the main force of the Guangdong braves, and then plot his plan. Chapter 552 Battle of Tuangzhou. The senior officials of the British and French coalition forces were furious when they learned that the Qing side not only executed the Park's mission, but was also gathering troops for war. At the instruction of the British and French envoys, Grant, the British Army commander, and Montauban, the French Army commander, led their troops to attack Tuangzhou. The command and dispatch of the Qing army was chaotic, disorderly and inefficient. It was not until the main force of the British and French coalition forces arrived near Tuangzhou that the Qing army barely completed the assembly. What is rare is that the morale of the Qing army was high this time, unlike in the past. After all, this is the most elite military force of the Qing dynasty, the last fig leaf. The main forces of both sides encountered each other near Tuangzhou. The terrain here is open, suitable for my cavalry charge. God really helps me. God helps me, in Tuangzhou city, facing the open plain terrain and the 40,000 elite troops with high morale, Xinjiang was full of confidence. In his view, the Manchu and Mongolian eight banners of the Qing dynasty had never really confronted the foreigners head-on, and not having a contest meant that they had never lost. What kind of wars did the Qing dynasty fight with the foreigners before? These were all naval battles and landing battles that the Qing dynasty was not good at. The foreigners won by using their strengths to attack the Qing dynasty's weaknesses. Now in the flat Tuangzhou plain, he wanted to let the foreigners experience the true strength of the eight banners of Manchuria and Mongolia that swept across the world. Monk King, the enemy attacks and we defend, and the foreigners have sharp guns and cannons, and they have elite soldiers and generals. We should not fight recklessly. We should play to our strength to resist the strong city and defend it. Wait for the enemy to tire out and kill as many as possible, Liang Zhao suggested. When the enemy is exhausted, the Monk King will lead the eight banners to pursue the remnants of the enemy. Before the war began, the two commanders of the Qing army had serious differences in tactics. Xinjiang advocated taking the initiative to attack, give full play to the field advantages of the cavalry of the eight banners of Manchuria and Mongolia, and defeat the British and French coalition forces in one fell swoop, and decide the outcome of the battle. Liang Zhao advocated resisting the city and defending it, preserving the living force, and choosing the right opportunity to attack. The final result is self-evident. Xinjiang was the commander-in-chief, and the command was in Xinjiang's hands. Liang Zhao could only obey Xinjiang's orders and lead his army to take the initiative to attack and fight a decisive battle with the British and French coalition forces. However, Liang Zhao also kept a watchful eye. In addition to the half-artillery battalion that had to be taken out of the city, Liang Zhao only took the new battalion of Guangdong out of the city for field battles. The most elite old battalion of Guangdong remained in Tuangzhou city in case of an emergency. Soon, Xinjiang, the commander-in-chief of the Qing army, made a deployment. He personally led 17,000 cavalry and infantry, including 7,000 Mongolian cavalry, 3,000 elite Solin cavalry of Dulong, and 7,000 infantry. Stationed in this Hangzhou to Balakao line to fight against the British and French coalition forces and guard the road from Tuangzhou to Guangguomen, the capital. Liang Zhao led 3,000 Guangdong, 4,000 hilly green camp soldiers, and more than 1,000 Solin cavalry to cooperate with Xinjiang's main force. Deputy Governor General Yiladong led 4,000 Mongolian cavalry to defend Balakao, and another 1,000 Shahar Mongolian cavalry led by General Manager Namashin were stationed at Majukao to prevent the British and French coalition forces from advancing westward from Majukao and attacking the capital city by Didur. Deputy Governor General Shang Bao led 4,000 Green Camp soldiers and the Guangdong Yonglao camp to defend Tuangzhou. Zili Admiral Cheng Bao led 5,000 Beijing camp soldiers to garrison the area east of Kehumen to Dingfuzhuang, responsible for defending the capital and serving as a reserve force. Liang Zhao thought that the reserve force was too small and suggested that Xinjiang keep more reserve forces. Deputy Governor General Sheng Bao and others also stood on Liang Zhao's side and suggested that Xinjiang keep more reserve forces. Xinjiang was annoyed, and in order to stop the two from making noise, he left 2,000 more people in Tongzhou City as reserve forces. In the early morning of June 15, 1858, the British and French forces approached Zhangjiawan from Hexi and fired artillery at the Qing Army station near Zhangjiawan. Half of Yuiong's artillery battalion fired back with Sacramento cannons, but the British and French forces had an absolute advantage in the number of artillery. Half of Yuiong's artillery battalion failed to suppress the British and French artillery fire, and suffered heavy losses. Despite the heavy casualties, the Yuiong artillery still insisted on bombarding the British and French forces to provide fire cover for the charge of the large forces. Xinjiang's fierce Mongolian cavalry had already been ready, and under the cover of artillery, they shouted and launched a massive charge against the British and French army. Trying to break up the British and French army, a battle to decide the outcome. Seeing that thousands of Mongolian cavalry were getting closer and closer to their own army, while strengthening the output of guns and artillery fire, the British and French coalition forces showed their Congreve rockets. At one time, hundreds of Congreve rockets were fired in unison. The rockets broke through the sky, like a group of burning birds, with flames and smoke spraying from their tails, and piercing the blue sky with a sharp and piercing whistle. Hundreds of rockets were arranged in a spectacular formation in the air, like a gorgeous fireworks feast, splashing on the dense and huge Mongolian cavalry. The accuracy of early rockets was not high, and the casualties caused by rockets directly hitting the Mongolian cavalry were not many, but the momentum of the rocket volley was a huge blow to the morale of the Qing army. Even if the riders of the Mongolian cavalry and the Solon cavalry could suppress the fear in their hearts and continue to charge, their mounts might not obey. The sharp and piercing sound of the rockets frightened the war horses, making them uncontrollable and rushing around wantonly, almost unable to form an army. Some frightened war horses directly broke up the infantry phalanx in the rear, causing the infantry to fall into chaos. Fortunately, the infantry phalanx was commanded by Liang Zhao himself, and with the Guangdong warriors as the core, the infantry phalanx was barely stabilized and did not collapse. Even though the situation was so chaotic, there were still a few Mongolian cavalry and Solon cavalry who seized the opportunity to rush to the front of the British and French coalition forces under the cover of the increasingly sparse artillery fire of the Guangdong warriors. However, the final outcome of these Mongolian riders and Solon cavalry was that they were shot and killed by the British and French coalition forces. The Mongolian cavalry's proud horse archery caused very limited casualties to the British and French coalition forces. Traditional cavalry could not adapt to modern warfare. On the battlefield in Crimea, the Cossack cavalry had proved it with their blood. The British and French coalition forces, using rifled guns, defeated the once invincible Russian Cossack cavalry with only a row of thin-line soldiers. How could it be? Xinjiang was horrified when he saw the Mongolian riders falling under the guns of the British and French coalition forces in large numbers. But he did not intend to stop there. He believed that as long as he continued to charge, he would be able to break down the British and French coalition forces sooner or later. The firearms used by the British and French coalition forces will surely overheat and explode. Xinjiang's understanding of firearms still remained at the level of the Qing army's homemade guns and cannons. Little did he know that matchlock guns had long been thrown into the garbage dump of history in Europe. Xinjiang was like a gambler who had lost his money. He kept feeding the Manchu and Mongolian cavalry into the guns and cannons of the British and French coalition forces in order to defeat the British and French coalition forces head-on. At the same time, Xinjiang sent out 2 other cavalry teams, one of which was responsible for flanking and plundering the rear of the British and French coalition forces. The other team used the cover of the bushes and reeds near the Tongzhou River to pounce on the British and French coalition artillery positions and destroy the enemy artillery. Grant and Montauban, the commanders of the British and French coalition forces, were shocked by Xinjiang's style of fighting regardless of losses, and could no longer tell whether these Qing cavalry were brave or stupid. Seeing that the Qing cavalry's charge was getting more and more fierce, a large number of dense Qing cavalry teams pounced on the British artillery positions under the cover of the bushes and reeds by the river. Grant dispatched the Sikh cavalry regiment to intercept these Mongolian cavalry to cover their own artillery. The Sikh cavalry soon entangled with the Mongolian cavalry. As more and more Mongolian cavalry joined the battlefield, The Sikh cavalry gradually fell into disadvantage. Several Sikh cavalry were shot off their horses by Mongolian cavalry using bows and arrows. Seeing that the Sikh cavalry failed to complete the task, Grant made up his mind to dispatch the most elite Royal Dragoon regiment in the coalition forces, defeated the Mongolian cavalry that raided from the flank, and rescued the Sikh cavalry regiment. The fierce battle lasted from 7 a.m. to 14 p.m. After 7 hours of high-intensity fighting, the exhausted Qing army suffered heavy casualties and was finally unable to organize an effective group charge. The Qing army, which was still in high spirits and full of fighting spirit in the early morning, had no fighting spirit at this time after half a day of fierce fighting and disastrous defeat, and showed signs of defeat. The British and French coalition forces took advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack. The arrogant British and French coalition forces even let 2 artillery companies go in front to bombard the remaining infantry phalanx of the Qing army. Damn it! Too damn arrogant. Liang Zhao, who saw this scene through the smoke, was extremely indignant. He ordered the remaining artillery to open fire and hit the 2 British artillery companies in the front row to suppress the British Army's arrogance. The remaining 13 Sacramento guns and field guns of the Guangdong Yuan then poured shrapnel shells on the 2 artillery companies in front of the British and French coalition forces. After several rounds of rain of bullets, the 2 British artillery companies in front suffered heavy losses. A British artillery company commander died on the spot, and the British artillery company had to stop following the main force. Soon, the remnants of the Guangdong Yang artillery battalion who opened fire and exposed their positions were discovered by French artillery observers and received special attention from the British and French artillery. Before their field artillery had time to move, the British and French coalition solid bullets and explosive bombs poured down on these Guangdong Yang artillery like dense rainstorms. As the offensive launched by the British and French coalition forces became more and more fierce, the Qing army gradually collapsed. The Royal Dragoons drove away the stragglers of the Manchu and Mongolian cavalry like hunting. Even Singh Jelinkin himself could not retreat in time and was captured by the British cavalry. With the commander captured, the morale of the Qing army was unstable and they had no intention of fighting again. Seeing that the general situation was gone, Liang Zhao could only reluctantly leave a battalion behind to delay the British and French forces and buy time for him to gather the main force and withdraw to Tongzhou. The battalion of Guangdong Yang left behind caused a lot of trouble for the British and French forces. The British and French forces did not expect that there were troops that could organize resistance among the fleeing soldiers. After spending 1 hour, suffering the casualties of 1.5 companies, and consuming a number of ammunition, the British and French forces completely eliminated the Guangdong Yang battalion that blocked them, and continued to march towards Tongzhou city on their bodies. In this battle, the British and French forces defeated the most elite troops of the Qing dynasty at the cost of less than 380 casualties. Among them, the largest casualties of the British and French forces were caused by the Guangdong Yuan who were left behind and the artillery bombardment of the Guangdong Yang artillery. The casualties caused by the charge of the Manchu and Mongolian cavalry to the British and French coalition forces were extremely limited. It seemed that the road to the capital city had been opened for them. Without repair, the British and French coalition forces planned to take Tongzhou in one go. After gathering outside the city, the British and French coalition forces launched a fierce attack on Tongzhou city. Fortunately, Liang Zhao had been prepared and reserved enough manpower in the city, preserving some artillery of the artillery battalion. What is rare is that the Deputy Governor Sheng Bao cooperated with Liang Zhao's deployment of defending the city very much. He also personally went to the city wall to supervise the army and fought. He was hit by 2 stray bullets but still did not leave the front line, which greatly boosted the morale of the defenders. The 3 armies of Manchuria, Mongolia and Han worked together and were brave and strong, barely blocking the strong attack of the British and French coalition forces. After 3 consecutive attacks on Tongzhou city failed, and after leaving 370 bodies under Tongzhou city, the British and French coalition forces finally temporarily stopped the offensive. After defending Tongzhou city, Liang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sent someone to send a letter to the capital city to inform the current situation of the war. Let Emperor Xianfeng rest assured that he would definitely defend Tongzhou city. At the same time, Liang Zhao privately wrote a letter to Pan Shichen in the capital city. Tell Pan Shichen that if the emperor can stay in the capital city, the 3 old camps of the Guangdong Yuan who stay in the capital city, the Kaiyang camp, the Cheng camp, and the cavalry camp. Be sure to protect the emperor. If the emperor wants to go out hunting, whether he hunts in the west or the north, they will also accompany him, and they must show the Xinjiang royal family their determination to serve the king. In short, no matter what happens, the three old camps of the Guangdong Yuan must follow the emperor, and he will bear the brunt of any major incidents outside. Minister Liang, you still understand foreigners. It's a pity for tens of thousands of Manchu and Mongolian elite cavalry. If we follow Minister Liang's plan and rely on the city defense to resist foreigners, we will never be defeated so badly. The monk king will not be captured by foreigners. On the top of Tongzhou city, Sheng Bao, who had treated his wounds, stamped his feet and said, "The Manchu and Mongolian cavalry buried by Xinjiang were the last cavalry that the Qing dynasty could use." "Why do you say that, General Sheng? Tongzhou has not been lost, so why do you say you have lost? You and I work together and we will definitely be able to defend Tongzhou," Liang Shaoqiang comforted. Liang Shaoqiang hated the bannerman who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. He still respected Sheng Bao, a real man who dared to go to the battlefield and stayed on the front line even when injured. The capture of Xinjiang was a good thing for Liang Shaoqiang. Regardless of whether the other Manchu and Mongolian generals were convinced or not, he was the highest commander of this army before the new imperial edict was issued. Liang Shaoqiang counted the remaining troops of the Qing army. There were still more than 5,000 Guangdong braves, more than 6,000 Green Camp soldiers from Zili area, more than 1,000 Mongolian cavalry, and more than 1,000 Solin cavalry in Tongzhou city, totaling 13,000 to 14,000 soldiers and horses that could be directly commanded and dispatched. Balakiao was defended by the 4,000 Mongolian cavalry led by Deputy Governor Yao Dong-a. And Majukiao was defended by the Chahar Mongolian cavalry led by 1,000 Mashan. These 5,000 cavalrymen were difficult to mobilize directly under the current situation, but they had not been defeated by the British and French coalition forces. On paper, they could be regarded as two fighting forces. The only thing that Liang Shaoqiang was upset about was that the 5,000 Beijing camp stationed in the area east of Kehuman, Tudingfu village, responsible for defending the capital, all ran away. The troops in the front did not completely collapse, but the Manchu soldiers in the rear ran faster than rabbits. That's right. With a powerful enemy in front, the three armies cannot be without a general. In this crisis, only General Liang can deal with it. Sheng Bao originally listened to General Liang's orders. Sheng Bao had witnessed a field battle outside Tongzhou city. If it weren't for the artillery of Yu Liang, who fought against the British and French coalition forces regardless of casualties, Xinjiang's Mongolian cavalry main force would have been defeated even more miserably. After the army was defeated, Liang Shaoqiang left a battalion of Guangdong warriors to cover the rear and gather the remaining soldiers to enter Tongzhou city for defense. It is unclear whether Tongzhou city can be defended now, and whether he can still survive. Although there are more Green Camp soldiers in Tongzhou city than Guangdong warriors, Sheng Bao knows very well what kind of character the Green Camp soldiers in Tili area are. If you want to defend Tongzhou now, you can't rely on Green Camp soldiers. You still have to rely on Guangdong warriors, and rely on Guangdong warriors, the commander who understands foreigners and foreign soldiers better. As long as the Guangdong warriors don't collapse, they can stabilize the morale and public opinion of Tongzhou city, and Tongzhou city will have hope of being defended. Sheng Bao, who was covered in blood and bandages, sweat his sharp eyes at the Manchu and Mongolian generals around him who looked unhappy, which made these Manchu and Mongolian generals feel numb. We are willing to listen to General Liang's orders. Under Sheng Bao's pressure, these Manchu and Mongolian generals expressed their opinions one after another. How can this be done? After a false pretense, Liang Shaoqiang decisively took over the command of the Qing army. After taking over the command, Liang Shaoqiang helped Sheng Bao back to his mansion to recuperate. Sheng Bao couldn't help but ask curiously, "General Liang, can't this foreigner's knees bend and kneel?" Liang Shaoqiang smiled helplessly and said seriously, "Foreigners are just like us, they are also human beings, they can sing and dance, cry and laugh, they can crawl and run, they are also flesh and blood, they can bleed and get injured, and they can die. It's good to be human, as long as they are not monsters. There is hope to defend Tongzhou city." Behind Tongzhou city is the capital city, Sheng Bao said, covering his shoulder with a dull pain. The next morning, the British and French coalition forces did not attack Tongzhou city. The soldiers and civilians in Tongzhou city got a brief respite. In the afternoon, Liang Zhao received bad news. The British and French coalition forces began to attack Balakao and Majukao this morning. The 5,000 Mongolian cavalry at Balakao and Majukao failed to resist the fierce attack of the British and French coalition forces and were defeated one after another. The British and French coalition forces took the two important places of Balakao and Majukao in just half a day. At this point, Liang Zhao was left with only the isolated city of Tongzhou and 13,000 to 14,000 remnants. The absolute military advantage of the Qing army over the British and French coalition forces before the war had been lost. In the evening, worse news came from the capital city. Emperor Xianfeng in the Forbidden City was shocked to learn that Xing Zhelinkan was defeated and captured. Under the advice of powerful ministers such as Sishan, he decided to flee to the Chengde mountain resort with the empress and concubines in the name of hunting in the north. Before leaving, Sishan did not forget to suppress his political enemies and played a little trick. He suggested that Xianfeng appoint Prince Gongyi as the plenipotentiary minister to stay in the capital city and be responsible for negotiating with the British and French coalition forces to clean up the mess, hoping that Yi would be disgraced and ruined. In order to escape as soon as possible, Emperor Xianfeng agreed and ordered Prince Gongyi to stay in the capital to preside over the peace. When Yi learned about this, he asked all the family members of Sushan, but he had no choice but to stay in the capital. However, Yi made a request, asking Emperor Xianfeng to support Liang Zhao so that Liang Zhao could legitimately lead the troops to fight against the enemy. Liang Zhao's Yueyang faction was from Yi's faction. Su Shun was naturally unwilling to let Liang Zhao take charge of the troops to fight against the enemy, and obstructed it on the grounds that there were no Han officials in this dynasty to take charge of such heavy troops. Yi asked Su Shun in return. Liang Zhao was a Han official, so Zheng Yufan, Hu Linai and others were not Han officials? Otherwise, you let Zheng Yufan and Hu Linai fly over from Zhuangzi to take charge of the troops to fight against the enemy. Pan Shicheng also stood up and said that in the current situation, among the civil and military officials in Beijing, only Liang Zhao was capable of cleaning up the mess. The reason why Su Shun opposed Liang Zhao taking charge of the troops to fight against the enemy was certainly not as simple as the superficial defense between Manchus and Hans. The root cause was that Liang Zhao was not a Han minister of his line, but a Han minister of Yi's line, and was his political enemy. If Zheng Lin and other Han ministers of the Hunan army were allowed to take charge of the troops to defend the king, Su Shun would be more than happy. But what annoyed Su Shun was that the Hunan army, which he had always relied on, did not come to defend the king. Emperor Xianfeng saw that Pan Shichengdu, who had always been taciturn, stood up and spoke, and Prince Gongyi's request was reasonable. He also had to rely on the 3 battalions of elite soldiers of the Guangdong Yuan to escort him to Chengde, so he promoted Liang Zhao to the Minister of War and took charge of the troops to defend the king. Afterwards, the fleeing team of Xianfeng, Su Shun and others fled north in a hurry with their families, escorted by the Beijing camp and the 3 battalions of Guangdong Yuan. Before Tongzhou fell, the rulers of the capital city had already abandoned their capital. The war between the British and French coalition forces and the Qing army was in full swing, and Liang Zhao, who was watching the battle and eating melons on the sidelines, was not idle either. In the field battle outside Tongzhou city, the British and French forces captured a large number of prisoners. These prisoners included Mongolian cavalry, Solon cavalry, and Green Camp soldiers. Because there were too many prisoners, the British and French coalition forces had to spare some troops to guard the prisoners and provide them with food. The British and French coalition leaders even had the idea of executing these prisoners on the spot. At this time, Liang Zhao stood up considerately and expressed his willingness to share the worries of the British and French coalition forces and accommodate these prisoners. The British and French coalition forces were eager for this, and immediately screened the prisoners on hand, leaving behind the senior officers they thought were valuable, and threw all the remaining soldiers and junior officers to Liang Zhao. This move was exactly what Liang Zhao wanted. He didn't want the senior officers even if they were given to him, he just wanted these cavalry. In order to encourage the British and French coalition forces to capture more prisoners for him, Liang Zhao offered a generous price of $20 per person for the Mongolian cavalry and $30 per person for the Solon cavalry, and purchased the prisoners in cash. As for the Green Camp soldiers, Liang Zhao didn't even bother to look at them, let alone accept them. What he lacked was high-quality cavalry soldiers, And he didn't lack infantry soldiers. Hearing that the Americans were willing to buy prisoners with real money, the British and French forces on the front line became more active in capturing prisoners, specifically targeting the Qing cavalry. The British and French forces, which originally enjoyed shooting the remnants of the Qing army, now prefer to capture live people and exchange them for dollars with Americans. In the Battle of Liang Zhao, the British and French forces opened fire with field artillery, rockets, and rifles. St. Jelinkin used his cavalry flesh and blood to withstand the bullets of the British and French forces head-on. The loss was very frustrating, but not unfair. St. Jelinkin's tactics were courting death in the face of rifled guns and cannons. St. Jelinkin's Mongolian cavalry was completely defeated by the guns and cannons of the British and French forces, which only shows that the classical cavalry equipped with traditional close combat and long-range weapons such as spears, swords, bows and arrows, and shields can no longer adapt to the war environment of the industrial age. It does not mean that the cavalry is useless. It is very attractive and cost-effective to transform the classical knights with superb riding skills of the Mongolian and Solon tribes into modern cavalry, and use the high mobility and flexibility of the cavalry to assist the infantry and artillery in performing mobile combat tasks such as reconnaissance, harassment, rapid mobile support, pursuit, interception of local communications, etc. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Final Battle. By mid-August, the war between the Qing army and the British and French coalition forces had fallen into a stalemate. Liang Zhao had offered a reward of $60 per person for the Mongolian cavalry captives, and a reward of $100 per person for the Solon cavalry. But it was already difficult to buy prisoners from the British and French coalition forces. Liang Zhao had a new respect for his uncle. Liang Zhao had used more than 10,000 remnants of the Qing army to withstand the fierce attack of the British and French coalition forces, and Tongzhou City still stands today. When the British and French coalition forces decided to bypass Tongzhou City and directly attack the capital, Liang Zhao sent cavalry to constantly harass the logistics and baggage troops of the British and French coalition forces, making the British and French coalition forces overwhelmed. Once the British and French coalition forces concentrated their forces to prepare to kill the Qing cavalry that left the city, these Qing cavalry did not want to fight and quickly retreated into the city. The British and French coalition forces had nowhere to go. The two sides were deadlocked near Tongzhou City for nearly 2 months. In Tianjin, a group of detained Solon tribe captives chatted after having a good meal and a good drink. Although they were shackled, there was no sign of abuse on their bodies. Their faces were rosy, and their physical and mental conditions looked good. Some of them were even fatter than when they were captured. But they didn't understand why these foreigners did this. They ate wine, meat, vegetables and fine grains for every meal, and these things were not cheap. What do you think these foreigners are up to? They imprison us here, but they don't beat or scold us. They provide us with good food and drink, with fish and meat for every meal, and wine. You know what? The foreign doctors are really good. I thought my leg was going to be crippled, but now it can move. They are not foreigners. These jailers are just Qing people with shaved braids. Yes, they are Qing people. I heard those jailers speak the southern Nikan dialect when they talk. Shut up, a tall captain named Kikuti scolded. They must have bad intentions in imprisoning us here. The captain is right. Foreigners, bah. These Nikons of unknown origin have made you forget your ancestors just because of a little favor. The transport ship has arrived at Dagakao. Liang Zhao came to the prisoner of war camp to check on the Mongolian cavalry and Solon captives that he had bought from the British and French forces at a large sum of money, preparing to transport them to California. In the past 2 months, he has purchased a total of 2,820 Mongolian horse captives and 816 Solon captives from the British and French coalition forces. After a round of inspection, Liang Zhao found that the Zhenopsic family was not only cruel to the Han people, but also to the Mongolians and the Solon tribes of the so-called Manchus. The Han people had to bear taxes, and the Solon people not only had to bear the Ming tax and endure the economic exploitation of the Zhenopsic family, but also had to bear the blood tax, providing high-quality soldiers for the Qing dynasty without restraint. the situation of Mongolian horse captives would be better. Although the proportion of herdsmen in the horse team is quite high, at least young and middle-aged people account for the majority. The captives of Solon tribes are really outrageous. After statistical screening, among the 816 Solon captives, only 370 can be called armored, and the rest are mostly idols and recruited from Jilin and other places. There are minors of 13 or 14 years old and old people over 70 with white braids everywhere. The term Solon first appeared in the late Ming dynasty, and was a general term for the tribes along the Heilongjiang River. The Solon tribe in the Qing dynasty mainly refers to the three tribes of the Solon tribe, the Uenki, the Dor, and the Orokan. It is a semi-fishing and semi-agricultural ethnic group in the Heilongjiang River basin. Among them, the Dor people are the best at farming and have the largest population. The lifestyle of the Uenki tribe and the Orokan people is mainly fishing and hunting, and their population is much smaller than that of the Dor people. After the Battle of Yaksa and the signing of the Treaty of Nurkinsk, in order to strengthen the control over the Solon tribe and facilitate the conscription of Solon soldiers, the Qing court moved a large number of Solon people, especially those in the outer northeast region, to the Nunjuang River basin south of the Heilongjiang River, and successively organized them into the Solon Yulu and the Buhug Eight Banners. Although this move strengthened the Qing government's control over the Solon tribe, it also led to the emptiness of defense forces in the Heilongjiang River basin, especially in the outer northeast region, and laid the seeds for the subsequent loss of the outer northeast territory. The tribesmen of the Solon tribe have lived and grown up in a harsh natural environment since childhood, and they can become excellent soldiers with a little training. When Nurhaci integrated the various Jurchen tribes in the northeast, he once said to the Solon people, "We are a country." He called on the Solon people to fight for the Manchurian community of Jianzhou Jurchen and absorb the Solon people as soldiers. But after entering the customs, the Zhenjiao family threw away their promises to the Solon people. The Eight Banners of Manchu, Mongolian and Han all entered the customs. Except for a few Solon nobles who were promoted, most of the Solon people were still left in the bitter and cold land outside the customs. This is not because the Zhenjiao family forgot this group of bitter brothers, but because they remembered this group of bitter brothers and did it intentionally. In order to keep the Solon people in combat effectiveness and prevent the Solon people from being contaminated by Han customs and repeating the mistakes of the Eight Banners and Green Camp soldiers, the Zhenjiao family prohibited the Solon people from entering the customs, and continued to let them maintain the national language writing and shooting in the bitter and cold land outside the customs, strictly prohibited the use of firearms, and lived a harsh life of hunger and fullness. This approach has indeed achieved certain results. After the Qing army entered the pass, the combat effectiveness of the Eight Banners soldiers plummeted at an alarming rate. By the time of the Three Feudatories Rebellion, the Eight Banners soldiers were no longer used as the main force to suppress the rebellion. In the Qianlong period, the Eight Banners soldiers were reduced to the embarrassing situation of arrows shooting in vain and horsemen falling to the ground. Among the many Eight Banners troops, only the soldiers and horses of the Solon tribe maintained extremely strong combat effectiveness until they could no longer squeeze out manpower. The wars experienced by the Qing army after entering the pass, the pacification of the Three Feudatories, the Battle of Yaksa, the Battle of Dzungar, the Battle of Altai, the Battle of Jinshuan, the rebellion of the Hezhou, the resistance to the invasion of the Kulkas, and the pacification of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and the Nian army. Whether these battles were civil wars or foreign wars, whether they were in the snowy plateaus, the deserts of the western regions, or the primitive jungles of the Hengdun Mountains in the southwest, or the Baishan Hishu in the northeast, the Solon soldiers were not only never absent, but also performed very well. However, the Zhenjiao family did not sympathize with the Solons. As the wars became more frequent, the conscription of the Solons continued to increase. By the Xianfeng period, more than 10,000 Solon soldiers had been conscripted, accounting for 40% of the ethnic group. The Solon tribe was on the verge of extinction. Therefore, although the Solons were also bannermen, their living standards and treatment were much lower than those of the people in the interior of the country, especially compared with the Manchu Eight Banners in the capital. Although famous generals such as He Lanxia, Dulong A, and Mutishin emerged in the tribe. But this did not change the miserable living conditions of most ordinary Solons. Many Solons even had to beg for a living when they could not hunt prey. "Hey, Nikan, that Nikan, come and talk to me." Kikuti saw that Liang Zhao's attire was different from others, and the soldiers were very respectful to Liang Zhao. He guessed that Liang Zhao should be a person of great status among these people, so he shook the shackles on his body to make a sound, attracting Liang Zhao's attention. He didn't want to be locked up here for no reason. This aimless feeling, like waiting to die, was more uncomfortable than killing him directly. "Can you speak Chinese?" Liang Zhao stopped in front of the sullen soldier, who was a little taller than him, with interest. "Since the 3rd year of Xianfeng, 1853, I have been fighting against a Hongjiang rebellion and the Nianzi in Jiangsu and on the way." "What's so strange about knowing some Chinese?" Kikuti said with some pride. "From your accent, you are from Guangdong, right? You are interesting. You can recognize my Guangdong accent." Liang Zhao was a little surprised. "My army has been fighting with the Guangdong Yang all year round. If I hadn't received the imperial edict to defend the country, I would still be in southern Jiangsu killing the Taiping rebels. I once served under General Liang. I can not only recognize your accent, but I can also speak a few words." Kikuti approached Liang Zhao and said after a careful look, "You and General Liang look a bit alike. Liang Shaoqiang is my uncle." Liang Zhao couldn't help laughing. The Hunan army and the Guangdong Yuan lacked cavalry, so the Qing court sent the Solon cavalry to cooperate with the Hunan army and the Guangdong Yuan in the battle, and was also responsible for monitoring the actions of the Hunan army and the Guangdong Yuan generals. "General Liang is your uncle? So you are here to save us?" Kikuti was overjoyed when he heard this. "I guess so." Liang Zhao did not deny it. He looked at Kikuti carefully and asked, "You look like an official? What's your name?" "I'm a deputy commander. My name is Kikuti," Kikuti replied. "I didn't expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net." Liang Zhao looked at Kikuti, then at the Solon soldiers around Kikuti, and sighed. "Sinjelin can actually let you charge head-on. How stupid. Did he want you Solons to become extinct? You were the ones who almost defeated the Sikh cavalry regiment that day." The British and French allied forces had always thought that it was the Mongolian cavalry that almost defeated the Sikh cavalry regiment on the day of the field battle, but they only found out on the battle that it was the Solon cavalry that almost defeated the Sikh cavalry regiment. Sikh cavalry regiment, those Indians with turbans, those foreigners with turbans are hard to beat. If it weren't for their good guns, we would have torn their formation apart long ago, Kikuti said disdainfully. It's those foreign cavalrymen wearing helmets and red clothes that are difficult to deal with. That's the British Royal Dragoons. Anyway, they are all foreigners, and they are not good people. Since you are the nephew of General Liang, you are also a subject of my Qing dynasty. I think you have some status among these people. You persuade them to let us go. My brothers and I will remember your kindness, and I will also say a few good words for you and General Liang in front of General Duolonga in the future," Kikuti said. "You still want to stain Duolonga's hat with your blood?" Liang Zhao shook his head. "I didn't save you from the guns of the foreigners for these reasons." After saying that, Liang Zhao left. The British and French allied forces had been attacking Tongzhou City for a long time, and after 2 months of consumption, the ammunition stocks of the British and French allied forces were running low. Elgin and Gros found Liang Zhao, hoping that Liang Zhao could mediate. Liang Zhao was eager for it, and after a hypocritical excuse, he reluctantly agreed to mediate. Liang Zhao pulled several carts of medicine to Tongzhou City. At this time, the Qing army in Tongzhou City was also exhausted, but there was no shortage of food and grass for the time being. The composition of the garrison in Tongzhou City was relatively complex, including Guangdong Yuan, Green Camp, Mongolian cavalry and Solon soldiers. These Solon soldiers were like the captives Liang Zhao captured in Tianjin, mostly 13 or 14-year-old boy soldiers who were still childish. England and France are willing to negotiate. Please help me make a connection so that I can go to the capital to meet Prince Guang. Liang Zhao found Liang Shaoqiang and explained his purpose. Seeing that Liang Shaoqiang had a bandage on his arm, he asked with concern, "Uncle, what's the injury on your arm?" "I was hit by a stray bullet by accident." "It's a minor injury," Liang Shaoqiang said after moving his arm. "It's better to be careful. If you make a mistake, no one will be able to carry the banner of the Liang family," Liang Zhao said. "I will help you make a connection with Prince Gong. I also want to stop the war as soon as possible. The ammunition I brought from Jiangnan is almost used up. I am not sure if I can continue to fight." Liang Shaoqiang looked around and saw that there was no one around. He lowered his voice and said to Liang Zhao, "Something big happened in the court." "Something big?" Liang Zhao frowned and thought for a while, thinking that it might be that Emperor Xianfeng died. "Something big happened in the Qing court." In addition to Emperor Xianfeng's death, the throne change, and the transfer of power, Liang Zhao could not think of any other big things. The emperor has passed away, Liang Zhao said softly, and then told Liang Zhao everything that had happened in the Qing court in the past few days. It turned out that Emperor Xianfeng fell ill soon after arriving at the Chengde Mountain Resort, and finally died of depression. The cause of death is still unknown. Before his death, Emperor Xianfeng left a will to 3 imperial ministers and 5 military ministers, Zhaogan, Duanhua, Sishun, Jingshao, Muayan, Kuangyan, Duhan, and Jiao Yaoang, to assist the 3-year-old Crown Prince Zhaochen to become the emperor and take charge of the government. They are the 8 ministers of state. It's fine if you and Pan Shichen are not among the ministers of state, but even Prince Gongyi is not among them, Liang Zhao said after reading the secret letter sent by Pan Shichen in Liang Zhaoqiang's study. These 2 letters, one is from Sishun and the other is from Yi. Liang Zhaoqiang pulled out 2 more secret letters from a corner. Liang Zhao opened them and read them. It turned out that Yi and Sishun were both throwing olive branches to Liang Zhaoqiang to win over Liang Zhaoqiang. You have elite troops in your hands, and the court is counting on you to quell the Hongjiang Rebellion and the Nian Rebellion. In the future, whether you or Sishun is in power, as long as the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and the Nian Rebellion are not quelled, they will have to use you. What do you think? Liang Zhao asked. Sishun has made use of many Han officials and treated them well, but he is domineering and aggressive, and he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Pan Shichen said that he was arbitrary and authoritarian in Chengde, which frightened the new emperor. The 2 emperor stalgers were also dissatisfied with him, but they dared not speak out because of the power of the 8 ministers who were in charge of the imperial court. Liang Zhaoqiang frowned. Compared to Sishun, Yi did better in this regard. He was more calm and composed, and was not surprised by favor or disgrace. Sishun and Yi each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Sishun was originally a powerful official, and now he has the will of Emperor Xianfeng. In terms of power, no one can surpass him. Yi is prominent in the court because of his noble status. Although he has temporarily lost power and been excluded from the center of power, it does not mean that he will not have the opportunity to return to the center of power in the future, Liang Zhao said. In the 5th year of Emperor Xianfeng's reign, 1855, Emperor Xianfeng dismissed Yi from all his posts for being negligent in all etiquette. Yi, who was a powerful military leader who was second only to the emperor, became a mere prince overnight. This time, Emperor Xianfeng excluded Yi from the list of ministers of state, which was a great blow to Yi, who was left alone in the capital to face foreign enemies. I am also blind to the affairs of the court, but weighing the pros and cons, I still think it is better to stand on Yi's side, Liang Zhaoqiang analyzed. I was promoted by Yi, and Yi has done me a favor anyway. Besides, Sishun already has Han ministers such as Zheng Hu as his arms. And now it is just an emergency that he has to win me over. Once this matter is over, I am afraid that my weight in Sishun's heart will not be so heavy. That's right, Sishun is in power now, and you standing on Sishun's side now is icing on the cake, but you standing on Yi's side is a timely help. Liang Zhao also tends to support Yi. I will arrange for you to meet Prince Guang now, Liang Zhaoqiang said. Okay, Liang Zhao nodded and asked. By the way, do you know Kikuti? The name sounds familiar, but I can't remember it for the time being. Soren Zuling. Oh, it's him. This guy is a man who doesn't care about his life when fighting. When fighting Gaozi Town, Duolonga placed this guy next to me as a spy and borrowed 20 taels of silver from me, so I still have some impression of him. How do you know him? It's a long story. Let your people take me to the capital. The Qing court suddenly changed and the war situation fell into a stalemate. Under the mediation of Liang Zhao, Yi and Liang Zhaoqiang finally negotiated with British envoy Elgin, French envoy Gros, and American envoy Liang Zhao on behalf of the Qing government. After several rounds of consultations, the two sides reached the following agreement. The Qing dynasty allowed the British, French and American envoys to enter the capital, but the accompanying personnel should not exceed 10 people and they were not allowed to bring weapons into the capital. The Qing side also included sending envoys to London, Paris and Washington in the agenda. The military compensation was halved, and the Qing side compensated the British military expenses of 4 million taels of silver and the French military expenses of 1.5 million taels of silver. Residents of the 3 countries of Britain, France and the United States could live and do business freely in the ports with legal procedures, But there would be no concessions in the ports. The Qing side opened the navigation rights of the Pearl River and the Yangtze River for the merchant ships of the three countries. The Qing side took back the tariff autonomy. Qing residents were allowed to live and make a living in the United States freely. Hong Kong Island was temporarily leased to the United States for use for 99 years. Zhoushan was temporarily leased to Britain and France for joint use for 99 years, and Britain and France would discuss how to allocate it. Finally, the Qing dynasty and Britain, France and the United States formally signed the Treaty of Beijing in October 1858. The special envoys of Britain and France were satisfied with being able to sign the treaty in Beijing. Although this treaty was still unfair, it was much better than the previous Yongjin Treaty. After the signing of the treaty, the Qing dynasty and Britain and France returned prisoners to each other. The Qing dynasty returned the prisoners of war captured in the war and the British merchants and civilians captured in Hong Kong Island to Britain and France. Britain and France also returned Yi Mingjin, He Giking and the captured Green Camp soldiers to the Qing dynasty. After the withdrawal of the British and French forces, the Qing dynasty formally decided to jointly run the ship administration with the United States. However, the Qing dynasty did not adopt Liang Zhao's suggestion to set the location of the ship administration in Guangdong. Instead, it appointed Shen Baozian as the Minister of Ship Administration and decided to establish the ship administration in Fuzhou. In addition, the Manchu Qing high-level officials also made personnel adjustments to local officials. Yi Mingjin, the former Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, and He Giking, the Governor-General of Liangjiang, were given death. Guangdong Governor Bai Jiui and Guangzhou General Mutton were dismissed. Liang Xiaoqiang served as the Governor-General of Liangjiang, and Pan Shicheng served as the Governor of Jiangsu, responsible for supervising the suppression of the Hongayang Rebellion. As for the vacancy of Guangdong local officials, the Manchu high-level officials played a political trick and appointed Hu Linai of the Hunan Army as the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, and Guo Songtao as the Governor of Guangdong. Chapter 554, Chaos in Utah. Get a piece of land and build a solid log house on the land to meet basic survival needs. Then gradually expand the area around the log house into a spacious and comfortable villa. This is the way for ordinary immigrants to make a fortune in the inland frontier. As long as you are diligent enough, you can solve the problem of food and clothing within 3 years, live a well-off life as described in the newspaper within 5 years, enter the middle class within 7 years, and even become a wealthy frontier tycoon. This is not out of reach. In Utah Territory, Salt Lake City tycoon Schneider made his fortune in this way. He was the first Eastern immigrant to cross the vast wilderness and the snow-covered mountains and valleys to the lakeside. He arrived here in 1847 and became the first foreign settler here. It took Schneider 10 years to become one of the richest white people in the area. He owned a large silver mine, 3 slaughterhouses, 2 lumber yards, a tannery, and several farms. Before the Pacific Railway was completed and a large number of Han immigrants poured into Salt Lake City, Schneider was even the richest person in the Salt Lake City area. The huge wealth did not make Schneider happy. This was not because Schneider was in Versailles, but because the property and even personal safety of white people in the entire Utah Territory could not be effectively protected. Almost all white people in Utah Territory lived under the shadow of Mormonism. With just one word from the Mormon elder, the wealth of this wealthy man in Salt Lake City could vanish overnight, and he would become a penniless pauper. Schneider was a devout believer in the Orthodox religion and a decent person, at least he and the people who had been helped by him thought so. But now he is a Mormon. Joining Mormonism was not his original intention, but it was due to an accidental incident 11 years ago. On the way to the west, the immigration team that Schneider followed ran out of supplies in the wilderness of Colorado. The people in the team either died of thirst or starvation. In the end, only Schneider's family of 3 was left alive because of the sufficient supplies. However, not long after, their family's food and drinking water were gradually consumed. They were hungry and thirsty and fell into despair. Maybe it was not his fate, or maybe it was the appearance of Satan. A team of Mormon immigrants happened to pass by here. A Mormon leader named Brigham Young, he should be called a prophet, an omniscient and omnipotent prophet. The prophet told him that he found this place and his family because he heard the voice of God. God told him that as long as the Schneider family joined the Mormon family, he and his family would be able to get supplies from their team and travel with their team. In order to keep his family alive, Schneider agreed. This was the stupidest decision Schneider had ever made in his life. The more Schneider thought about it, the more upset he became. He could only keep pouring gin into his mouth to relieve his depression. Mr. Schneider, the prophet is here. Schneider was drinking to relieve his sorrow, and his servant came in and reported to him. Hearing the word prophet, Schneider shuddered all over and became sober instantly. The prophet came to visit in person, which must be bad luck, and it might be a disaster. Every year in Salt Lake City, Provo, Ogden and other places, there are wealthy people who die inexplicably. Or more accurately, wealthy people who are not devout enough in their Mormon faith. Then the property is confiscated and becomes church property. Mormon church property nominally belongs to all Mormons, but in fact it is private property for the prophet Brigham Young and his 7 elders to squander. Even the new believers who have just joined the church understand this. Upon learning that Brigham Young was coming in person, Schneider ran to the door of the manor to greet him in person, not daring to neglect him at all. Brigham Young, however, had a cold face and broke into his home with a team of armed believers. He was as familiar with his home as if it were his own, and came to the hall of the manor with ease. "My good brother, you also changed the crystal chandelier? It seems that you have made a fortune again this year." Brigham Young stared greedily at the expensive crystal chandelier hanging on the ceiling of the living room. If the cathedral in Salt Lake City could have such a beautiful crystal chandelier, and the believers could pray devoutly under it, God and the late Prophet Smith would be very happy. "I will send it to the church tomorrow and hand it over to the elders," Schneider said hurriedly. "You know, I have always been very pious. Piety is not as simple as words, but must be based on actual actions," Brigham Young said seriously. "Brother Schneider, when you were desperate in the wilderness of Colorado and your family almost lost their lives, it was us, the most faithful believers of God, who pulled you and your family back from the gates of hell. We selflessly shared our precious water and bread with you. Following the guidance of God and the prophet, we brought you to the fertile land of Salt Lake City and gave you a large piece of fertile land. Under our protection, you gradually became rich." "Is that right?" "That's right, Prophet," Schneider answered hypocritically. "We have never asked you for anything. We only ask you to be a devout Mormon and follow the rules of our religion. But as far as I know, you have always turned a deaf ear to them and ignored the rules. In the past year, you have frequently come into contact with pagans," Brigham Young said with a straight face. "Prophet, I pay public funds to the church every month according to the regulations, go to church every week, and pray devoutly every day. If this is not considered pious, how can I be considered pious? I admit that I have come into contact with pagans, but I also came into contact with pagans for the sake of the church, to make more money from these pagans and pay more public funds to the church." Schneider defended himself, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans had already oozed out of his smooth forehead. "I believe what you said, eh? Where are your wives? You are an old Mormon and a very wealthy man in Salt Lake City. Don't tell me you still have only one wife now," Brigham Young said slowly. "Prophet, you know that there are not many women in the West. After the Han Chinese poured into Utah, many women chose to marry the richer Han Chinese immigrants. There are still many brothers in the church who are still single in their 40s and 50s. If I marry one more wife, there will be one more brother in the church who will be single. I am considering my brothers." Schneider continued to defend his behavior. "He already has a wife who loves him very much. There is no reason to marry someone else. And he does not want to marry another woman. Of course, he can only keep these words in his heart and dare not say them directly. You are somewhat aware, but how did I hear that you have been planning to marry your daughter to Han Chinese pagan recently? Have you forgotten the Mormon Bible?" Brigham Young's expression changed, and his eyes like a vulture stared at Schneider for a long time without moving away. "The Mormon Bible," Schneider nervously recited the Mormon doctrine. "If your daughter marries a pagan and lets the pagan defile the holy women of our Mormon church, you and your daughter will have committed a heinous crime. God and the prophet will not forgive you." Brigham Young knocked on this not very honest believer. "I have no such intention. There must be someone gossiping behind my back. My piety to the Mormon faith is clear to all." HL quickly ran up Schneider's back. He had never mentioned the idea of marrying his daughter to Han Chinese, seeking the Han Chinese's blessing, and escaping the clutches of Mormonism in public. Even his close friends did not know about it. Schneider only discussed the feasibility of this matter with his wife in private. His wife could not betray him. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility left, that is, his servants secretly heard his conversation with his wife and reported him to the elders and the prophet. Mormonism is really omnipresent. These servants of his were all old servants who had worked on his estate since 1850. The 8 elders and I have discussed and decided. Your daughter is the most beautiful girl in Salt Lake City. She is only 18 years old this year. The elders and I are all old, and we have no shortage of young cows around us, Brigham Young said slowly. Hearing this, Schneider's eyes glowed again. Did the prophet have a change of heart? It shouldn't be. Which of the prophet and the elders is not a pervert? Will they let his daughter go easily? Wait a minute, isn't there only 7 elders in Mormonism? Why did the prophet say 8 elders? 8 elders? Isn't it 7 elders? Schneider asked in confusion. Sir Stanford has officially joined the church and become an elder of our Mormonism. This is something worth celebrating, isn't it? Brigham Young said proudly. Hearing this news, Schneider felt as if his head had been hit hard. The Utah people have suffered from the Mormons for a long time, and they all hope that the newly appointed territorial governor Stanford of the federal government can eradicate the Mormons, the stinking tick that sucks blood from the Utah people. Unexpectedly, even the new governor ended up getting along with this group of charlatans. No wonder Brigham Young, who had been hiding in his old nest for a year and didn't dare to go out, showed up in Salt Lake City today. Yes, it is indeed a great event worth celebrating, Schneider replied insincerely. Although we elders have enough heifers, many of our descendants have less than 10 wives. Brigham Young's words made Schneider's mood fall to the bottom again. My son Little Bree, my nephew Joseph, and Elder Beth's son Peregrine all like your daughter very much? They are all young, handsome and considerate. More importantly, they are all the most devout Mormons. Your daughter is so blessed. I am not an old-fashioned person. I support your daughter's freedom to choose a spouse and give her the right to choose. Let your daughter choose one of the 3 best young men as her husband. First, Schneider wanted to delay the time on the grounds that his daughter was not yet of marriageable age, but he was interrupted by Brigham Young before he could utter a complete word. Brigham Young said in an irresistible tone, I have the final say on this matter, Brother Schneider. I will come to your daughter's wedding in a week. Don't let me down. Hey, Brother Schneider, you don't seem to be very happy. Do you want to disobey the decree? I am honored and excited. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Schneider's face forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brigham Young stood up and nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. That's more like a Mormon. Gratitude is a unique quality of us Mormons. Seeing Brigham Young go away, Schneider closed the door and was about to go back to his room to think about what to do about this matter. As soon as he turned around, he saw his daughter Serafina standing blankly at the stairs. Serafina's pale little face was full of fear. Did you hear it all? Schneider walked to Serafina and said with self-blame and heartache. The prophet spoke so loudly that it was hard for me not to hear it, Serafina lamented. Don't be afraid, I won't let those bastards become your husbands. Dad will find a way. You can go to sleep first, Schneider comforted. Dad, Serafina grabbed Schneider's hand and sobbed. Don't put yourself in danger. In Utah, no one can go against their will. Even the new governor has become our elder now. Serafina felt that there was an invisible but huge and heavy mountain pressing on them in Utah, making it difficult for them to breathe. Everything here, from food, clothing, housing, transportation, weddings and funerals, seemed to be controlled by Mormonism. You have to believe in Dad. Dad will find a way. God will bless his true believers. Schneider helped Serafina back to the room to rest. If worshiping God doesn't work, we can learn from the Han people and worship Oda and Mazu. Mrs. Schneider pulled open the curtain of a shrine, lit incense and closed her eyes to pray devoutly. Those Han people worship all kinds of gods. Schneider frowned when he heard this. God knows where they found so many gods to worship. I think they are pragmatic. We shouldn't pin our hopes on one god. After praying, Mrs. Schneider inserted the incense in her hand into the incense burner in front of the Buddha statue with a respectful and pious face. If you worship too many gods, one of them will show up. The next morning, the Schneider family was having breakfast with sad faces when 3 uninvited young men rudely broke into the Schneider manor. They tied their horses at the door and walked into the living room. Serafina saw the uninvited guests at home, and she avoided them as if she had seen the plague god, regardless of the fact that breakfast was not yet finished. She fled back to her boudoir and quickly locked the door from the inside. The 3 whistled briskly in the direction of Serafina's room, and then introduced their noble status to the Schneider couple. Schneider just responded coldly. If it weren't for their father and uncle, he would have picked up a rifle and shot them in the head. The well-behaved little Bree said politely, We are following the instructions of our parents and have come to visit you and propose to your daughter. We want to know which of us three your daughter likes the most. As for me, I am." Joseph interrupted little Bree, who was talking eloquently. "Father-in-law, don't listen to my brother's sweet words. Everyone in Utah knows that my brother already has 9 wives. Peregrine is not far behind, he also has 8 wives. And I only have 5 wives. I am the one who needs the most among the 3 of us, and I can spare 1 day a week to sleep with Seraphina." Little Bree immediately retorted, "The most critical issue is not the number of wives we have, but who can afford to support Seraphina. I just took over a large horse farm and 3 small ranches from my father last month. Now we are the richest among the 3 of us. Seraphina should belong to us." "Me," Peregrine also argued fiercely. No, my hope is the greatest. My father has had severe heart pain recently, and God will soon invite my father to heaven. By then, I can inherit my father's gold mine, saltpeter mine, lead mine and farm. And I can also inherit my father's position as Bishop of Salt Lake City. When the time comes, you will all call me elder when you see me." I think Seraphina must be happy to be the elder's wife. Early in the morning, before he had time to finish his meal, Schneider was so angry that his blood pressure soared and his veins popped out when he heard these 3 little bastards buzzing like flies in front of him. "Get out!" Schneider could no longer control the anger in his chest, and he exploded on the spot and ordered the 3 to leave. The 3 young men looked at Schneider's flushed face and the bulging veins on his thick arms. They did not dare to take advantage of their status and left Schneider's manor in disgrace after saying a few harsh words such as, "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished by drinking a forfeit, and if you disobey the prophet, you will see what happens." At around 5:30 p.m., Schneider secretly put some ingredients in the servant's pot while the servant was not paying attention. Late at night, after hearing the servant snoring and confirming that they were all asleep, Schneider carried a rifle, took Seraphina through the small door, and quietly left the manor under the cover of night. At the same time, in Salt Lake City, at the residence of Liang Zhao, chairman of the Salt Lake City Immigration Committee, the Salt Lake City Economic Development Committee, and the Salt Lake City Security Committee, California Chief Superintendent K. Ming Shen, who came from the San Francisco metropolitan area, was furious with Liang Zhao. "The Mormon cultists in Utah have all gone to Reno to kill people to establish their authority. Killing people to establish their authority in my jurisdiction." K. Ming Sheng became more and more excited as he spoke. "Damn it, the Chief Superintendent of California, got off the train at the Salt Lake City train station, and these bastards wanted to search me." Search the Chief Superintendent of California, in 1857, in order to adapt to the security needs of the California region. The California State Assembly made reforms based on the new police system of Britain in 1856. The State Assembly passed the California Police System Reform Act, establishing the California Police Department in San Francisco as the highest-level security agency in California to coordinate the security of the entire state. Police departments were established in the 3 major cities of San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Sacramento. And police stations were established in the remaining small and medium-sized cities. The plan also approved the establishment of a police school in San Francisco to train and deliver high-quality and professional police talents for various places. In order to change the stereotype of Californians about the California Police's makeshift team, the reform bill also clarified the police rank system. The highest rank is the Chief Superintendent, and there are currently 2 Chief Superintendents in California. One was K. Ming Shen, and the other was Flagg, the former sheriff of San Francisco. K. Ming Sheng took a big sip of tea and continued to point at Liang Zhao's nose and cursed, "It's been a year. You, Stanford, and Pinkerton have been in Utah for a whole year. Not just 1 or 2 months, and you haven't made any progress. In the past, the Mormons committed minor crimes in my jurisdiction, and I turned a blind eye to them in order to cooperate with your work. Now they are so rampant that they dare to commit murder in the Nevada Administrative District. Will they come to San Francisco and commit crimes in front of my police station next time?" Chapter 555 Restless Night. When Stanford first took office as the governor of Utah Territory, the Mormons were still honest and would keep their tails between their legs. As Stanford showed a pro-Mormon attitude and joined the Mormon Church himself, the Mormons became arrogant again. It was no longer a new thing for the armed Mormons to station sentries at various major traffic routes in and out of Utah Territory, to check and harass passers-by, and to force new immigrants to convert to the church. Liang Zhao did not fail to report these things to Stanford, but Stanford always evaded the issue by saying that he had to be patient. Calm down first. I have a bigger headache than you do about the Mormons. They only commit crimes occasionally in California, but I have to deal with them every day. When K. Mingsheng was tired of scolding him, Liang Zhao, who always had a good temper, patiently said to K. Mingsheng. Stanford was fully responsible for all matters related to the Mormon Church, and Liang Zhao was only responsible for the specific immigration work in Utah Territory. Over the past year, immigrants from the East and West have poured into Utah Territory. The number of Han immigrants alone has exceeded 40,000, almost half of Utah Territory's population. Liang Zhao was overwhelmed by the complicated and trivial matters of demarcating land, easing conflicts between new and old immigrants, non-Mormon immigrants and Mormon immigrants, settling new immigrants, providing them with loans and tools. He simply did not have the extra time and energy to deal with Mormon affairs alone, not to mention that Liang Zhao had already handed over all Mormon affairs to Stanford. Liang Zhao was not in a position to intervene. It was just that Mormonism had a tendency to develop believers among the Han people recently, which gradually touched Liang Zhao's bottom line. Liang Zhao also hoped to solve the Mormon problem in Utah Territory once and for all as soon as possible. Occasionally? There are several cases almost every month. You call it occasionally. All the police forces in California are wasted on cases in Utah Territory, K. Mingsheng roared again. If you want to get angry, go get angry at Stanford. This matter is under his jurisdiction. Liang Zhao also looked angry. Where is this guy? I heard that he also joined a cult. I want to find him to find out the truth. K. Mingsheng slammed the table and stood up. He is busy preparing for his own birthday party tomorrow. It is not easy to find him. You should have a good rest here today and recharge your energy so that you will have the energy to scold Stanford tomorrow, Liang Zhao advised. He also hoped to put pressure on Stanford through K. Mingsheng to solve the Mormon problem as soon as possible. Once the Mormon problem is solved, his immigration work will be much easier and smoother. While Liang Zhao and K. Mingsheng were talking, they heard the servant report. Mr. Schneider wants to see you. Liang Zhao has been in charge of immigration work in Salt Lake City for more than a year, and he has to deal with local old white immigrants. Schneider is one of the rich white people in Salt Lake City. Although he is not very familiar with Schneider, he has met him several times at parties, so he has some impression of him. As far as he knew, Schneider was also a Mormon, but because Schneider did not fully approve of the Mormon doctrine, Schneider and the upper and middle classes of the Mormons had never gotten along well. Please come in, Mr. Schneider. Liang Zhao did not know why Schneider came, but since he came late at night, it must be something very important, so Liang Zhao decided to meet Schneider. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Schneider arrived at Liang Zhao's residence. Liang Zhao did not have the habit of staying up late. If K. Mingsheng had not come all the way from San Francisco to Salt Lake City to vent his anger, Liang Zhao would have gone to bed by now. Mr. Liang, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. The first thing Schneider said was to apologize to Liang Zhao. With the light from the kerosene lamp, Liang Zhao saw Schneider and his daughter. The hems of their clothes were covered with dirty mud and snow water. Schneider's face had some fresh scars, as if he accidentally fell on the way here. I heard that you are always good at riding. How could you fall off your horse so carelessly? Liang Zhao gestured to the servant to apply the medicine for bruises to Schneider first. I didn't come here on horseback. I came here on foot, Schneider said breathlessly. Please save our family. As he said that, Schneider didn't care that his daughter was still around, and didn't care about the dignity of being a father, and knelt down in front of Liang Zhao. In Utah, only you can save us. There are many Mormon spies in Salt Lake City, even late at night. For more than a decade, the Mormon Church has been exercising high-pressure rule over believers in the Utah area, encouraging believers to report on each other and providing generous rewards for reporters. To give an example that is not exaggerated, which wife the Mormon slept with at night, whether their married life was harmonious, and how long it took. The next day, the elders knew everything clearly, as if they had watched a live broadcast in detail. A mean elder would ridicule and criticize the believer in question in public, while an elder with a bigger vision would considerately send you some folk remedies that may or may not work to encourage you. Under such close surveillance, Schneider did not dare to ride a horse to Liang Zhao in a big way, but chose to walk, crawling all the way, avoiding the Mormons' overt and covert spies before arriving at Liang Zhao's residence. Let's talk about it when you get up. Liang Zhao helped Schneider to sit down, and the servants also brought medicine for bruises to apply to Schneider. Schneider told Liang Zhao the whole story, and finally said to Liang Zhao in tears, "Mr. Liang, I know you have an unmarried son. If you don't mind, I am willing to use all my property as a dowry and marry my daughter to your son." If it were an ordinary person, facing such a good thing of both wealth and beauty, he would definitely be eager to agree immediately. But Liang Zhao is not an ordinary person, and he is not short of money. Schneider is at best a local rich man in Salt Lake City, and Schneider's property is not in his eyes. As for the marriage of his son Liang Zhao, Liang Zhao has also considered it. Liang Zhao hopes that his son can marry a daughter of a prominent family in the eastern region, like Liang Zhao. Schneider is not qualified to marry into the Liang family. Of course, these words are too hurtful to say directly, especially when the other party is in a desperate situation now. Liang Zhao said to Schneider very tactfully, "My child often tells me that he wants to make a career before starting a family. We parents can't make things difficult for the child. As long as you are willing, I can marry you as a concubine. I know that you Han people have the custom of marrying concubines and legalizing lovers." Schneider risked his life. Marrying his daughter to Liang Zhao as a concubine can at least get rid of the control of the Mormons. Although this is not a very good ending for his daughter, it is better than marrying his daughter to a Mormon. Nonsense. Liang Zhao glanced at Serafina. Although white children matured earlier, he could still see her childishness on her face. Besides, he didn't like her. "I can be your daughter's father. How can you do this, godfather?" Serafina was also smart and wanted to recognize Liang Zhao as her godfather on the spot. Kei Ming-shen, who was standing by, was deeply moved by this scene. Schneider was a wealthy man in Salt Lake City. He had no way to deal with the difficulties of the Mormons. He could only hope to get Liang Zhao's blessing. What would an ordinary family do? Mr. Schneider, please don't make things difficult for him. Kei Ming-shen was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to watch it. He came to Serafina, who was crying, and sighed, "What a beautiful girl. Those cult members are really sinful." Kei Ming-shen also had a daughter, so he could empathize with Schneider's experience. Who is this gentleman? Schneider had never seen Kei Ming-shen before. He was curious and looking forward to Kei Ming-shen's identity. "Mr. Schneider, let me introduce you. This is the Chief Superintendent of Police in California, Mr. Kei Ming-shen." Liang Zhao's eyes lit up and he immediately introduced him to Schneider. Kei Ming-shen lost his son in his early years and now has no children. He does have two godsons who are slightly older than Serafina. If Kei Ming-shen is willing to take care of this matter, it would be great. Liang Zhao is the leader of Chinese immigrants in Utah. Before clearing out the Mormons, Liang Zhao does not want to directly tear his face with the Mormons. "Don't be afraid, girl. Those cultists can't turn the world upside down," Kei Ming-shen said to Serafina in a gentle tone. "I don't have a biological son, but I have two godsons who I treat as my own. They are both single and promising. When they come back from the Qin dynasty, if you like them, choose one to marry. If not, don't be afraid, I will take you as my goddaughter." Liang Zhao rolled her eyes at Kei Ming-shen. "One of your godsons is Liang Yao's right-hand man, and the other is serving in the newly formed machine gun regiment. They are both promising young people. You call this promising?" At the same time, on the other side of Salt Lake City, tonight is also a sleepless night for Stanford, Kruger, Pinkerton, Panbayolin and others. Stanford came to the room where the files were piled up. The mountain of information filled the filing cabinets, and even this old lawyer couldn't help but sigh. "It's really shocking. It's what you Chinese call innumerable. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are 3 more rooms that also store evidence of the crimes committed by the Mormons over the years," Panbayolin said. "In addition to these, there is a whole warehouse of physical evidence. There are also many witnesses, all of whom were secretly sent to California by Mr. Pinkerton for protection. They can testify in court at any time." "Have you sorted everything out?" Stanford walked out of the room carefully. "Everything has been sorted out. There is sufficient evidence. We can try those criminals at any time. We are waiting for this day," Panbayolin said eagerly. "It took our team of judges a whole year to collect and organize their crimes." Stanford looked solemn, took off his hat and said to Kruger and Pinkerton, "Colonel Kruger, Mr. Pinkerton, After tomorrow, it will be an arduous war. Thank you for your hard work. Arresting criminals and cooperating with the court is the responsibility of our intelligence agency. Pinkerton did not feel that the workload and pressure were heavy, but felt very excited. Arresting criminals and fighting wits and courage with cunning criminals is his job and hobby. Pinkerton likes this. The more criminals there are and the more cunning they are, the more excited Pinkerton feels. This is something that ordinary people cannot understand, but Pinkerton is immersed in it and enjoys it. Kruger's reaction is relatively flat. Assisting Stanford in arresting the criminal Mormons is just following orders for him. Stanford brought a bunch of commissions and walked solemnly to Pan Balin. The president has specially appointed you as the Chief Justice of Utah Territory, and our team has also been formally appointed by the president. I hope you can live up to the trust, complete the mission, uphold the spirit of the Constitution and a fair attitude, and try these evildoers, give justice to the victims, and give Utah a bright future. The United States adheres to the separation of powers, and administrative intervention in the judiciary is a taboo. Although Stanford also came from the judicial field, he was already the highest executive officer of Utah Territory, and it was inconvenient for him to play the role of a guest judge and participate in the trial. Therefore, Stanford submitted an application to Buchanan in advance, recommending Pan Balin as the Chief Justice of the Utah Court. The 38 California judges who followed him to Utah were also appointed to preside over the trial of the Utah court. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Pan Balin solemnly took the letter of appointment and prepared to do a great job. The 38 judges also felt proud. In the past year, they have tried many cases of Mormons. However, due to various reasons, only some lower-class Mormons were convicted in the end, and the real heinous criminals are still at large. The focus of their work is to collect and organize evidence of the crimes of Mormons. Therefore, these judges are also nicknamed Mormon judges by Utah people who do not know the truth. They have long wanted to try the middle and upper classes of Mormons, thinking that they can clear their names. Chapter 556, Bullshit Prophet. 1858. The morning sun shines through the blue sky over the city, and the blue sky and white snowflakes contrast with each other, as if the whole city is covered with a layer of silver gauze. Large flakes of snow fall, dancing gently in the air until they land on branches, roofs and streets. The eaves on both sides of the street are covered with crystal clear icicles, flashing faint light. A thin layer of snow accumulates on the roofs, and ice crystals hang on the windows, reflecting the weak sunlight. It seems that every corner of the city is embellished with ice sculptures. Salt Lake City residents put on heavy winter clothes, hats and gloves to keep warm, and coats to go out of the house to start a new day. The air exhaled by pedestrians on the road quickly condenses into a white cloud in the cold wind. The snow on the road is already 2 or 3 inches thick. From time to time, a carriage passes by with noisy bells to remind pedestrians to get out of the way, leaving 2 deep ruts on the snow-covered road. It seemed like just another ordinary winter day for the residents of Salt Lake City. Except for the cathedral in the center of Salt Lake City, which was built in 1848. This most magnificent building in Salt Lake City was particularly lively today. In the Salt Lake City Cathedral, the core figures of the Mormon Church gathered in the Salt Lake City Cathedral today to celebrate the birthday of their new elder. At this time, everyone in the church was celebrating and imagining the bright future after the 8 elders who were outstanding and officially appointed by the federal government joined the church. The sky in Utah is still the sky of Mormonism. Congratulations, Elder Stanford. K. Ming Shen, who came uninvited, congratulated Stanford with a smile in a weird tone. Liang Zhao also came uninvited. It turns out that it is you two, rare guests, especially Chief Superintendent K. I didn't expect that you could take time out of your busy schedule to come to Salt Lake City to celebrate my birthday. It's really an honor. Stanford didn't seem to notice the anger on K. Ming Shen's face, and the smiling Stanford didn't forget to add a sentence. I still prefer you two to call me Governor Stanford. Of course, if you two are willing to call me Your Excellency Governor Stanford, that would be even better. Mr. Liang has returned to California. Your Excellency Governor, not only did you join the Mormon cult, but you also celebrated your birthday here with great fanfare. I want to see how you will explain to Mr. Liang when the time comes. K. Ming Shen snorted coldly, his words and attitude were quite unfriendly. Don't worry about that, Stanford still said calmly. I will give Mr. Liang an explanation, and I will also give you an explanation for the cases on your hands. Stanford is a very smart person. He guessed that Ming Sheng came to find him most likely because of the Mormons who committed crimes in California. Elder Stanford, I think these pagans are very disrespectful to you. This is the Salt Lake City Cathedral, our territory, and the Chief of Police of California has no right to bark and ravage on our territory. Beth rubbed her slightly painful mouth and said to Stanford, I'll have them driven out. Beth held a tall glass in her hand. The reddish-brown wine in the glass swayed as she walked. The reddish-brown liquid in the glass seemed to be ready to spill at any time. Mormonism advocates abstinence. But those cumbersome religious rules are used to constrain the lower-class believers and avoid wasting resources. You know, in the western inland areas, especially before the opening of the Pacific Railway, tobacco, alcohol, and candy were no different from luxury goods, and only a few people could enjoy them. Mormon elders and their relatives are not bound by strict religious rules. Just as most legal provisions are used to constrain vulnerable groups. In Utah, Mormon religious rules are laws for the vast number of lower-class believers. No need, Elder Beth, guests are guests, and they are also my old friends, Stanford said without any concern, showing great generosity. Elder Stanford, almost everyone has arrived, please give a speech. Brigham Young came to Stanford with a smile. Since everyone is here, please take a seat and listen to me talk. Stanford glanced at the packed seats. It seems that the Mormon Church still gives face to this new elder. Basically, all the core leaders who can come are here. Stanford walked up to the podium, cleared his throat, and asked Brigham Young loudly, Brigham Young, when and where were you on September 11, 1857? What did you do, Brigham Young? In the Utah Territory, no believer dared to call the prophet by name, including the powerful elders. His position in the Mormon Church is supreme and unique, and it is not an empty shell. Brigham Young was caught off guard by Stanford's sudden name-calling. Stanford, what did you call me just now? Brigham Young was furious and slammed the table. The believers who had just sat down stood up one after another. Hundreds of eyes stared at Stanford, and the air was instantly filled with a murderous atmosphere. Young. Brigham. Please answer my question. Stanford shouted Brigham Young's name loudly, without any fear. Stanford, are you tired of living? Prophet. I am a prophet, please call me a prophet. You are a man who has no respect for superiors and inferiors. Brigham Young threw his wine glass to the ground, using anger to cover up his fear. He had a good memory. He could recite the Mormon scriptures by heart, remember the likes and dislikes and past of every Mormon elder, remember the property of the wealthy believers in Utah Territory, and even remember all the beautiful young female believers in Utah Territory. Of course, he knew what happened on September 11, 1857. Stanford's harsh questioning in public made Brigham Young panic. Stanford was a very smart and smooth person. What was his intention to ask him questions in front of so many Mormon middle and high-level people, like interrogating a criminal? To pull him down from the altar and replace him? Brigham Young quickly rejected this idea. Brigham Young had been running the Mormon Church for more than 10 years, and his position and influence in the church could not be shaken by Stanford, who had just joined the church and became an elder. Stanford's charity won the favor of many believers, but his foundation in the church was still shallow and he could not replace him. Even if Stanford had this ambition and idea, he did not have the ability. Since Stanford did not want to be a prophet, what was the purpose? To eliminate Mormonism? A terrible idea flashed through Brigham Young's mind. Brigham Young suddenly reacted. Stanford gathered all the high-level Mormons here in the name of celebrating his birthday. This was to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Oh no, Stanford had tricked him. Brigham Young complained bitterly. This kid was really good at pretending. He was familiar with Mormon classics, spent more than a year, and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, just to gather all the core figures of Mormonism here today, so that they could catch them all in one fell swoop. It must be like this. Thinking of this, an unprecedented fear suddenly surged into Brigham Young's heart. His hands began to tremble involuntarily. Brigham Young had been dominating the Utah Territory for a long time, and fear was a long-lost and unfamiliar feeling for him. The last time he felt fear was when he was slapped by Kruger at the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway. Prophet? Bullshit prophet. How dare you call yourself a prophet? Brigham Young. Since you have a bad memory, let me recall it for you, Stanford said coldly. On December 28, 1857, you attacked Alexander Donlan's immigration team. This immigration team from Arkansas was headed for California, not Utah Territory. They were just passing through Salt Lake City. But you forced them to convert, surrounded them, cut off their water supply, prohibited everyone from trading with them, and prohibited them from leaving Utah territory. They refused to join the Mormon cult, so you brutally killed the disobedient young and middle-aged people in the team, and the old people who were of no use to you. 140 people, a full 140 people, were killed by you. Their blood dyed the mountain grasslands outside Salt Lake City red. Then you raped the women in the team, forced them to be your wives, and forced them to become your playthings. You also took those children to the so-called church schools for brainwashing. In addition, you also illegally plundered all the property. You took away 965 cattle, 164 horses, 106 carts of supplies, and not even a wheel. Stanford listed Brigham Young's crimes in a stern voice. This tragic incident that occurred outside Salt Lake City last year was called the Mountain Meadows Massacre. Due to the large number of victims and the serious circumstances of this case, the representatives of Arkansas and even Buchanan kept pressuring Stanford to investigate the matter thoroughly. However, this massacre was only a relatively large crime committed by the Mormons in Utah. Similar large-scale massacres occurred almost every month. Stanford. We'll see. The guilty Brigham Young left the table angrily, and was about to leave the Salt Lake City Cathedral with more than 100 loyal and close-knit armed believers. Stanford smiled contemptuously, and with a raised hand, the 4 machine gun groups ambushed on the roof of the church lifted the copper oilcloth covering the machine guns, quickly inserted the magazines and turned the cranks. There was a burst of machine gun sounds, and 20 or 30 close-armed believers around Brigham Young were knocked down in an instant and died in the snow. This unheard-of weapon that looked like a cannon shocked the Mormons present. The quick-eyed and quick-handed little Bree led a dozen die-hard believers to open the church door and wanted to escape from this place of trouble. Unexpectedly, Kruger and his Arizona Infantry Regiment had already cleared out the believers they deployed outside the church to stand guard, and waited for a long time at the church door. 3 machine guns with loaded magazines and a group of fully armed Arizona Regiment soldiers were aiming their guns at them. There seemed to be cannons behind them. Peregrine saw that the gate had been surrounded by fully armed soldiers and wanted to escape from the back door, but he didn't expect that there was also a major of the Arizona Infantry Regiment commanding his soldiers to wait in formation at the back door. "We are surrounded," Peregrine said with a trembling voice, his face ashen. "Huh? Prophet? How many regiments do you have?" Kruger led a whole battalion to rush into the church and disarmed the Mormons in the church. These Mormons were not professional soldiers, but a group of bullies who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Their military quality was not even as good as the militia in the eastern northern states. In the heavy siege, facing the professional soldiers who had experienced the tempering of war and were full of murderous intent, they did not dare to resist at all. Stanford successfully captured most of the core loyalists of the Mormons in the name of celebrating his birthday. At this time, the Mormon sentries at the train station and the various traffic passes in Utah Territory were also disarmed and captured by the Han militia of the Arizona Infantry Regiment and the Utah militia without knowing it. The businessmen who often went in and out of Utah Territory were the most sensitive. They suddenly found that almost overnight, the Mormons who forced them to pay taxes and preached to them tirelessly disappeared without a trace. They were still a little uncomfortable with this sudden happiness. Is Utah going to change? In the Salt Lake City Cathedral, 516 middle and upper-class Mormons and die-hard guards were shackled and driven into the church like slaves. The Salt Lake City Cathedral, once a holy place for Mormons, has now become a prison for them. In order to encourage the residents of Utah to report the crimes of Mormons, provide evidence, and express their attitude of formally declaring war on Mormons, Stanford assisted the young Chief Justice Pauline Pan to quickly hold a public trial in the square in the center of Salt Lake City. Before the residents of Salt Lake City could react to what was happening, the first group of Mormons on trial were shackled and dragged to the Salt Lake City square by strong soldiers like dead dogs. Chapter 557 Demormonization. What happened? Did the Mormons and the Han Chinese break up? It's good to break up. Our America is a secular country. How can we tolerate such an evil religion as Mormonism? A large number of local people gathered in Salt Lake City Square to watch the excitement. The people of Utah have suffered from Mormonism for a long time. The onlookers, whether Chinese or foreign, applauded the arrest of Mormons. But many people still hide this emotion in their hearts and dare not show it too obviously. What if this time it is just a show, killing a few insignificant Mormon figures? If they are too active now, what will happen if Mormonism makes a comeback in the future and they settle accounts with us later? This is the attitude of many Utah people. But soon, their doubts were dispelled. Pan Baolin seemed to be well prepared. Soon, lawyers and jury members from both sides entered the venue one by one. The people on trial were actually the second generation of the core church, such as Little Bree, Joseph, and Peregrine, who had been doing evil in Utah and causing widespread complaints from the people. After seeing that the people to be tried were the descendants of Mormon prophets and elders, the crowd burst into heated emotions. This time, it must be for real. It was definitely not just a show. Today, we are gathered here to try several important cases involving several members of the Mormon Church, including Bree, Joseph, and Peregrine. My duty as the presiding judge is to ensure a fair trial and judge the case according to the law. During the trial, my team of judges and I will make decisions based on the law and evidence, without being influenced by personal opinions and personal emotions. First of all, I would like to emphasize the right to religious freedom granted to every American citizen by the Constitution. The First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States ensures the right of every American citizen to freedom of religious belief, which means that everyone has the right to believe in and practice their religion. The Mormon Church is part of the diverse religious community in the United States, and they enjoy the right to religious freedom, which should be respected. However, religious freedom does not mean that you can violate other laws, interfere with the religious freedom of other citizens, impose heavy taxes in the name of religion, and interfere with the social order of the secular world. We must balance religious freedom with the legitimacy of the law. My team of judges and I will ensure a fair trial procedure in this trial. During the trial, we will handle all evidence in accordance with the law to ensure the legality and reliability of the evidence. The jury's responsibility is to make decisions based on the law and evidence, without being influenced by personal emotions or prejudices. During the trial, all jurors are also requested to remain fair, focused and neutral. Our goal is to make fair judgments based on the law and evidence to ensure the authority of the law and fair judicial procedures. This trial will be conducted in accordance with the law to maintain the legal order and social fairness and justice in our Utah territory. After Pan Baolin finished speaking, the trial officially began. The materials and evidence they spent more than a year preparing finally came in handy at this moment. In the face of the mountains of hard evidence, the attorneys representing the Mormon criminals only symbolically argued for their clients for a few words and gave up resistance. Because these people have committed too many crimes, even if they are only based on the Constitution, it is enough to convict them. The 12 jurors were carefully selected non-Mormons and Mormons who have long been disgusted with Mormon rule. Schneider was also fortunate to be invited to be a member of the jury. After a brief evaluation, Schneider and the other 12 jurors unanimously agreed that Little Bree, Joseph, Peregrine and others were guilty. Pan Baolin tried 296 murder cases together and convicted Little Bree, Joseph, Peregrine and others in accordance with the Constitution. The charges are as follows. The destruction of others' freedom of religious belief, religious practice and speech violates the rights of citizens to religious belief and freedom of speech granted by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Illegally confiscating weapons from others violates the right of citizens to keep and bear arms granted by the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Without permission, privately set up a church court on American territory and illegally tried legal citizens of the United States in violation of judicial procedures. It violated the spirit of the right to fair trial in the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution. Finally, the court directly closed the case and sentenced Little Bree, Joseph, Peregrine and other 16 heinous second-generation church members. Little Bree, Joseph, Peregrine and 16 others were sentenced to confiscation of all illegally obtained property and immediate execution. 16 piles of firewood doused with kerosene were piled up in Salt Lake City Square. The hands of Little Bree, Joseph, Peregrine and others were nailed directly to the cross wooden stakes with iron nails. Before the execution began, their wailing could be heard in Salt Lake City Square. These former dandies were all frightened to the point of incontinence by such a scene. Stanford, Pan Baolin and others looked at each other and nodded. The soldier in charge of the execution took out a match from his pocket and ignited it, then flicked the match into the firewood doused with kerosene. 16 heinous criminals were engulfed in the raging flames with painful howls that were worse than death. 16 people committed 296 murders. These people are either committing crimes or on their way to committing crimes. K. Ming Shin, who was watching, couldn't help but exclaimed. Chief Inspector K. Let's discuss the marriage of the younger generation, Little Bree, Joseph, Peregrine and others. Schneider was refreshed and in high spirits, wondering if the gods his wife worshipped really showed up. On December 20, 1858, after a short but efficient discussion, the Utah Territory Provisional Council officially recognized Mormonism as a cult and announced that cults and cultists were not protected by law. The Utah people, who had long been suffering from Mormonism, actively stood up to report and correct the cultists they knew. In Utah Territory, the liquidation of the Mormon cult was vigorous and in full swing. In less than half a month, more than 12,600 Mormons of all sizes who committed crimes were arrested. The number of arrested criminals caused the cells in various places to be overcrowded for a time, and there was no place to detain them. Stanford had to temporarily detain these Mormons awaiting trial in temporary concentration camps for centralized management. In addition to arresting Mormons, the operation of clearing and confiscating illegal assets of Mormons was also underway. Governor Stanford implemented his first major measure since he became the governor of the territory, demormonization of Utah Territory. The residents of Utah Territory responded to the call of His Excellency the Governor and took the initiative to hand over cult items such as Mexican golden statues of angels, religious items with blooming latex flowers, religious items with bee patterns, Mormon scriptures, etc. These items were gathered by gentry from all over the country who had no Mormon background and destroyed in public in the square. Salt Lake City is the city that implements demormonization most thoroughly and radically. The local residents not only cooperated very well in handing over illegal cult items in accordance with regulations, but also destroyed the holy images in the church and removed the Mormon symbols on all buildings. Even so, the residents of Salt Lake City still felt that it was not enough. Schneider proposed to destroy all Mormon churches in Salt Lake City and its surrounding villages, including the Salt Lake City Cathedral in the center of Salt Lake City. This proposal was quickly recognized by local residents. In less than a week, all Mormon churches in the Salt Lake City area were burned down and turned into a pile of ruins. Stanford praised the actions of the residents of Salt Lake City. When the news spread to other parts of Utah, residents in Provo, Ogden, Brigham and other places were not willing to lag behind and quickly burned down all local Mormon churches. Chapter 558 A Year of Harvest. Get out. Get out. If you want to impeach, follow the normal procedures and put the matter on the table in the Parliament. Don't use dirty tricks. This is California, not the Qing dynasty. If anyone wants to bring the Qing dynasty's tricks to California, don't blame me, Liang, for turning my back on you. In Sacramento, in Weeksiu residence, Liang Zhao was furious and kicked a group of Chinese miners out. After calming down, he called Bang Wenyu and asked, how much mining tax did Fremont increase? How can these miners jointly impeach him? Not much. Just tentatively proposed to increase the mining tax by 1.8% in the state legislature, and the bill is not yet under discussion. Deng Wenyu has been in California and knows the inside story, and said to Liang Zhao, increasing the mining tax is only one aspect. In fact, they want to overthrow Fremont. They are waiting for you to take office, and then they will take advantage of your decision-making to eat up the Georgians' fertile mines, firmly grasp all the mineral veins and mineral resources in California, and then raise the price. Of course, except for the mines in our hands, they don't dare to attack our mines at present. I'm not the emperor, how can I make the decision? Liang Zhao sighed. The feudal ideology of more than 2,000 years is indeed deeply rooted. In their eyes, there is no difference between you and the emperor. Deng Wenyu also smiled bitterly. He was young when he came out, and he was not born in an official family, so his feudal ideology was relatively weak. They dare to attack the Georgians' fertile mines now, and they may dare to attack our mineral veins in the future, Liang Zhao said after a little thought. Find a few typical ones, let the tax department check their accounts, and give them a good beating to make them honest. I have wanted to check them for a long time, Deng Wenyu smiled. In the whole of California, these miners are the most dishonest. In mid-October, my people went to Carson's mine to check taxes, but they organized miners to hold them at the foot of the mountain with weapons and refused to let them go up. They almost fought. They dared to resist taxes. Liang Zhao's face sank. It seems that our tax laws in California are still too loose and not strict enough. These people still think like the Qing dynasty, thinking that the emperor is far away and the state tax bureau can't reach them, Deng Wenyu complained. Then reach out to them. Not only reach out, but also put the muzzle of the gun on their forehead to make them pay taxes, Liang Zhao said seriously. Tax collection is a top-notch matter. There is no room for negotiation. The attitude must not be soft, and those tax evaders must not have a lucky mentality. Governor Fremont's statement is exactly the same as yours, third brother, Deng Wenyu said. After the Carson tax resistance incident, I wanted to personally lead people to Carson to investigate the tax. Because there were too many Chinese miners involved, Governor Fremont was afraid that the matter would get out of hand and he would not be able to clean up the mess. He suggested that I wait for you to come back before investigating. He said that apart from you, I am afraid that no one in California can control them. I didn't expect that they would be the first to complain when you just came back. What do you think of Fremont as a person? Liang Zhao wanted to hear Deng Wenyu's evaluation of Fremont. It has been a year since he left California. He is a practical person. He is more experienced than the previous Governor Robinson. He can treat everyone equally and is not partial. Deng Wenyu thought about it and gave Fremont a more pertinent evaluation. Since he took office, Governor Fremont has used his past connections to attract a lot of investment from the East. A lot of hot money from the East has come to us. As he was talking, he heard the servants come to report that Chen Baolian, the Minister of Agriculture, came to visit. Liang Zhao also wanted to learn about the situation of California agriculture this year, so he met with Chen Baolian. Old Chen is probably going to ask for credit from you, Deng Wenyu said with a smile. Last year, our state had good weather and a bumper harvest, as Deng Wenyu said. Chen Baolian, who was in high spirits, reported to Liang Zhao about the situation of California agriculture as soon as he saw Liang Zhao. Last year, our state had an unprecedented bumper harvest. In addition to supplying the two brother states of Oregon and Liang Zhao, the grain produced in our state also exported 800 metric tons of rice, 2,300 metric tons of wheat, 3,100 metric tons of barley, and 1,900 metric tons of oats. The fertilizer from Nauru Island is really useful, although the total export volume of these rice and wheat is only 8,100 tons, less than 10,000 tons. This mere 8,100 tons of rice and wheat exports has special significance for California, representing that California has achieved food self-sufficiency. In the context of increasingly complex and turbulent domestic and international situations, achieving food self-sufficiency is crucial. Liang Zhao will never allow Californians' jobs to be controlled by people from other states, or even foreigners. In this era, industrial fertilizers have not yet been mass-produced, and ginkgo and the like do not exist for the time being. The fertilizer used in California agriculture mainly comes from the guano of Nauru Island, also known as phosphate mines, which are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Last year alone, the phosphate mines on this small island made Liang Zhao a profit of $3.8 million. This was the profit Liang Zhao made when he sold them to California farmers at a low price of $29 per ton in order to help farmers. If these phosphate mines were sold to the British and French at the international market price of £12 per ton, $58.39, the profits of these European tycoons would at least double. In addition to the phosphate mines on Nauru Island, California currently also imports guano from Peru, Bolivia and Chile. Among them, the largest amount of guano is imported from Peru. Currently, more than 1/8 of the Peruvian government's fiscal revenue comes from guano exported to California, and this proportion is still rising. I had these wines shipped from Dawn City for you to try. Chen Baolian pointed to 2 full carts of wine outside the courtyard, which contained at least 10 barrels of wine. The federal government has raised tariffs. Now our California wines are inexpensive and popular in the eastern region. In 1857, under pressure from northern factory owners, the Buchanan government added another 2 percentage points of tariffs, causing complaints from southern slave owners. However, California has benefited from the tariff increase. Take wine as an example. California's local wines are far from competing with traditional European wine powers, such as France and Spain, in terms of quality and price. But under high tariffs, California wines can still have a place in the United States. Of course, as a part of the American market, California's industrial products and chemical products sold to Europe are inevitably subject to high tariffs from European countries. Fortunately, the industrial products exported by California to Europe are mainly pedal sewing machines, locomotives, bicycles, machine tools, and petrochemical products. These industrial products have high profits to begin with, and even with some tariffs, they are still very competitive in the European market. As for the low-end and mid-end industrial products that are not competitive in Europe, They can just be digested directly in the domestic market. If they can't compete with old capitalist countries such as Britain and France, can they still compete with those black-hearted northern factory owners? If they can't even compete with the industrial products in the north, then these companies in California deserve to go bankrupt. Okay, I'll take these wines. Liang Zhao accepted the wines with great pleasure. I heard that Dawn City is now the first agricultural city in our state. How many horse farms are there in Dawn City now? The location of Dawn City is roughly equivalent to Fresno in later generations. It is the center of the San Joaquin Valley, the most productive agricultural area in California. At the beginning of the establishment of the state, the California state government gave the area a lot of policy support and financial inclinations, gave new immigrants to the area a tax-free policy of up to 5 years, and organized a large number of manpower to build water conservancy facilities and open up wasteland here, with the goal of turning this area into the core agricultural area of California. Aurora City is not as good as the best, but it is better than the worst. Although it cannot compare with the 3 traditional big cities in California, San Francisco, Los Angeles and Sacramento, the population of the urban area of Aurora City is more than 60,000. However, Aurora City is an agricultural city, and the surrounding villages and towns are relatively scattered, making it difficult to form an urban circle like San Francisco and Los Angeles. When mentioning Aurora City, Chen Baoliang's pride was evident, and he introduced the situation of Aurora City to Liang Zhao incessantly. There are quite a few horse farms in Aurora City. Are you going to buy a horse? In the mid-19th century, the United States relied heavily on horses. Even for arable land, Americans were used to using horses to plow the land. Before the widespread use of internal combustion engines, animal power, mainly horses, played an important role in agriculture, transportation and war. Horses are the most indispensable livestock in the daily life of Americans, without a doubt. Especially in the Midwest, due to the vast land and sparse population, and the long distances between settlements, almost every household has horses. Without horses, it is difficult to survive in the rural areas of the Midwest, just as it is unimaginable for Americans in later generations to have no cars as a means of transportation. Thanks to the huge demand and unique geographical advantages. During this period, the horse breeding industry in the United States was very developed. According to rough statistics, around the 1860s, the number of horses in the United States was as high as 6 to 7 million. The horse breeding industry is also one of the few industries in the United States that is far ahead of Britain and France in terms of total volume and per capita. At the same time, the number of horses in Britain and France was about 1.5 million in the United Kingdom and nearly 2 million in France. The total number of horses in the two countries is less than half of that in the United States. I want to buy 5,000 war horses. Can you afford them? Liang Zhao asked. Chen Baoliang thought for a long time, shook his head and said, the horse breeding industry in California has only been developed for a few years. The number of horses in local horse farms is limited, and many horses are bought from other places. Moreover, the horses raised and bought by the people are mainly pack horses and draft horses. There are probably not many riding horses suitable for war horses. If you want to buy war horses, you can find Mr. Zhao. Ohio is a major horse breeding state. The number of horses in Ohio alone is probably more than our entire West Coast region. At the beginning of the year, I asked Mr. Zhao to help me buy 180 high-quality military horses from Ohio. Although 6 horses died on the way, they were finally shipped to California. Each horse cost only about $160. If you think the horses in Ohio are too expensive, you can ask Mr. Bell if he has a way. I heard that the horses in Texas are also very cheap, Deng Wenyu suggested. Horses are not scarce in America. As long as you have money, you can buy 10,000 horses, not to mention 5,000 horses. The only problem is that California is far away from the major horse-raising states, making transportation very troublesome and adding a lot of extra costs. Chapter 559 Silver Mountain. Fremont stood in front of the gate of Wixiu residence and coughed softly. Seeing that it was the governor who was visiting, the concierge asked a few questions and then invited Fremont into the mansion. In the study, Liang Zhao was looking at the map and thinking about where to place the Mongolian cavalry and the Solon soldiers brought back from the Qin dynasty. After thinking for a long time, Liang Zhao finally decided to arrange the Solon soldiers and the Mongolian cavalry for training in Utah Territory and Colorado respectively. I need your support. I want to extend the governor's term for 1 year. Fremont knocked on the door of the study lightly and then walked in. Are there big projects that need more time to complete? Liang Zhao looked up and glanced at Fremont. I guess so. The steel project from Pittsburgh will take some time to land. Fremont did not deny it, and he added. I want to complete the second 5-year plan completely, but my term is only 4 years, and I need your support. Due to the lack of experience in the first gubernatorial election in California and the large area of California, Fremont officially took over as governor in 1955. His term will end in 1859, which is next year. Most states have very strict laws and regulations regarding the term and re-election of governors. The term of office of governors in most states is 4 years. Of course, there are also 2-year terms. Except for Virginia, most states have relatively strict restrictions on the re-election or term of office of governors. The laws of most states stipulate that governors can only be re-elected for 2 terms, but they can run again 4 years after leaving office. There is no precedent for a 5-year term of governor. In 1789, Georgia passed a bill stipulating that the term of office of the governor was 5 years. This was the earliest law in American history that stipulated a 5-year term for a governor. However, many Georgians believed that a 5-year term was too long, so this provision was abolished in 1798 and the governor's term was changed to 2 years. Later, Georgians thought that 2 years was too short and they could not accomplish anything during the term, so they extended the governor's term to 4 years. In the 19th century, American states were quite diligent in amending laws, and the political elites of each state were also well versed in workarounds. At present, there are states with 5-year governor terms, such as California's 2 younger brothers, Oregon and Beaconsfield, where the governor's term is 5 years. Fremont has heard some rumors. Although he did not make any major mistakes during his term, some Chinese elites were dissatisfied with Fremont after he proposed several tax increase bills. In California, it is undoubtedly wishful thinking to want to be re-elected without the support of most Chinese elites. Fremont knows that his hope of re-election is very slim, so he wants to extend his term a little. There are precedents for a 5-year term of governor. There are current examples to refer to. Liang Zhao motioned Fremont to sit down. In the past 2 years, you have increased taxes on several types of taxes. I support the increase in mining taxes. This tax law should indeed be changed. California is rich in resources. Relying solely on mineral deposits, Californians can live a relatively comfortable life. But this is not the path Liang Zhao wants to take. Although this path is easier and simpler, it will not last long. The mineral resource industry chain is thin, easy to monopolize, and more likely to breed giant mining oligarchs that are difficult to tame. Russia in later generations is an example of this. Liang Zhao still hopes to increase the depth of the industry as much as possible. Mining only exists as one link in the industrial chain, not the whole. It will create more jobs for the state and produce various industrial products with higher added value, rather than just lying down and selling mines to make a living. After the new tax law was passed, Liang Zhao set off for the Nevada Administrative District, the place with the most serious tax evasion in California. As the saying goes, the temple is small, the demons are strong, and the pond is shallow, the turtles are many. The most serious tax evasion in California is not Los Angeles, a resource-rich city, but Reno, Carson, a relatively remote city with a more fierce folk customs and a more complicated situation. Is there a place where Pinkerton can't even put spies on the special train heading to Reno? Liang Zhao asked Pinkerton about the situation of the mine owners in the Nevada Administrative District. According to the information provided by Pinkerton, the richest, most difficult and most mysterious mine owner in Nevada is Wang Kangru, the silver mine owner of Funing Mountain. Funing Mountain is the Davidson Mountain in later generations, which is located on the Comstock vein. The Comstock mine contains the richest silver mine in the United States. It is a highly silver-rich sedimentary vein. At the same time, the gold reserves associated with the silver mine are also very considerable. It is a veritable super-rich mine. How rich is it? In history, from 1857 to 1864, the Comstock mine produced an astonishing 70,000 tons of silver alone. This kid is very cunning. He only recruits miners from his hometown of Funing, and he also needs acquaintances to guarantee you before you can enter the mine. This kid will also check your family tree. Outsiders have no chance to get in. Pinkerton shrugged and said, "My previous work focus was in Utah County, and I didn't focus on Nevada. Are there any murders on hand? Liang Zhao asked after closing the materials. Who doesn't have blood on their hands when mining, and how many of them are easy to deal with? Pinkerton replied. This guy must have committed many murders, but I haven't collected any evidence of his crimes. As expected, he is a clerk, and he is more difficult to deal with than ordinary ruffians, Liang Zhao said. My intuition tells me that this guy must be more than just tax evasion, Pinkerton said. 26 kilometers southeast of Reno City, at the entrance of a large silver mine in Funing Mountain, hundreds of gun-wielding lunatics blocked Deng Wenyu and others at the entrance of the mine. The silver mine owner Wang Kangru, who was in the lead, said to Deng Wenyu and others in a sarcastic tone, Minister Deng, are you going to let us celebrate the New Year? How can you check taxes during the New Year? Don't you think it's troublesome? Wang Kangru is not a typical immigrant to California, but grew up in a clerk family in Funing Prefecture, Fujian. 5 years ago, he heard from his fellow villagers that California had an inexhaustible gold mountain, so he came to California with a speculative mentality. When he arrived in California, although he did not find a gold mine, he was lucky enough to find a large silver mine near Reno, and he became one of the largest silver mine owners in California and the richest man in the entire Nevada administrative region. Wang Kangru was born into a family of clerks, and unlike other mine owners, he had rich experience in the means and experience of fighting against the government. Mr. Wang, how can you say that? Deng Wenyu said with a gloomy face. Mining is your job, and tax inspection is my job. They are all jobs, so how can it be said to be unlucky? Wang Kangru served as the deputy mayor and councilman of Reno. He was a well-known troublemaker in the Nevada area. Deng Wenyu knew that if Wang Kangru was not investigated, other mine owners would probably think that he was a bully. This was extremely detrimental to the subsequent work and image of the tax bureau. We are all waiting to work in the mines to support our wives and children. We are not like you, Minister Deng, who can sit in the office and drink tea and read the newspaper to get a fixed salary. Minister Deng, it is not easy for us ordinary people to make a living. I hope you can be magnanimous and stop pestering us. Wang Kangru stirred up the conflict between the miners and the tax bureau. Yes. Why are you pestering us? These officials must be here to squeeze us out of our bones again. Damn it, brothers, don't let these government dogs enter the mine. I think the government is just coveting our mine and wants to find an excuse to take over our mine. How can we live without the mine? Thousands of our brothers depend on this mine to survive. Yes. Don't let the officials in. The miners were furious and criticized the staff of the tax bureau. Seeing this, Wang Kangru's mouth flashed a barely perceptible smugness. After arguing for a while, Wang Kangru walked up to Deng Wenyu slowly, took out a check for $5,000 and handed it to Deng Wenyu. Minister Deng, we understand that it is not easy for you to work here, and we are not unreasonable people. We will not let you and your brothers make a wasted trip. We also hope that you can sympathize with us who are suffering. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Nevada Scenery. Why are there so many people going to Salt Lake City? Liang Zhao got off the train at the Reno train station. To their surprise, there were more passengers going to Salt Lake City from Reno than from San Francisco. These passengers going to Salt Lake City did not carry much luggage, and they did not look like they were going to immigrate to Salt Lake City. This was a bit abnormal. Pinkerton asked the newsboy at the station to buy a newspaper for the day. He glanced at the headline on the newspaper and handed it to Liang Zhao. They are all going to Salt Lake City to watch the execution. Watch the execution. Liang Zhao took the newspaper and scanned it quickly, sighing. Stanford is really good at making money. He can develop a tourist project out of the execution and even sell tickets. It is rumored that Mr. Stanford is a person who plucks the feathers of the geese and leaves the skins of the beasts. It really lives up to his reputation. Zeiss also cheered on the side. I heard that Utah County has arrested more than 16,000 guilty cultists this time. Mr. Stanford's tourism project can last at least 2 to 3 years, and it is the only one in the United States. With so many people arrested at once, I was worried that Utah County's financial resources would not be able to provide food, drink, defecation and urination for more than 16,000 prisoners. I was afraid that these prisoners would bankrupt Utah County. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Even Liang Zhao had to admire this approach. He didn't expect Stanford to be able to squeeze so much money out of death row prisoners. Selling tickets to the execution ground was not the first by Stanford. Britain and France, known as models of civilization, also sold tickets to the execution ground at this time. Not only selling, but also comprehensively considering the distance from the execution ground, the fame of the prisoners, and the skills of the executioners to set more reasonable ticket prices, which can be said to be fair to everyone. When the public's enthusiasm for violent and bloody acts has never changed from ancient times to the present. In the information age, the public can feel excited and stimulated just by peeping at real war videos and live broadcasts of animal abuse through the screen, not to mention watching the execution directly on the spot and witnessing the lives of their own kind gradually disappearing before their eyes. In this era, whether in the East or the West, people only regard watching executions as a form of entertainment and recreation, just as common as modern people going out to watch a movie or a football game on weekends. Take London, the most civilized city at present, for example. There are as many as 6,000 or 7,000 people watching a very ordinary hanging. If the prisoner is famous enough and the executioner is also a well-known old craftsman, he can make the death row prisoner live long enough on the rope to feast the eyes of the audience. The number of people who come to watch is even more than the number of people who go to watch the Premier League derby in the future. In order to facilitate citizens to watch the execution and play a disciplinary effect, the London city government is even very considerate to set Friday every week as the hanging day, and execute the death penalty on this day. It's not surprising for Californians to go to Salt Lake City to watch the execution. After all, it is close to Salt Lake City and the train ticket is cheap. The rich people in the East are willing to spend hundreds of dollars to buy tickets to Salt Lake City just to watch the execution, Pinkerton said while leading a horse. The Funing Mountain Mine is a well-known large mine. The town of Funing near the mine has a population of 3,000 to 4,000. It has been connected to Reno by train for a long time. However, this track often encounters landslides. More often than not, people can only go to the Funing Mountain Mine by carriage or horseback. The sun shines on the undulating ridges, passes through the mountains, outlines the contours of the mountains and casts long shadows. Although the sun has risen, it still cannot dispel the winter chill. The fog slowly rises in the valley, like a veil. The scenery in the west is far more magnificent and shocking than the scenery in the east. Pinkerton admired the beautiful scenery of the Neho Mountains along the way. In the near distance is a dense coniferous forest covered with snow. The snow-white pine frost on the top of the coniferous trees sparkles in the sun, like a shining gem. In the distance, a waterfall pours down from the top of the mountain, forming a magnificent stream of water. The water jumps out from the cliff, like a white ribbon hanging on the cliff. Mr. Pinkerton, don't just admire the beautiful scenery. The snow is thick and everything is white. It's easy to get lost. A few years ago, even our governor, a senior explorer in the West, almost got lost in Nevada. Chase interrupted Pinkerton's interest in admiring the beautiful scenery at an inopportune time. Instead of worrying about getting lost, it's better to worry about landslides. After observing several landslide sites, Pinkerton quickly discovered the abnormality and said to Liang Zhao, "Sir, this doesn't look like a landslide. It's more like it was deliberately blown up with explosives to block the railway." That's right. There are not many rocks and earth covering the railroad tracks. It only takes hundreds of people 2 or 3 days to clear the rocks and earth blocking the road. Liang Zhao also agreed with Pinkerton's point of view. Funing Town is a large town near Chileno City. There is not much shortage of people. Even if there is a shortage of people, as a town built on a silver mine, it has enough financial resources to hire workers to clear these rocks and earth, repair the damaged railroad tracks and resume traffic. There are only 2 possibilities for maintaining the status quo. One is that the residents of Funing Town are stingy and the town government is inactive. They would rather walk than spend money to organize road construction. The other is that the residents of Funing Town do not want outsiders to be able to easily enter Funing Town. Liang Zhao believes that the latter is more likely than the former. Several older landslide traces told him that when the railway was needed as a cheap means of transportation to transport goods, the residents of Funing Town were quite diligent in restoring the railway. It seems that this place is indeed unusual. Stop. Where are you going? Who introduced you here? While thinking, Liang Zhao was questioned by an armed sentry. There were a total of 5 people in this group, all speaking with a strong Mindong accent. Pinkerton was about to teach these blind sentries a lesson, but was stopped by Liang Zhao, who signaled Pinkerton not to alert the enemy. "I am from Funing Town to investigate business. Please be lenient and let me pass." As he said, Liang Zhao made a gesture to Chase. "Our boss came in a hurry, and he didn't have anything good to give to the 5 bosses. This money is for inviting the 5 bosses to tea." Chase understood, took out 5 $5 gold coins and handed them to the leading sentry without anyone noticing. In America, merchants use paper bills more frequently, and the middle and lower classes still prefer to use more weighty gold and silver coins for transactions. After receiving the money, the sentry's faces eased, but they still had no intention of letting him go. The leading sentry continued to ask, "May I ask where this boss is from? For the sake of these tea money, I will make it clear that Funing Town does not do business with strangers, only with acquaintances. You should return the same way. Otherwise, you will get lost in the mountains after dark. There are many wild animals in the mountains, and it is very dangerous at night. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. I am from Luoyuan, Fuzhou Prefecture, next to Funing Prefecture, so we are half fellow villagers," Liang Zhao said. "Although the dialects in Fujian province vary from place to place, I can still tell your accent. You are not from Fujian." The sentry was quite clever and quickly figured out that Liang Zhao was not from Fujian. "From your accent, you must be from Cantonese. This young man is really smart. I am not only from Cantonese, but also from Xiangshan, and my surname is Liang," Liang Zhao admitted frankly. "I am here to discuss business with Wang Kangru. I have a way to get mercury, and I can get as much as you want. Mercury can be combined with metals such as gold, silver, copper, zinc, and tin to form amalgams. Currently, most gold diggers in the West use the mercury mixing method to refine precious metals. Mining areas like Nevada have a huge demand for mercury, and the supply is always in short supply. More than 70% of the mercury resources in California are in the hands of Xiangshan Mining Company. If someone else had made such a bold statement that they could get a large amount of mercury, these sentries would definitely not believe it. But the man in front of him was very imposing, with many followers, and the followers were all dressed very decently. At first glance, he was a rich kid. The sentries started to wonder, could it be that he is a descendant of the Liang family in Xiangshan? Since he is the son of the Liang family, please forgive us for being so rude and allow me to report him. Report him? Do you want me to sleep out in the wilderness? Liang Zhao said unhappily. Sir, we have lowered our status and come to discuss business, but this guy is still showing off to our Liang family. We don't want to do business with him. Casey also looked like he was about to leave. Don't worry, please follow me. Seeing that Liang Zhao and others were about to leave, the leading sentry hurriedly tried to keep them and personally took them to Funing Town. Chapter 561 I am Liang Zhao's brother. Arriving at Funing Town, several sentries settled everyone in the best hotel in Funing Town and then went to the mine to inform Wang Kangru of the matter. The only factor that limits the output of silver mines, besides the richness of the veins, the amount of manpower, the strength of funds and technology, is the supply of mercury. Being able to obtain a large and stable supply of mercury is a top priority for any mine. Although Liang Zhao was a little tired, he did not plan to rest in the hotel for too long. He wanted to stroll around Funing Town before Wang Kangru came back and understand the real situation of Funing Town. Funing Town is a deformed large town. Although the town is relatively prosperous, its business is not very developed. There are few merchants from outside, and even peddlers from other places are rare. After talking to several wary locals, Zeiss said with emotion, rather than saying this is a town, it's better to say this is a company. The Funing Company takes care of everything for the residents. These people are like gears on the huge machine of the Funing Company, running step by step. The industrialization period of the United States created many mining towns controlled by companies, such as Bodie Town, Virginia City, and Coolidge Town. Many of these small mining towns that were strongly controlled by companies were still quite active until the first half of the 20th century. In these mining towns, the town council is equivalent to the company's board of directors, the town's administrative leaders are like the company's management executives, and the town residents are like ordinary employees of the company. For the residents of these towns, the company is everything in life. Liang Zhao finally found a few vendors and bought some local snacks for his entourage to eat. He himself touched the change given to him by the vendors and thought about it. In the evening, Liang Zhao finally met Wang Kangru. Wang Kangru is estimated to be in his 40s, with a bunch of triangular eyes. He doesn't look like a good person, and exudes the cunning and unruly spirit of a clerk. Wang Cangru left the deepest impression on Liang Zhao was his braid. He wore a straight-collared and right-fronted suit, but kept a thick braid, which looked very inconsistent. Perhaps to facilitate entering and leaving the Qin dynasty in the future, Wang Cangru did not cut off his braid. There are many trivial matters in the mine. Please forgive me, Mr. Liang. May I ask which son of the Liang family is this Mr. Liang? Wang Cangru asked Liang Zhao's detailed identity. Liang Zhao knew that the trivial matters of the mine that Wang Cangru was talking about should be Deng Wenyu and others coming to the Funing mine to check taxes. From Wang Cangru's smug and happy mood, it can be seen that Deng Wenyu and others did not succeed in the tax inspection this time. Liang Sheng, Liang Zhao said without blushing or beating his heart. I am Liang Zhao's second brother Liang Sheng. When Wang Cangru and others heard the name Liang Zhao, a trace of awe flashed across their eyes. It can be seen that they are still afraid of Liang Zhao. Wang Cangru thought to himself, this young man not only dares to call Chairman Liang's name in front of so many people, but also does not blush, his heart does not beat, and it is very natural. He must be a child of the Liang family. Moreover, this guy is quite arrogant. He dares to promise as much mercury as he wants. Apart from Liang Zhao himself, only the children of the Liang family who work at Xiangshan Mining Company have the confidence to say this. Mr. Liang, please come to my humble home for a chat. Wang Cangru invited Liang Zhao. This is a child of the Liang family. If he can make friends with the children of the Liang family and pull them to his side, what does Deng Wenyu, who is in charge of California's taxation and finance, count for? No matter how powerful the Deng family is, they are only the cousins of Chairman Liang. How close can cousins be as close as their own family? No need. Although your Funing town is a big town, it is not worthy of its name. There is not even a fun place to go. It is very boring, Liang Zhao said very dissatisfiedly. In a week, I will personally escort 5 tons of mercury here and sell it to you at a 10% discount on the mercury price in Reno. I only accept gold transactions. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. Can you come up with so much cash? The unit price of mercury in the California market is about $3 per kilogram. In the mining area, the unit price of mercury will be higher, generally between $3.5 and $4.2. Reno is a typical mining town. In the Reno market, the unit price of mercury is $4 per kilogram, and a 10% discount is $33.6 per kilogram. Calculated at a unit price of $3.6, 5 tons of mercury is $18,000, which is a considerable amount. Wang Cangru is a famous big mine owner in the Reno area. Liang Zhao believes that Wang Cangru can still come up with $18,000 in cash. Yes, Wang Cangru said impatiently, fearing that he would miss this deal. $3.6 per kilogram of mercury is a bargain in the mining city of Reno. More importantly, he was able to get a stable mercury supply channel through the Xiangshan Mining Company, which was more valuable than the deal itself. See you in a week. In addition, I hope that next time I come to Funing Town, I can take the train instead of riding a horse. After that, Liang Zhao returned to Reno overnight with his entourage. Back in Reno, Liang Zhao chose a hotel with a good view by the Truckee River that runs through the city of Reno, and asked Zeiss to send 2 telegrams to the post office in Reno. One was sent to the Xiangshan Mining Company, asking them to prepare 5 tons of mercury to be transported to Reno. The other was sent to the headquarters of the California Infantry Regiment, ordering the California Regiment to send a battalion, disguised as the guards of the Xiangshan Mining Company, to escort a batch of mercury. Wang Cangru is a piece of meat on the cutting board. He would rather spend $12,000 to bribe us than let us enter the mine to check taxes. Deng Wenyu, who came back from the Funing mine, reported to Liang Zhao about his tax inspection. Wang Cangru slowly increased the bribe amount from $5,000 to $12,000 without blinking an eye, but refused to let them enter the mine to check taxes. That means the $12,000 bribe is just a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of taxes he evaded. Liang Zhao took out 14 silver cents from his pocket that he got as change in Funing Town and put them on the table and asked, "Can you see the problem? These 14 silver cents cover all the widely circulated silver cent denominations, from the smallest denomination of 10 cents to 25 cents and 50 cents. According to the Coinage Act of 1792 proposed by Hamilton, the first Treasury Secretary of the United States and passed by Congress. The United States initially established a gold-silver bimetallic monetary system. To be more precise, it should be called a gold-silver-copper bimetallic monetary system, because in the American monetary system, gold, silver and copper are used together. Metal coins worth 1 cent are cast with copper as the main raw material, and coins above 1 cent and less than or equal to $1 are mainly cast with silver as the main raw material. Metal coins greater than or equal to $1 are cast with gold as the main raw material. Therefore, there are both gold and silver coins for $1, but $1 gold coins are more popular than silver coins, and their actual value is slightly higher than $1 silver coins. Hamilton's original intention was good, but his successor did not implement it well. In addition, before 1850, the United States was not a major producer of precious metals. The first generation of the American monetary system barely lasted until 1820, when it completely collapsed. Due to the lack of effective supervision and restrictions in the minting department, the silver content of Spanish silver coins, which were very popular in the American market during this period, was 1% to 5% heavier than the silver coins minted in the United States. People gradually had the impression that American silver coins were cheap silver coins. Bad money drove out good money, and Spanish silver coins were re-exported abroad and gradually withdrew from the American currency circulation market, causing a shortage of currency in the American market. After 1820, the main currency circulating in the American currency market was Spanish silver coins, and only fools would take gold coins to the market for trading. This phenomenon was not alleviated until the California gold rush in the 1950s. After acquiring the western Nevada region, California became a large state with considerable production of gold, silver and copper. In order to meet the market demand for currency, the California government established the state's monetary system with reference to the Coinage Act of 1792 at the beginning of its establishment. The 1-cent copper coin with the California elk pattern printed on it was cast using high-quality copper materials, which was called the deer coin by the people. Metal coins with a face value of more than 1 cent and less than $1 are made of 90% silver and 10% copper alloy, with a bear as the coin pattern, and are called bear coins by the people. Coins with a face value of $1 or more are made of 90% gold and 10% copper alloy, with a dragon as the coin pattern, and are called dragon coins by the people. The quality of California coins is very high and very popular in the market. Even merchants from European countries such as Britain and France require American merchants to pay with California dragon coins in their trade with the United States. Only when American merchants really cannot come up with enough dragon coins, European merchants are willing to accept 2 other gold coins, Liberty Head gold coins and Indian Head gold coins. From the color and weight, these silver coins are not silver coins minted by the 5 major banks, but must be inferior coins minted by the people. Deng Wen took a few silver coins of the same value, which were officially minted by the 5 major banks in California, and compared them, and soon found the trick. I can guarantee that the silver content of these silver coins is only about 80% at most. Where did they get them? The official coins of the 5 major banks have strict regulations on the gold content and silver content. The gold content of gold coins must not be less than 90%, and the silver content of silver coins must not be less than 90%. The silver coins found by the vendors in Funing Town, I suspect that Wang Kangru minted them privately, Liang Zhao said. It is no coincidence that all 14 silver coins found were privately minted inferior coins. Before the Civil War, the monetary system of the federal government was not perfect, and private currency minting was popular in various parts of the United States. Many local communities and businesses minted coins privately to meet local currency needs. These private coins filled the gap in the money supply to a certain extent, but also made the monetary system of the entire United States more chaotic. California was the first state to explicitly prohibit any private minting of currency in the state. Currently, only 5 banks in California have obtained the right to mint uniform currency granted by the state legislature. The 5 banks were Bank of America, Bank of Boston, Southern Bank, a bank jointly established by Fremont and other wealthy immigrants from the South, Jardine Matheson Bank, and Tongfu Bank. No wonder this guy refused to let me into the mine. It turns out that this guy is doing something bigger than tax evasion. Deng Wen suddenly realized that privately minting coins is a more serious crime in California than tax evasion. The Funingshan mine not only produces silver and gold, but also copper and other metals, which greatly facilitated Wang Cangru's private minting of coins. Chapter 562 Levels. The reason why Liang Zhao firmly controlled the coinage right through the 5 major banks in California was not only to stabilize the financial order in the West, but also to prepare for the issuance of formal credit currency in the future. California has sufficient precious metals as currency anchors. As long as the California government maintains a good credit, the introduction of credit currency is just a matter of course. Compared with traditional precious metal currencies, credit currency is easier to manage and is also a more convenient monetary policy tool. The government can impose inflation tax in disguise through the implementation of credit monetary policy. Liang Zhao can't tolerate them minting coins privately even in Oregon, Liang Zhao, and western Mexico, let alone in California. Minting private coins in California is tantamount to exporting them in Liang Zhao's face. Wang Cangru's private minting of coins not only destroyed the credibility of the California dollar, but also dug up the roots of California. Funing Mountain is such a big mine. Wang Cangru minted coins privately under your noses, and you didn't notice it all the time? Deng Wenyu. What do you do for a living? Liang Zhao rarely scolded his capable General Deng Wenyu. The silver output of Funing Mine is very large. The amount of money that Wang Cangru has minted privately while guarding this mine over the years must be very astonishing. Such a big thing was not discovered until today. Deng Wenyu and others are to blame. It is my fault for this matter. Deng Wenyu first admitted his fault and admitted his negligence, and then explained to Liang Zhao, who was still angry. In the past, when we investigated private coins, we mainly investigated gold coins, which were the most rampant and hard-hit area in the private coin field, but neglected silver coins. Moreover, we also lack a department dedicated to dealing with the crime of minting private coins. In the 19th century, financial crime was an emerging criminal industry. In the United States, where the system and financial market were not very sound, and there was not even a formal central bank, many states simply lay flat and acquiesced to the existence of private coins and allowed private coins to circulate, not to mention taking action to crack down on private coins. Of course, it is another matter in the European continent. Countries such as Britain, France, Prussia, and the Netherlands have their own central banks and relatively mature financial systems. The crackdown on the crime of privately minting inferior and counterfeit coins is quite strong, especially in Britain. The United States has its own national conditions. Due to the existence of objective reasons such as the decentralized banking system, the abundance of gold and silver mines, the prevalence of localism, and the insufficient money supply, the problem of the proliferation of private currency was not completely solved until the end of this century. Deng Wenyu was not entirely excusing himself. California does lack a regulatory department to combat financial crimes. Wang Cangru is indeed a cunning guy. Others are minting gold coins with more lucrative profits, but he is the only one who is making a big and strong business in the relatively meager silver coin track. This cannot be entirely blamed on Finance Minister Deng. Pinkerton commented as he carefully rewarded the silver coins produced by the Funing mine. Among the numerous private coins, the private coins of Funing Town are the ones with the highest level of casting technology and the most conscientious silver content that I have ever seen in my life. We have spent so much time and energy to identify them as counterfeit coins, not to mention ordinary people. I suspect that the molds and die casting machines used to cast these private coins are all official, or at least have some connection with the official. As soon as Pinkerton said this, the room suddenly fell silent. Pinkerton almost said that internal personnel of the 5 major banks were directly involved in the casting of private coins in Funing Town. Go on. Liang Zhao saw that Pinkerton was hesitant and signaled Pinkerton to continue. Not to mention that the middle and senior management of the 5 major banks were directly involved, just based on Wang Cangru's arrogant attitude of directly resisting taxation and refusing to be investigated. I am afraid that there must be a large number of state legislators involved in the case. Please look, everyone. Pinkerton shared the information he got from these private coins with everyone. Although the coins issued by the 5 major banks in California are the same in size, shape and pattern, there are also differences in details. Each coin is engraved with the initials of the bank where it was minted, A for the Bank of America, S for the South, B for the Boston Bank, Y for the Jardine House, and T for the Tongfu Bank. It can be inferred that these private coins are imitations of the silver coins of the Boston Bank, the Jardine House, and the Tongfu Bank. That is, if there are bank insiders involved in the case, it is likely to be from these 3 banks. Moreover, The earliest year of minting on these private coins is 1855. It can be inferred that Wang Cangru started to engage in the criminal activity of minting private coins at least in 1855, or even earlier. This case and the subsequent private coin cases will be handled by your CIA, California Intelligence Agency. Liang Zhao decided to hand over the private coin case to Pinkerton's California Intelligence Agency. Xiangshan Mining Company is still very efficient. On the third day, Washington, the trainee deputy commander of the California Infantry Regiment, arrived in Reno with 5 tons of mercury, accompanied by a soldier from the California Infantry Battalion disguised as an armed security guard of the mining company. Wang Cangru also saw the strength of this Mr. Liang and determined that this Mr. Liang was undoubtedly a descendant of the Liang family. Wang Cangru had already had people clear the rocks and earth on the railway tracks and invited Liang Zhao to go to Funing Town again. Mr. Liang, these guards of yours don't look like ordinary guards, they look a bit like soldiers. Before departure, Wang Cangru was a little scared when he saw the 300 armed men carrying guns and boarding the train in an orderly manner. He had never seen armed men with such murderous intent and such good discipline, so he was suspicious. Ha ha ha, Liang Zhao laughed and took Wang Cangru's hand to board his luxury train. To be honest, these people are soldiers. Are they soldiers? Wang Cangru took a breath of cold air when he heard this, and the expression on his face froze instantly. He asked back vigilantly, "Are they really soldiers?" "They are soldiers, all retired soldiers. I spent a lot of money to intercept them from Umbrella Company. Don't you think about my identity? I am General Liang's brother," Liang Zhao explained disapprovingly. Lies can't fool a shrewd person like Wang Cangru. Only by making it difficult to distinguish the truth from the false can you fool him. After hearing what Liang Zhao said, Wang Cangru breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he is a child of the Liang family, so it is not surprising that he has such a pomp and ability. Mr. Liang's private train is really elegant and not vulgar. Wang Cangru couldn't help but sigh after entering Liang Zhao's train. Private trains in California are not a privilege that can be enjoyed by those with money. As far as he knows, the only people who have private trains in California are the children of the Liang family, the Deng brothers, Governor Fremont, former Governor Robinson, Mayor Sutter, and Wu Yuanhu and Pan Zhengwei. As a wealthy man, Wang Cangru has many powerful friends in the state, but none of them can reach the level of Mr. Liang. Stepping on the exquisite and expensive Persian carpet, pulling open the beautiful and warm flannel curtains, sitting on a seat covered with soft and smooth mink, Wang Cangru took a deep breath of the top-grade Havana cigar handed to him by the maid. Wang Cangru sighed from the bottom of his heart. I thought Mr. Liang would enjoy it. The business class seats that ordinary people sit in when traveling are nothing compared to your special train. You are too flattering, Liang Zhao laughed. Mr. Wang is not an ordinary person. You have the largest silver mine in Nevada. Looking at the whole of California, you can count the number of people who are richer than you on your hands. It's a little bit of dirty money, but it's not worthy of being in a high-class place, Wang Cangru said bluntly. Silver mines and gold mines are not as good as the mercury mines in Mr. Liang's hands. The richest mining company in California is not a gold mining company, nor a silver mining company, but Xiangshan Mining Company, which mainly operates mercury mining business. Xiangshan Mining Company firmly grasps the weak points of all mine owners in the West with its mercury resources. Power is more important than wealth. Wang Cangru has a deeper understanding of this sentence. What he regrets most now is that he came to California too late, missed the first wave of gold rush, and failed to enter the power center of California. Now even if he works hard and diligently to catch up, Wang Cangru's family can't reach the heights of the Liang family and the Deng family, and even the heights of the Wu family and the Pan family are the ceilings that these emerging families can hardly reach. These families that have occupied the top ecological niches in the West will not sit idly by and watch other families replace them. More often than not, timing is more important than ability. Missing the opportunity of California's statehood is a regret that he can't make up for with millions of dollars. Chapter 563 No Tolerance. The train followed the rails through the mountains of Nevada and arrived at the Funing Town railway station in just 1 hour and 20 minutes. There were few people at the train station, like a quiet humanistic photo, and time seemed to slow down here. Except for the roar of the steam train whistle as it slowly drove into the station and the faint metal collision sound when the huge iron wheels came into contact with the rails, there was no other extra sound at the Funing railway station. After learning about the situation in Funing Town, Liang Zhao did not think it was strange that there were no passengers at the train station. After all, Wang Cangru would only use this train station when transporting bulk goods to the outside world. This is the gold you want, Mr. Liang. I wonder if Mr. Liang wants to personally check it and have someone carry it on your special train. As soon as he got off the train, Wang Cangru pointed to two followers carrying heavy wooden boxes and asked Liang Zhao for his opinion. Wang Cangru had personally checked the mercury on the train when it left Reno City. This Mr. Liang was indeed a very powerful person who could get 5 tons of mercury in less than a week. Such a small business is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Liang Zhao only casually glanced at the gold bars in the wooden box, and said to Wang Cangru in an almost commanding tone, "Take me to the Funing mine to have a look." Liang Zhao directly proposed to go to the Funing mine, and Wang Cangru, who had been relaxed, became alert instantly. The Funing mine hides too many shameful secrets. Even though Wang Cangru wanted to make friends with this Mr. Liang, he was not so crazy as to let Mr. Liang visit the Funing mine. Mr. Liang must be tired after traveling so far. Wang has prepared a banquet for Mr. Liang. Please come to my humble home to rest first, and I will welcome you. Wang Cangru declined. I'm not tired, lead the way. Liang Yao's eyes flashed a cold light, and he said sternly. Wang Cangru had already realized that there was something wrong with this Mr. Liang, but considering the strength of the Liang family, Wang Cangru did not dare to tear his face with this Mr. Liang in public for the time being. Wang Cangru found an excuse to prevaricate, saying, "It's really unfortunate. There was a landslide last night, and the road to the mine was blocked. Besides, there's nothing to see in the mine on the mountain. It's dirty and dangerous." Liang Zhao raised his hand lightly, and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion who had been ready for action, together with more than 60 CIA agents brought by Pinkerton, quickly disarmed Wang Cangru and more than 80 confidants at the station. More than 90% of the residents of Funing Town came from Funing Prefecture, and they were all Wang Cangru's clan and villagers. After the residents in the town found something unusual, they quickly went home, grabbed their weapons and rushed to the train station. How could these rabble be the opponents of professional soldiers and well-trained CIA agents? They were defeated in less than half an hour. After defeating this group of rabble, the CIA agents took advantage of the victory and captured Wang Cangru's manor in one fell swoop, arresting all the Wang family members. The Wang family members were captured, and the residents of Funing Town were leaderless and were soon controlled by Liang Zhao. Pinkerton and his agents, under the cover of a company of fully armed soldiers, forced their way into the Funing mine to search. Just as Pinkerton expected, Wang Cangru was indeed minting private coins at the Funing mine. Pinkerton seized $650,000 worth of private silver coins at the Funing mine, as well as the molds and die casting machines needed for minting coins. Deng Wenyu also rushed to Funing Town from Reno with the tax bureau's people, and checked the taxes owed by the Funing mine since 1854 overnight. At the same time, it also solved Deng Wenyu's doubts about why he had not yet discovered this private coin minting den. It turned out that the private coins minted by Wang Cangru, except for a small part used for internal circulation in Funing Town, the rest of the private coins were shipped to the Qin dynasty to buy goods and laundered through foreign trade. It seems that this kid spent all his private coins in the Qin dynasty, Deng Wenyu sighed. How much tax is owed? In the Wang's manor, Liang Zhao took a sip of tea and asked slowly. With such brains and means, Wang Cangru is indeed a talent, but it's a pity that he touched Liang Zhao's core interests. Even if he is a talent, Liang Zhao has no love for Wang Cangru. Since 1854, Wang Cangru's Funing Group has owed a total of $340,000 in taxes. Of course, this is just an approximate number. I need more time to fully check these taxes, Deng Wenyu said. Sir, as expected, the mint is hidden in the mine. We have seized $650,000 in coins and semi-finished products worth no less than $400,000. Pinkerton, who rushed back from the Funing mine, reported his gains to Liang Zhao. After speaking, Pinkerton leaned over to Liang Zhao and whispered, although the numbers on the molds and die casting machines used by the mint are worn out, but I can be sure that these molds and die casting machines. What do you mean? Pinkerton can almost be sure that these molds and die casting machines are all from official channels, not the molds and die casting machines imitated by Wang Cangru himself. The case involves people from the Jardine Matheson Group, the Tongfu Group, and the Boston Group. These three groups are all core members of the California Consortium. God knows who will be involved if the investigation continues. Therefore, the always decisive Pinkerton also seemed a little hesitant at this time. Thorough investigation. No dividends. California's laws are not for show. Even if you find the American group, keep investigating, Liang Zhao gave Pinkerton a reassurance. Although he felt a little disappointed about this result, it was also within his expectations. It's time to give these people a beating. The only thing that Liang Zhao was relieved about was that there was no evidence that his American group and the Southern group in Fremont were involved in this case. Deng Wenyu glanced at Wang Kangaroo, who was tied up, and asked Liang Zhao how to deal with so many private coins. Just confiscate and mail them. Metal private coins are different from paper counterfeit coins. Once paper counterfeit coins are discovered, they are worthless waste paper. Metal private coins are actually made of precious metals. You big-headed ghost. Liang Zhao knocked Deng Wenyu's forehead heavily, saying with regret. You have been the Minister of Finance for more than 1 or 2 years, can't you learn from Stanford? Our California is a society ruled by law. How can you confiscate property without following procedures? I understand. The stolen money involved in the case will be temporarily sealed and will be dealt with after the court's judgment. Deng Wenyu touched his forehead, which was a little painful, and suddenly realized. You have learned law in vain in the past 2 years. Liang Zhao shook his head with some disappointment. Deng Wenyu is a good hand in administration, but when it comes to the judicial field, regardless of his legal knowledge reserves, Deng Wenyu is far inferior to Stanford in terms of judicial awareness. Stanford's reputation is notorious, but his work as the Chief Judge of California is indeed impeccable. At least he has effectively implemented procedural justice and ensured the normal operation of the California judicial system. Otherwise, with Stanford's notorious reputation and bad experience, he would have been removed from the position of Chief Judge long ago, instead of being transferred decently. To be fair, this is not Deng Wenyu's fault. Deng Wenyu grew up in the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty was an autocratic country. Even the highest judicial institution, the Dalai Temple, was regarded as a part of the government, rather than an independent institution outside the government. The financial and personnel of the Dalai Temple were all controlled by the various ministries and the emperor. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to want judicial independence and judicial justice. This was the case in the central government of the Qing dynasty, not to mention the local areas, where judicial power was directly controlled by local administrative officials. Deng Wenyu, who grew up in this environment, naturally took it for granted that local officials had the right to directly confiscate the property of criminals. The problem of Chinese immigrants' weak judicial concepts and weak civic awareness may not be completely changed until the second generation of native California immigrants grow up. Chapter 564 General Liang is so generous. 1859, the liquidation of Mormons in Utah was still in full swing. When the wall fell, everyone pushed it. The non-Mormons who had lived in Utah for a long time had suffered from the Mormons for a long time, and naturally would not miss this opportunity to take revenge on the Mormons. In Utah today, if you don't like a white person, you can not only send him to the gallows, but also divide up his property with justification. The liquidation of Mormons has gradually spread from the liquidation of the Mormon management to ordinary Mormons, until it developed to the liquidation of all white people who had a relationship with Mormonism. When Mormonism was prominent, 9 out of 10 local white people were inseparable from Mormonism, so almost everyone in Utah was in danger, fearing that they would be labeled as Mormon remnants. The new nobles of Utah, led by Liang Zhao and Stanford, turned a blind eye to the matter and allowed the people to liquidate Mormons without restraint. Thanks to the flexible moral standards of Washington, the excessive liquidation of Mormons in Utah has not been able to stir up any public opinion in the East. These Mormons, the abandoned people and the skewed believers, were not citizens in the eyes of those politicians in Washington, but thorns in their eyes. Previously, Washington tried every means to win over Brigham Young, but hoped to obtain nominal sovereignty over Utah through Brigham Young to prevent foreign forces from infiltrating Utah and cutting off the connection between the East and the West Coast states. Since the politicians and people in the East do not regard the Mormon immigrants in Utah as human beings, the politicians and people in the West Coast naturally have no reason to worry too much about the human rights issues of these Mormons. Salt Lake City, the capital of Utah Territory. While the lower-class people were still fighting for the leftovers left by the demise of the Mormons, The new rich in the Utah Territory were feasting on the corpses of the Mormons. Ironically, the place where they were sharing the food was the most magnificent manor of the Mormon leader Brigham Young in Salt Lake City. This most luxurious manor in the Utah Territory had changed hands a month ago, and the new owner of this manor was none other than Stanford, the governor of the Utah Territory. Since I took office as the governor of the Utah Territory in May 1857, I have been hindered by the Mormons everywhere and have not accomplished anything. It was not until today that I really experienced what it feels like to be a governor. In front of his own people, Stanford no longer concealed himself and divided up the confiscated Mormon property. I asked General Liang for his opinion on how to deal with the Mormon church property. General Liang meant, Stanford hadn't finished his words yet. The judges who sat on the bench with solemn faces and talked about the Constitution all the time when they tried Mormons on weekdays all showed greed. These judges were the 36 judges that Stanford had originally drawn from all over California to form the Utah Special Trial Court. Now these little people who were not so prominent in California have now become the mainstay of the judicial community in Utah. Although with the demise of Mormonism, the Utah Special Trial Court has completed its mission and announced its dissolution. However, these judges did not lose their jobs because of this. Instead, they transformed themselves and became judges in various towns in Utah. They replaced the ecological niches originally occupied by the Mormon high-level officials. What did General Liang say? Your Excellency the Governor, please speak quickly. A younger judge was a little impatient, swallowed his saliva, and asked impatiently. 2 years ago, they were willing to leave the prosperous and wealthy California and come to the wild land of Utah Territory to serve as judges of the Utah Special Tribunal, waiting for today. General Liang said that the church properties left by the Mormons, such as manors, ranches, mines, sawmills, slaughterhouses and even shops, need to be managed by someone and cannot be abandoned. 50% of the Mormon church properties will be handed over to you to continue to manage. The other 50% of the Mormon church properties will be used by the Utah Immigration Committee to settle new immigrants and develop the industry and commerce of the territory. This is the distribution plan that Mr. Liang Zhao, chairman of the Utah Territory Immigration Committee, and I have drafted these days. Please take a look. If there is anything unreasonable or you have any suggestions, please feel free to raise them. I have always been a very democratic person and am willing to listen to your opinions. Stanford put the drafted Mormon church property distribution plan on the table for the judges to read. According to this distribution plan, the judges present can all obtain a considerable amount of real estate. As for the cash, banknotes, jewelry and other church properties with high liquidity, most of them were handed over to the Immigration Committee headed by Liang Zhao. These judges all planned to settle in Utah Territory. After all, with the opening of the Pacific Railway and the continuous influx of immigrants, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Utah Territory had unlimited prospects. Although this Puritan action caused Utah Territory to lose a lot of population, thanks to the 12 years of operation of the Mormon Church and the efforts of the Immigration Committee in the past 2 years, the population of Utah Territory has reached 80,000 to 90,000, reaching the threshold for statehood, but it has not been able to establish a state due to the current political situation. If they return to California, they are at best the wealthy class in California, and it is difficult for them to enter the core circle of California. If they stay in Utah Territory, once Utah Territory is established as a state, each of them will become one of the founding fathers and become the core figures of the local area. To put it another way, with the current development situation of Utah Territory, even if they don't want to operate these real estates, they can easily sell them. When the Mormon church properties were confiscated, these judges were present. They knew exactly how much Mormon property there was and how much it was worth. Brigham Young led the Mormons to settle in Utah in 1847, and 12 years had passed. During these 12 years, the Mormons had seized wealth in Utah through various means, and its value was conservatively estimated to be $5 or $6 million US. Even if half of it was taken out for the dozens of people present to share, everyone would be able to eat their fill. 50%. General Liang is so generous. The governor's distribution plan is also very fair. Everyone present was satisfied with the distribution plan. After all, the cake was big enough to ensure that everyone was full. As for what Stanford said, he has always been a very democratic person and is willing to listen to their opinions. The judges and the Han people on the Immigration Committee present were more shrewd than each other, and no one would take it seriously. They all knew how Stanford, the smiling tiger, made his fortune in California. These beautiful words Stanford said were just a formality. The last person who believed Stanford's words was Brigham Young, and his body has now turned into a pile of charcoal and is buried in the ground. Chapter 565, Current Status of Utah Territory. Liang Zhao, Stanford and others were busy dividing up the Mormon church property in Utah, while Liang Zhao was busy confiscating the property of the Funing Group in Funing Mountain in Nevada. The silver output of the Funing Mountain mine, Comstock Mine, was extremely amazing, so Liang Zhao decided to get involved. Although the 19th century was an era when the gold standard prevailed, the value of silver continued to depreciate relative to gold. However, some major countries still use silver as the main currency. For example, the Qing dynasty and Japan, both of which are major trading partners in the West Coast region. Mastering the Funing Mountain mine is equivalent to guarding a money-printing machine. Wang Kangru is really greedy. He guards such a large silver mountain and still takes risks to do these illegal activities. When the confiscated work was basically completed, Deng Wenyu couldn't help but sigh. It was really greedy. The Wang family discovered and occupied such a rich mine. If they just guarded it honestly, they could become wealthy in the entire West and even the United States, but they had to break the law. In danger? Before we came, he didn't think that doing these illegal activities was dangerous. The Wang family was living a comfortable life as local tyrants here. Liang Zhao looked at the majestic and tall mountains in front of him and asked, "Who gave Wang Kangru the confidence to do this kind of thing? Have you found out?" It's clear that people from the Jardine Matheson Group, the Tongfu Group, and the Boston Group are involved. Deng Wenyu reported his investigation results to Liang Zhao. It's mainly the banking departments of the three major groups and the management within the mints that are involved. The molds and die casting machines used by the Funing Mint were leaked in the name of scrapped machines of the three major groups' mints. In addition, they also print banknotes of the three major banks. These notes are indistinguishable from the real ones. Fortunately, the number printed is not large. The foundation of California's economy has not been damaged yet. Are people from the Americas Group involved in this case? This is the issue that Liang Zhao is most concerned about at the moment. After all, the Americas Group is his base. There is no evidence that anyone from the American Group is involved in this counterfeit case, Deng Wenyu answered with his head held high. In addition, the Georgia Group of the Fremont family is also clean. There are only 5 banks in the West Coast that have the right to mint coins, namely Bank of America, Bank of Boston, Jardine Matheson Bank, Tongfu Bank and Georgia Bank. Behind these 5 banks stand the 5 most powerful top financial groups in the West Coast. Very good. Let your sister find an opportunity to give a bonus to the staff of our group's banking department and the mint. They have done a good job and did not disappoint me. Liang Zhao turned to ask Deng Wenyu, "Wenyu, do you think Wu Yuanhua, Pan's Hangwei, and Robinson know about this?" Deng Wenyu folded his hands, thought for a while and said, "Robinson is busy with a campaign in Kansas. It's hard to say whether he knows about this. But in my humble opinion, Brother Wu and Old Pan should be aware of this. It's just that this matter is profitable, so they turned a blind eye to the people below. Anyway, as long as they are not caught, why not make an extra income? If they are caught, it doesn't matter. At most, they can hand over the people on the grounds that the people below are doing things recklessly. You have made great progress. I have worthy of my high hopes for you." Pan nodded with great satisfaction. Deng Wenyu's analysis of Wu Yuanhua and Pan's Hangwei was quite accurate. It's just that some things can be turned a blind eye to, but some things can't. Privately minting coins is digging into the lifeblood of the West Coast. Since they are touching the lifeblood of the West Coast, don't blame me for being ruthless. If any members of the Wu family or the Pan family are involved in this private currency case, no matter how close or distant they are, they should be brought to justice directly without mercy. Some people also need to be punished. Industry and commerce are the foundation of the West Coast, and trade is the lifeblood of the West Coast. It is no exaggeration to say that minting inferior coins, disrupting market order, and undermining the credibility of the California dollar are touching the lifeblood of the West Coast. I understand, Deng Wenyu nodded, and then asked, "Third brother, what should we do with the machines in the Funing Mint?" "Destroy them directly. Such a good machine, why destroy it?" Panton said with a smile. "Take it back to the state." Since the 3 banks like to help the private coin factory in Funing Town to mint private coins, let them be good people to the end and allocate a part of their coinage quota to the mint in Funing Town. Otherwise, these people will not remember it. After dealing with the troubles in Funing Town, Liang Zhao continued to head east by train according to the itinerary and came to Yudao territory. At this time, Yudao territory was still clearing up Mormons, but Penton did not interfere with the excessive liquidation of Mormons. He did need population, but he needed secularized population, not oblique believers who could not be effectively controlled and transformed into effective manpower. Moreover, Mormons are all white. The Chinese are currently the dominant ethnic group in Yudao territory, but not the absolutely dominant ethnic group, and the population proportion has not yet exceeded half. Since the liquidation of Mormons can reduce the proportion of white people in the area and there is no need to bear any pressure from public opinion, why not do it? Although the existence of Mormons has hindered our immigration development in Yudao territory, thanks to the completion of the Pacific Railway, the number of immigrants pouring into Yudao territory in recent years is still very considerable. According to last year's statistics, the total population of Yudao territory is about 87,000, of which about 36,000 are Chinese. There are 3 cities in Yudao territory with a population of over 10,000, namely Salt Lake City, Provo, and Ogden. Salt Lake City has the largest population, with a population of about 28,000. Other important towns and villages include Brigham, Logan, St. George, Parapet, and Nephi. After Liang Zhao arrived in Salt Lake City, Liang Zhao, who was in charge of immigration work in Yudao territory, reported to him the situation in Yudao territory. The development momentum of Yudao territory is better than Liang Zhao expected. To be honest, the natural environment of Yudao territory is relatively bad, and the population carrying capacity is not high. Liang Zhao estimated that the population of Yudao territory at this time, including the local Indians, was only 50,000 or 60,000. Unexpectedly, there were nearly 90,000 people. It seems that the opening of the Pacific Railway has greatly promoted the development of the areas along the line, especially the Yudao territory, which is an important transit point between the East and the West. Have all the Mormon properties been distributed clearly? Liang Zhao asked. The liquidation of Mormons has lasted for more than 2 months, and most of the Mormon assets in Yudao territory are concentrated in major cities such as Salt Lake City, Provo, and Ogden. It is relatively concentrated, so it is not too difficult to check and distribute them. The distribution is clear, everyone is very satisfied, and they all think that General Liang is very generous. Liang Zhao nodded and said, "Uncle, you are my uncle." Penton stood up and looked at the map of North America hanging in the special train. "I sent you from the flourishing Golden Mountain, San Francisco, to Utah, a cold and dry land, to do the hard work of immigration. Do you think that I, your nephew, am too unkind?" Chapter 566, Heart of the West. You are more knowledgeable than me, and you can see further than me. Without you, the Liang family would not be what it is today. What can I complain about? Liang Zhao shook his head and said, "If we have to complain, you are the one in our Liang family who is most qualified to complain. 10 years ago, you came to a foreign country alone, without anyone to rely on. At that time, your situation was much more difficult than the situation I am facing today. You have your own considerations when you make such arrangements. I will do as you say." This is what Liang Zhao really thinks. If you want to say that it is inhumane, it was really inhumane that the Liang family sent Liang Zhao, a young boy, to sea 10 years ago. At that time, no one of the children of the Zhao generation was willing to leave Xiangshan and go to sea. Moreover, Liang Zhao did not come alone to Yudao territory. He had a professional immigration team and the American group as a backing, so his situation was not difficult. Stanford and Pan Baolin have always been handling the affairs of the Mormon Church. He only needs to concentrate on the work of immigrant resettlement and report Stanford's every move to Liang Zhao. Such a job is already considered easy. Uncle, do you know why I sent you to Yudao territory instead of Oregon and Belarus to the north, or North Mexico to the south? Liang Zhao said calmly. Sending me to Yudao territory means that you regard me as your own family, Liang Zhao said. Oh? Uncle, tell me what you think. Liang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at Liang Zhao with new eyes. Oregon and Belarus are both on the west coast. Whether by ship or by train, it is very convenient to go to these two places. Although the national strength of the British Empire is extremely strong, the Columbia territory to the north of Belarus is still far away from the mainland after all, and it is a bitter and cold place with few resources. The British have always valued profit, so they will not be too interested in and invest in Columbia territory. The threat it can cause to us is naturally very limited, Liang Zhao talked freely. Moreover, the British Empire's colonies are all over the world, and it is inevitable that they will lose sight of one thing while taking care of another. I heard that the uprising in the Indian princely states this year has caused the British a headache. Liang Zhao didn't expect Liang Zhao to have such a high level of understanding of the international situation. British colonies are all over the world, and British Columbia is just an inconspicuous pearl in Queen Victoria's crown. If Britain increases its investment in British Columbia, whether it is building more colonial outposts or sending more troops, it can only be due to political considerations, not economic considerations. Increasing investment in British Columbia is not a good deal for London. At present, there is no sign that the British Empire will increase its investment in British Columbia. If one day London increases its investment in British Columbia, it will be an honor for him, Liang. Let's talk about the South. Liang Zhao's eyes fell on Mexico. South? Mexico? What's there to say about Mexico? Liang Zhao's tone was quite disdainful when he mentioned Mexico. Although Mexico has decent territory and land, its people are weak and its internal structure is fragmented. The top leaders are all short-sighted people who indulge in sensual pleasures. They are not to be feared. Although Mexico is of decent size, Liang Zhao did not think that this mob in Mexico could pose a threat to the West Coast region based on his contact with Mexicans. It is not impossible for those carnivores in Mexico to sell the entire country if they are paid enough. Liang Zhao did not have the idea of annexing the entire Mexico, but due to his current size, he did not annex the densely populated areas in the south of central and southern Mexico. It is easy to annex these places, but central and southern Mexico has a large population, and the cost of assimilating these areas is far greater than the cost of occupying these areas. Of course, annexing Mexico will face huge diplomatic risks, which is what he fears the most. After all, it is not only America that is interested in Mexico, but also Britain and France. For geopolitical reasons, the politicians of these two powers will not sit idly by and watch him occupy and annex the entire Mexico. Directly occupying the relatively sparsely populated northern Mexico and maintaining influence and deterrence on the current Mexican government is already the best solution for dealing with the Mexican issue. So where do you think the biggest threat to the West Coast region comes from? Liang Zhao looked towards the eastern part of North America with a solemn expression. Of course it is the East, and I think this is why you sent me here, Liang Zhao said. From what I learned in the newspaper, there will be a war between the North and the South, and this war will inevitably affect us. I think you sent me here to let me manage Utah territory as a buffer for California. I do have this idea. In terms of economy, the economic value and potential of Utah territory are far inferior to those of Ohio and Liang Zhao, but the strategic value of Utah territory is far greater than that of Ohio and Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao pointed to the map and said, Utah territory is located in the geographical center of the West. If we manage Utah territory well, we can use Utah territory as a transit station to transport immigrants to Idaho in the north and Colorado in the east, and then develop these two sparsely populated territories to gain a wider living space. And to the west and south, we can connect with Nevada and Arizona. If a war breaks out between the north and the south, we really can't get away. We can also rely on the delivery capacity of the Pacific Railway to contain the armies of both sides in Utah territory to preserve California and even the entire West Coast. Of course, using Utah territory as a battlefield is already the worst situation I can think of. Such an important matter can only be entrusted to the most trusted family members. After the outbreak of the Civil War, if the war spread to the west, using Utah territory as a battlefield would be a very bad situation in Liang Zhao's vision. His ideal state is not to participate in the war between the North and the South if he can avoid it directly. If either side of the South or the North, even both sides, are really blind and insist on fighting in the West. Of course, the battlefield is as far east as possible. Of course, the possibility of a long-term tug-of-war between the North and the South against the West is not very high. After all, the contradiction between the North and the South of the United States at this time is far greater than the contradiction between the East and the West. But when considering the problem, it is not wrong to think of the worst situation, plan ahead, and make preparations in advance. Liang Zhao's bottom line is to preserve the three states on the West Coast, as long as the three states on the West Coast are not destroyed and the industrial capacity is not destroyed. Even if the human resources in the West are not superior to those in the North and the South. But with the Qing dynasty, which is almost an inexhaustible human mine, he can use the elite troops of the local area to stabilize the front line, and continuously train cheap cannon fodder and consume the troops in the East. I don't understand military affairs, I only know to do the things you give me, Liang Zhao said. How much of the Mormon church property has fallen into the hands of the Utah Territory Immigration Committee? Liang Zhao asked. A lot. Just the cash, gold, silver, jewelry, banknotes of major banks, and other easily convertible property are worth as much as $3.16 million, Liang Zhao reported. Brigham Young and his people have accumulated a lot of assets in the past 12 years since they came to Utah Territory, $3.16 million, that's really a lot. Liang Zhao was satisfied with the number. How do you plan to use this money? California has the Gold Mountain metropolitan area and the Los Angeles metropolitan area. Ohio has the Portland metropolitan area, and Liang Zhao is also building the Liang Zhao metropolitan area in Puget Sound. Liang Zhao said, in the past 2 years, I have inspected the entire Utah Territory. The most suitable places for large-scale development in Utah Territory are the flat land to the east and southeast of the Great Salt Lake, and the land to the north, east, and southeast of Utah Lake. These places are not far away, especially Salt Lake City and Provo, which have direct railways. I want to connect these places and build a small metropolitan area with Salt Lake City as the center. In addition, I want to build a railway. Where do you want to build a railway? Liang Zhao asked. The railway from Salt Lake City to Ogden. Ogden is the third largest city in Utah Territory, with a population of over 10,000, but it still has no railway. Moreover, if a railway is built to the north to Ogden, it will also facilitate immigration to Idaho Territory in the future. Liang Zhao expressed his thoughts. I hope that the American group and the Utah Immigration Committee will jointly fund the construction of this railway. Due to the lack of railway, Ogden's development speed has lagged far behind Salt Lake City and Provo, which have railways. Previously, Mormonism was very powerful in Utah Territory. Brigham Young and other Mormon leaders were worried that once the railway to Ogden was built, Ogden would be flooded with a large number of non-Mormon Chinese immigrants like Salt Lake City and Provo, weakening the absolute control of Mormonism in Ogden. Therefore, the plan to build the Salt Lake City-Ogden Railway had to be shelved. Now that Mormonism has been destroyed, the plan to build the Salt Lake City-Ogden Railway should be put back on the agenda. Liang Zhao took out a large-scale map of Utah Territory and a ruler to measure the distance between Salt Lake City and Ogden. The distance between Ogden and Salt Lake City is about 64 kilometers, about 40 miles, and the terrain is flat. It doesn't cost too much to build a railway between the two places. He also measured the distance from Salt Lake City to Brigham City, which is about 121 kilometers, about 75 miles, and the terrain is relatively flat. Since you have the plan to immigrate to Idaho Territory, you don't have to be so petty. Just build the railway to Brigham. 100 miles of railway doesn't cost too much. After having an approximate cost in mind, Liang Zhao waved his hand and said generously. After the fall of Mormonism, Utah Territory officially entered a period of large-scale development, and it also needed a large number of jobs. There is nothing wrong with building a new railway in the territory. Okay, Liang Zhao rubbed his hands excitedly, ready to do a big job. How has Pan Baolin been doing with Stanford in the past 2 years? Liang Zhao asked about Pan Baolin's situation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Colorado is more cost-effective. Although Pan Baolin is young, he is quite smart. He has learned a lot from Stanford in the past 2 years and is much more efficient than when he first came, Liang Zhao asked. Why are you asking about him suddenly? Do you have other plans for him? Do you know about the recent situation in Colorado Territory? Liang Zhao asked about the recent situation in Colorado Territory. Liang Zhao has lived in Utah Territory, which is adjacent to Colorado Territory, for a long time in the past 2 years. He must know more about the situation in Colorado Territory than Liang Zhao. Colorado? The situation in Colorado Territory is rather embarrassing. Liang Zhao introduced the situation in Colorado Territory to Liang Zhao. Colorado is too far to the east from the east, and it's not close to the west either. Moreover, Kansas to the east of Colorado has been a focal point in recent years, and the north and the south have been making a lot of noise here. The chaos in the Kansas region has hindered the exchanges between the Colorado Territory and the east. As for the west, the Utah Territory was previously the territory of the Mormon Church. Therefore, the Colorado Territory, sandwiched between the two places, has not been in a very good situation in recent years. Denver, the largest town in the territory, has a population of only 6,000 or 7,000 people. I estimate that the population of such a large Colorado Territory will not exceed 40,000. Fortunately, a lot of gold and silver veins have been discovered in the Colorado Territory in recent years. Therefore, there are still many gold diggers willing to go to the Colorado Territory to try their luck. In addition, with the opening of the Pacific Railway, the exchanges of personnel and materials have become more convenient, and Colorado's economy has gradually improved in the past 1 or 2 years. Are there many Chinese going to the Colorado Territory? Liang Zhao asked. Quite a lot, Liang Zhao nodded. Chinese immigrants going to Colorado Territory basically pass through Utah Territory, so I have some idea in my mind. In Denver alone, there are 2,000 to 3,000 Chinese. As for the entire Colorado Territory, I estimate that there are at least 10,000 people. I want you to coordinate the immigration affairs of Utah Territory and Colorado Territory, and Pan Baolin will be responsible for the immigration affairs of Colorado Territory. Do you think he can take on this important task? Liang Zhao's eyes fell on the Colorado Territory on the map. The Pacific Railway runs through Colorado Territory, and Colorado Territory is rich in precious mineral resources. Whether it is from the convenience of transportation, the richness of proven minerals, or the current number of immigrants, it is more cost-effective for immigrants to develop Colorado Territory than to develop other neighboring territories. It is not that Idaho and Wyoming cannot afford to develop, but Colorado is more cost-effective. Yes, the governor of Colorado Territory, James William Denver, is my good friend and we have a close personal relationship. Moreover, after the Mormons were wiped out, you had Kruger lead the Arizona Regiment to station troops at Fort North Platte in the name of suppressing the Indians. With such a strong army to help, the white people in Colorado Territory dare not mess around. Liang Zhao believed that the plan of large-scale immigration to Colorado Territory was feasible. The Chinese had already established a preliminary trade network in Colorado Territory, and the supplies in Colorado Territory all depended on the Chinese for transportation. Even if the worst happened and there was an armed conflict with the white people in Colorado Territory, there was no need to let the Arizona Regiment intervene directly. As long as the supply of materials in Colorado Territory was cut off, they could be forced to surrender. Then let's do this first. Let Pan Baolin be responsible for the immigration affairs of Colorado Territory for the time being. Liang Zhao made a decision. Sir, your telegram. Liang Zhao and Liang Zhao had just finished their conversation when Zeiss walked in with 2 telegrams. Whose telegram is it? Liang Zhao asked. One is from Mr. Vanderbilt. The 4,000 horses and harnesses you asked him to buy have arrived in North Platte. What about the other one? The other one is from Colonel Kruger. Colonel Kruger said that the cavalry instructor you asked him to hire has arrived in New York and is on his way to North Platte. Chase repeated the contents of the telegram. Got it. Let Colonel Kruger hurry up to build the fortress barracks at North Platte. Just call me if you need anything, Liang Zhao said. In the next few days, Liang Zhao, accompanied by Liang Zhao and Stanford, inspected the Utah Territory. Except for the executions in Salt Lake City every now and then, which attracted a large number of locals and tourists to stop and watch, after the purge of Mormons, Utah Territory was no different from other places. After inspecting Utah Territory, he then took a train to Denver, Colorado Territory. Compared with Utah Territory, Colorado Territory was much more desolate. Along the way, we could only see small villages scattered around built on the mines. Only after arriving in Denver did we feel a little bit like entering a city. Of course, the city here is relative. In the entire Denver city area, there is not even a decent hardened road outside the train station. After a rain, the roads in the city immediately became muddy and difficult to walk on. From time to time, we can still see naughty people chasing and playing on the muddy roads, and even rolling in puddles. The governor of the Colorado Territory at this time was James Wilkins Denifer. This person participated in the Mexican-American War in his early years, and later entered politics and was appointed as the governor of the Colorado Territory by the federal government. Like Liang Zhao, he was a politician with a military background. In fact, during this period, the federal government of the United States tended to appoint people with military backgrounds when appointing governors of territories in the western region. After all, the post of territorial governor is responsible for both political and military affairs within the jurisdiction, mainly for Indians. If a person with only a simple civil service background is selected, it is difficult to take care of military affairs at the same time. The main reason for this phenomenon is that although the United States has incorporated a vast western region into its territory, in fact, the regional rule over the western region is very weak, and in some areas it can be said that there is almost no rule at all. For example, before the Mormons were eliminated, the Utah Territory, the American authorities' control over the western region is at best limited to the eastern immigrants who responded to the call of the westward movement and established settlements in the west. In fact, these settlements are essentially the same as the colonies established by western colonists on the east coast more than 200 years ago. Hearing that Liang Zhao came to Colorado, Denifer hurried to the Denver train station to greet Liang Zhao early. Although Denifer is also a member of the Army system and participated in the Mexican-American War, his seniority is older than Liang Zhao. But Denifer is only one of the qualifications that can compare with Liang Zhao. In terms of his current position in the Army he controls, and even his reputation for military exploits, Denifer is much inferior to Liang Zhao. When Denifer retired from the Army, he was still a colonel, while Liang Zhao was already a brigadier general at this time. Therefore, when he met Liang Zhao, Denifer saluted Liang Zhao politely. Seeing that Denifer was so polite and that he was a good friend of Liang Zhao, Liang Zhao also went to his house to attend the banquet Denifer held for him. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get familiar with the local important people in Colorado. Chapter 568 North Platte Fortress. Compared with Denifer, William Alexander Richardson, the governor of Nebraska Territory adjacent to Colorado Territory, was full of worries and vigilance towards the eastward movement of Chinese immigrants. In the mid-19th century, Nebraska Territory did not have its own regular army, only some irregular militia organizations and local police as armed forces. These organizations are usually composed of local residents, and their main purpose is to maintain community security, fight against Indian attacks and other potential threats. With the rise of the westward movement, more and more Eastern immigrants moved here. The relationship between these Eastern immigrants and Indian tribes such as the Omaha, Pavan, Lupi, Black Hill, and Crow in Nebraska Territory deteriorated sharply, attacks occurred frequently, and the intensity of the confrontation between the two sides suddenly increased. Because these Indian tribes were equipped with advanced muskets that were obtained from unknown sources, in the conflict between the two sides, the Eastern immigrants in Nebraska did not have an advantage, but gradually fell behind. The area they could effectively control continued to shrink and was gradually compressed into a few settlements such as Omaha, Brownville, Pavayami, Norfolk, and Parsian. Relying solely on local informal militia organizations and local police, these Eastern immigrants have found it difficult to confront the numerous hostile Indian tribes around them. For this reason, William Alexander Richardson, governor of the Nebraska Territory, had to ask the federal government to send regular troops to temporarily enter the Nebraska Territory to help them eliminate the local hostile Indian tribes. However, the federal government at this time had already been unable to take care of itself, and the armies of the North and the South had already split, although nominally these armies still belonged to the U.S. Army and were under the same flag. But the federal government's War Department has found it difficult to effectively mobilize these armies with deep prejudices. The federal government's army, whether officers or soldiers, whenever they mentioned their identities to outsiders, first identified themselves as soldiers from the North, the South, or a certain state, rather than American soldiers. Soldiers are often more willing to obey officers from the same state as themselves, rather than officers airborne and commissioned by the federal government. For the first time in 84 years since its founding, the United States has encountered such a serious identity crisis. The rifts between the North and the South and between the states have reached an unbridgeable point. In this critical moment, Liang Zhao, the commander of the Western Brigade, stood up righteously and expressed his willingness to send a regiment to Nebraska Territory to eliminate the local hostile Indian tribes. At this time, The Buchanan government did not have much choice and readily agreed to Liang Zhao's dispatch of a state to Nebraska to maintain the federal government's nominal control over the Nebraska territory. Although Buchanan had previously received complaints from territorial governors in Idaho, Wyoming and other places, these territorial governors accused Buchanan of Liang Zhao's close contacts with many Indian tribes, and even privately traded arms with hostile Indian tribes. As a rule, when an emergency occurs in the Western Territory, the U.S. Army usually sends garrisons to deal with some emergencies, such as Indian attacks or territorial disputes with neighboring countries. However, these troops are usually temporary, not local permanent troops. But Richardson found that the Arizona regiment stationed in Nebraska Territory showed that they were not just planning to stay temporarily, but to stay here for a long time. Richardson led his militia to cruise around North Platte. On horseback, Richardson took out his monocular telescope and observed the every move of the Arizona regiment near North Platte. These armed Arizona regiments were playing the role of supervisors, monitoring the every move of the civilian workers. In just 3 or 4 months, a military fortress built on the North Platte train station had sprung up and took shape. Several blockhouses and artillery positions were built around the fortress, and even the hillsides on both sides of the river valley were ramming the foundation. Although Richardson, who graduated from the law department of the University of North Carolina, was not a professional soldier, he knew something about the military. He knew very well what the commander of the Arizona Infantry Regiment, Kruger, was going to do by laying these foundations on the hillside. Kruger wanted to build forts on the hillsides on both sides of the river valley to completely control the Pacific Railway, the main transportation route between the East and the West. Governor, in my opinion, it is just a cover for these barbarians from the West to enter Nebraska to help us suppress the Indians. The real purpose is to build a fort in North Platte under the banner of suppressing the Indians and control the main transportation route between the East and the West. Meriwether Lewis, the captain of the militia and a lieutenant colonel who retired from the Army, said to Richardson. The Indians were not driven away, and a group of wolves were brought in. Richardson put away the telescope and sighed. If we let them build forts here, the situation in Nebraska will only become more complicated in the future. Although a Nebraska Act passed by the U.S. Congress in 1854, also known as the Kansas-Nebraska Act. The act divided Kansas and Nebraska into two and adopted the sovereignty principle, that is, sovereignty belongs to the people. According to this principle, the residents of Nebraska and Kansas can decide whether to allow slavery through a general election, rather than by the central government. Nebraska has decided through a local meeting that Nebraska will not have slaves, but the slavery forces in Nebraska have not completely subsided. If the forces in the West intervene in Nebraska at this time, the muddy waters in Nebraska will only get muddier. Why don't we discuss it with them? Tell them that we can solve the problem of the hostile Indian tribes ourselves and send them out of the country with courtesy, Richardson's son Richardson Jr. said to Richardson. How can it be that easy? Richardson raised his whip and pointed at the fortress wall not far away. This military fortress has taken shape. It seems that they have invested at least tens of thousands of dollars in it. A few days ago, they bought more than 4,000 horses from other places. How can they be sent away just by talking? Your idea is too naive, sir. The best way at present is to report this matter to His Excellency the President and transfer the Arizona Regiment through the transfer order of the War Department, Lewis suggested. That's the only way, Richardson said helplessly. This is the only way at present. Richardson also knew that it was easier to ask for help than to send it away. The federal government's transfer order was already difficult to mobilize the troops of the northern and southern states. As for whether the troops in the West could be mobilized, Richardson had no idea. Chapter 569 Prisoners of War. Richardson's judgment on Liang Zhao's purpose of building the North Platte Fortress was generally correct. Liang Zhao did intend to build the North Platte Fortress into a gate controlling the east-west transportation route, and he did intend to have the Arizona Regiment stationed here for a long time. However, Richardson looked from a distance and found that the civilian workers who seemed to be building the fortress were not civilian workers. To be precise, these people were prisoners of war. They were Mongolian horsemen and Solon cavalry prisoners of war that Liang Zhao bought from the British and French coalition forces. In the 2 months at Tycoon last year, Liang Zhao bought a total of 2,820 Mongolian horsemen prisoners of war and 816 Solon prisoners of war from various tribes from the British and French coalition forces. These prisoners of war were transported to California in batches. Unfortunately, many of these Mongolians and Solons were not used to taking ships. A total of more than 130 prisoners of war died during the voyage. After arriving at the west coast and North Platte, more than 80 prisoners of war were reduced due to acclimatization and diseases. However, these numbers were still within the range that Liang Zhao could bear. At least most of them survived. And since this year, except for some old Solon people in their 70s who died of natural causes, no one has lost staff due to injuries or illness. Such good horses are used as draft horses and pack horses. What a fucking waste. Can't they buy some donkeys and cows? These horses can be used as war horses. Looking at the excellent horses pulling bricks and wood on the construction site, Kikuti, the former captain of the Solon horse team of the Qing dynasty, couldn't help but feel distressed. If these horses were in the Qing dynasty, they would all be top-notch military horses. It's a pity that he is now a prisoner and has no chance to ride these big foreign horses. Kikuti didn't know that in this country with the largest number of horses in the world and far ahead of the second in the world, horses are not scarce. Such good horses, I wish I could ride one. I haven't ridden a horse for a long time. Sukbat, the former captain of the Mongolian horse team, was also very envious of these fine horses, and he asked Kikuti beside him in confusion. Kikuti, you said that Liang had transported us here from afar, fed us well, just to let us build a fort for him. You underestimated Liang too much? This kid was able to become a general in a foreign country at such a young age. How could he be a good person? Kikuti looked at the group of sneaky foreigners in the east, and seemed to have guessed why Liang Zhao had been feeding them well. Then what do you think Liang wants us for? We have nothing but our lives now, Sukbat sighed. Life, he wants our lives, Kikuti murmured. Their most valuable thing now is this life. Perhaps the reason why Liang Zhao allowed them to live until now is that he values their lives. Kikuti stared at the machine emitting white steam by the river in a daze. The Han teacher at the night school told him that this thing is a steam engine, placed by the river to pump water. As long as the machine is fed with coal, it can work day and night. One machine is equivalent to 100 people. Kikuti, who was instilled with the idea of loyalty to the emperor and the country by his ancestors since childhood, stared blankly at the machine. He and his people were like machines born for war. Since he could remember, there were few young and strong men in the tribe. When he was 13 or 14 years old, he began to follow the Solon cavalry to fight north and south. The war filled all his memories and left him no time to think. Now he finally has time to think, but the completely unfamiliar environment around him makes him confused. He doesn't know where to go in the future. It's nothing more than a knife and a gun to take our lives. Is it so troublesome? Sukbat's brain is a stubborn one, without so many twists and turns, and he didn't understand Kikuti's implication for a while. Damn, Sukbat, you are so stupid, no wonder you can't even recognize a few simple Chinese characters. Kikuti was also speechless about this Mongolian fool. I mean, the Liang guy wants us to work for him. He wants to collect blood tax from us. Did you notice? The soldiers guarding us are all infantry, so the Liang guy must be short of cavalry. Then let's grab a horse and run. Anyway, they have already unlocked our shackles. It's a good opportunity to escape. Sukbat was stunned and said, Run? Where to run? Do you know where we are now? Do you know the way back to the Qing dynasty? Kikuti rolled his eyes at the Mongolian fool in front of him. No matter how fast a horse runs, can it run faster than someone's gun? Besides, even if you run away, you can't even speak Chinese properly. You look like a Mongolian, and you don't have any money on you. Where can you run to? Sukbat has a broad face, narrow eyes, flat nose, and typical Mongolian appearance. The Han people here are basically southern Han people, who look quite different from Mongolians. They are the kind that can be distinguished at a glance. Even if they escape here by chance, they will be discovered soon. Besides, they were unfamiliar with the place, so even if they escaped, where could they escape to? Yes, Kikuti, you have a lot of ideas. Can you come up with an idea? Are you going to be a laborer here for the rest of your life? Sukbat said. Let's take it one step at a time, Kikuti said. Idea? What other ideas could he have? As for being a laborer here for the rest of his life, it was not a bad ending for him and his people. At least after coming here, every meal was better than in the Qing dynasty. And they only had to work for 5 hours a day, and if they were not lazy or made mistakes, they would not be whipped or locked up in a small dark room. If the other side could keep feeding them so well, there would be nothing wrong with being a laborer here for the rest of their lives. While Kikuti was thinking about it, a familiar whistle sounded from his ears. This was the whistle for lunch. Hearing the whistle, Kikuti and his people lined up in front of the water tank as a conditioned reflex, and took the lead in washing their hands in an orderly manner with the water for clocking in. After washing their hands, they took their plates to the canteen and lined up to get today's food. Today's main course is beef stew with potatoes, the staple food is naan, and the drink is a bowl of milk. In addition to the main course being rationed, the staple food and drinks can be added without limit. Kikuti took the meal with a plate, came to the dining area and sat on the ground, broke off a piece of naan, dipped it in the beef sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. While they were eating, a train whistled and drove into the North Platte train station. Kikuti didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a train for supplies. He didn't know that this was a special train, and the person sitting on the special train was the one who changed the direction of his life. Kruger and a group of officers lined up at the train station to welcome Liang Zhao. These officers were all company-level officers of the Arizona Regiment and above. Liang Zhao put on a cashmere cloak, stared at his shiny leather boots, and slowly walked out of the car after the special train stopped. Chapter 570 Military Order. Salute to His Excellency the General, Kruger gave an order, and the officers of the Arizona Regiment, together with several Prussian officers who had just arrived in North Platte, saluted Liang Zhao in unison. These Prussian officers wore copper helmets with silver octagonal stars on their heads and an eagle engraved in the center of the helmets. They wore white uniforms on the upper body, with the color of the edging being chestnut red, and the color of the epaulets and buttons being the same, both yellow. The epaulets had silver tassels, and the lower body was a pair of gray breeches decorated with red stripes. From their attire, it can be judged that these officers came from the most elite 1st Guards Dragoon Regiment or the 1st Dragoon Regiment in Prussia. Before October 1866, the Prussian Dragoon Regiment had not yet expanded its army, and there were only 8 Dragoon regiments. The uniforms of the Prussian Dragoon regiments were different. The only Dragoon regiments that used chestnut red edging and yellow buttons were the 1st Guards Dragoon Regiment and the 1st Dragoon Regiment. These Prussian officers were hired by Liang Zhao to train cavalry. Liang Zhao is not without cavalry. There are 3 standing cavalry regiments in the United States, and he owns one of them. The official number of this cavalry regiment is the 3rd Cavalry Regiment of the United States. At present, the 3rd Cavalry Regiment is stationed in Liang Zhao to guard against the British Colonial Army in the British Columbia Territory in the north and to deter the unfriendly white civilian armed forces in Idaho, Montana and other places. But considering the scale of the future civil war, a regiment of dragoons is not enough to fill the gaps. Therefore, Liang Zhao plans to use the Mongolian cavalry bought from the British and French coalition forces during the Second Fushoga War and the captives of the Solon cavalry as the base to establish a Mongolian Dragoon regiment and a Solon Dragoon battalion as future mobile forces. However, whether it is the Mongolian cavalry or the Solon cavalry at this time, they are still classical cavalry. The combat methods and concepts are outdated. They must be modernized and transformed to form modern dragoons that can adapt to the North American battlefield. Liang Zhao got off the carriage under the gaze of the officers and returned a military salute to them. "This is Major Hermann von Speck, my old friend, who served in the 1st Dragoon Regiment," Kruger introduced Hermann von Speck to Liang Zhao. Hermann von Speck was the highest-ranking officer among these Prussian instructors, and the remaining officers were all lieutenants. Hermann von Speck saluted him again and said, "Hello, General." Liang Zhao nodded slightly, and then inspected the North Platte fortress. Kruger's work was still in place. In just over 4 months, the entire fortress had taken shape. Warehouses, hospitals, simple barracks and canteens had been built, and the infrastructure of the fortress was relatively complete. The hillsides on both sides of the fortress also began to build foundations for artillery batteries. Fort North Platte is located in the river valley. Although it has convenient transportation, it is low-lying and easy to defend but difficult to attack. If the enemy set up artillery on the hillsides on both sides and bombarded Fort North Platte from a high position, even if Fort North Platte is built firmly, it cannot be defended. Kruger explained his idea to Liang Zhao. "So I plan to build a gun tower on the hillside. On the one hand, it can prevent the enemy from occupying a favorable terrain to attack Fort North Platte. On the other hand, it can echo with Fort North Platte from a distance and form crossfire." The enemy in Kruger's mouth naturally refers to the U.S. Army outside the 1st Western Brigade. If such a high-standard fortress is built simply to guard against the Indians, it is really too extravagant and wasteful. One fortress is not enough. Liang Zhao climbed up the tower and observed the surrounding terrain. The narrowest part of the valley of the North Platte River is 15 kilometers wide. Even if we occupy the hillsides on both sides of the valley, we cannot completely block the valley. A single fortress is not enough. It is safer to build a group of fortresses on both sides of the Platte River. At present, the effective range of the Sacramento gun is just over 2 kilometers. With only one fortress and the gun tower on the hillside, it is impossible to achieve complete firepower coverage of the Platte River Valley. As for Liang Zhao's other killer weapon, the Thunder M60 hand-crank machine gun, the effective range is only 600 meters. The accuracy of shooting farther is up to chance. That's true, but we don't have so many laborers. Those prisoners of war will be trained as soldiers in the future and become professional soldiers. I can't always use them as laborers, Kruger said. You don't have to worry about the labor problem. There are as many as you want. But I want you to build a group of fortresses that can completely block the Platte River Valley within a year and a half. Can you do it? Penton looked at Kruger. The Platte Valley has fertile land and abundant grass and water, so it is no problem to settle hundreds of thousands of people. In addition to building a group of fortresses, Liang Zhao also has the idea of settling immigrants here. The laborers recruited to build a group of fortresses can also be settled on the spot. When necessary, the young and strong among these immigrants can also serve as the source of soldiers for the younger generation. As long as there is sufficient labor, raw materials, supplies, and funds, there will be no problem. After getting Liang Zhao's promise, Kruger issued a military order. If the group of fortresses that can be put into use cannot be built within a year and a half, I will not have the face to serve under you, and I will leave it to you to deal with it at that time. I will come here again in a year and a half. Liang Zhao looked at the Mongols and Solons who were herding sheep and horses. When I revisit the place, I will not only need to see a complete group of fortresses, but also my Mongolian cavalry regiment and Solon cavalry battalion. These Mongols and Solons who are herding sheep and horses are either too young, too old, or too old and sick with injuries and not suitable for continuing to serve in the army. Letting them take care of livestock is also a professional match. It will be as you wish, Kruger agreed, and handed over the training plan for the Mongolian cavalry regiment and the Solon cavalry battalion, which had been translated into English. This is the training plan after our discussion. Please take a look. After discussing and studying with Hermann von Speck, they decided to train these Mongols and Solons in batches for 4 months. The first batch will first train a company of Mongolian dragoons and a platoon of Solon dragoons. Then, these trained soldiers will be used as grassroots officers to train the next batch of soldiers. In this way, the construction of existing projects will not be delayed, and the training level will not be reduced. Approved. After carefully reading the training plan, Liang Zhao agreed to the training plan and took out a pen to sign the plan. The difficulty and cost of training cavalry are greater than those of infantry, and he does not expect to be able to pull out a regiment and a battalion of cavalry in just a few months. What he wants is real modern dragoons, not a group of rabble who can only ride horses. After inspecting around the Platte River Valley, Liang Zhao came to the construction site. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Liang Zhao arrived at the construction site. The Mongolian and Solon prisoners of war had already finished their lunch break and returned to the construction site, where they were directed by a group of craftsmen to work. Those who were supposed to move bricks, those who were supposed to build walls built walls, and those who were supposed to apply plaster applied plaster, all in an orderly manner. Chapter 571 East and West of the River. These Mongols and Solons were transported to the west coast in batches from August 1858, and then packed into trains and transported to North Platte to participate in labor. Although in order to make these Mongols and Solons reach the best physical condition, Liang Zhao provided them with a diet that seemed very luxurious to ordinary people in the Qing dynasty, and 3 meals a day, and took care of their eating habits. But Liang Zhao did not treat them as masters. He did not support idle people. Based on the principle of making the best use of people, Liang Zhao let them serve as laborers to build fortresses. Of course, there are other considerations for letting them participate in labor, that is, to smooth their edges and select the most suitable soldiers from them. Kikuti recognized Liang Zhao, the general who was wearing a beautiful uniform and surrounded by a group of officers. Colonel Kruger, who usually had the final say here and was majestic, could only maintain a very humble attitude in front of this general and listen to the general's lectures. Kikuti met Liang Zhao in Tianjin, and he called him Nikan at that time. Kikuti didn't know how the memory of this general, who was highly respected by both Chinese and foreigners, was, whether he was a grudge-bearing person, and whether he would still remember him. But he had had enough of this kind of life of plastering and brick moving all day long. The Solon people were born warriors, not laborers on construction sites. Perhaps some Solon and Mongolians were satisfied with this kind of life, where they could have no worries about food and clothing as long as they worked hard, but unfortunately Kikuti was not such a person who was content with the status quo. This kind of dull life was not what he wanted. Kikuti touched the inside of his thigh. Because he hadn't ridden a horse for almost half a year, his thigh muscles had regenerated. That general surnamed Liang, Kikuti almost let it slip again, but fortunately he reacted quickly and took back the word in time. Kikuti, are you crazy? You called him Nikan before. If he remembers this, he will kill you. Solon, who was standing by, saw Kikuti's abnormal behavior and hurriedly pulled the corner of Kikuti's clothes, reminding Kikuti not to cause trouble. But it was too late. Kikuti had a loud voice. Although the noise on the construction site was quite noisy, Liang Zhao still heard someone calling his name. Kikuti. Liang Zhao stepped forward with his hands behind his back and looked Kikuti up and down. Ah! Do you still remember me? Kikuti was very surprised to hear Liang Zhao clearly call out his name. Soon, his expression became as droopy as an eggplant hit by frost. Kikuti thought, it's over, it's over. This Liang remembered my name, and he must have remembered that I called him Nikan. I have always had a good memory. Since the 3rd year of Xianfeng, 1853, you have been fighting against the Taiping army and the Nian army in Jiangsu, Anhui and other places, Liang Zhao said after thinking about it. Kikuti can speak fluent Chinese. Liang Shaoqiang also told him that when the Yueyang attacked Gaozi town, Dulange arranged this kid to be Liang Shaoqiang's spy. This kid is a man who doesn't care about his life when fighting. Therefore, Liang Zhao was more careful at that time and remembered Kikuti. Of course, the most important reason that prompted Liang Zhao to remember Kikuti was that during the Battle of Tuangzhou, the Solon cavalry led by Kikuti once defeated the attack of the British Indian Army's Sikh Cavalry Regiment. If it were not for the British Royal Dragoon Regiment to come to the rescue, the Solon cavalry had been fighting for a long time and was exhausted. In the Battle of Tuangzhou, the British Indian Army's Sikh Cavalry Regiment might have been crippled. You have a really good memory. You remember everything that happened half a year ago. Whatever, you can kill me or chop me up, it's up to you, Kikuti sighed. Why should I kill you? Liang Zhao laughed. When I was in Tianjin, I called you Nikan. Have you forgotten this? Kikuti said. What about taking the position? Liang Zhao shook his head. I'm not as narrow-minded as your old master, General Liang. We are all men. I'm a rough man. I'm straightforward. There's no need to be so roundabout. Let's be frank. Do you want me to work for you? Kikuti said bluntly. Work for me? Liang Zhao sneered and shook his head, deliberately provoking Kikuti. If you can't even beat the British lackeys, you are not qualified to work for me. Bah. If the British hadn't come down in person, I would have killed all those turbaned foreigners long ago, Kikuti said unconvinced. As for those British, they are quite capable, but they are just relying on the advantages of foreign guns. If I give you a foreign gun, are you sure you can beat the British cavalry? Liang Zhao asked with interest. Of course, Kikuti said very confidently. When attacking Gaozi town with the Shanxi battalion of Yueyu, Kikuti secretly used Yueyang's gun. Unlike the bird guns most commonly equipped in the Qing army, the foreign guns used by Yueyang used percussion caps to fire, and could be used on horseback, with amazing accuracy. Especially the 6-shot continuous handguns used by Yueyang officers, which could fire 6 rounds at a time. Kikuti was a middle and lower-level officer who had to participate in actual combat and personally lead troops to charge into battle with swords. He naturally knew the benefits of foreign guns. If it weren't for Duolonga's order to prohibit the Solon cavalry from using firearms, he really wanted to get a few Yueyang's handguns to play with. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to use it even if I gave you a foreign gun. Liang Zhao shook his head and continued to stimulate Kikuti. Isn't it just a foreign gun? It's not like I haven't used it before. Kikuti, who has always been competitive, was naturally very unconvinced. Okay. I'll give you a foreign gun, and I want to see if you can use it. He wanted to ask his bodyguard for a volcanic rock lever rifle with bullets ejected and 6 bullets and threw them on the ground. The guards around him saw Kikuti bend down and pick up the gun, and subconsciously protected Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao didn't care much. The volcanic rock lever gun had just been introduced not long ago, and Kikuti had never come into contact with this kind of gun. Moreover, the operation method of the volcanic rock lever gun is very different from that of a regular rifle. Without systematic teaching, it is difficult to use it right away. Kiku, who was eager to try, picked up the gun and bullets on the ground, and subconsciously stuffed the bullets into the barrel. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get them in. He realized that something was missing, and looked up and said, "Where's the cleaning rod?" "You're lying. This gun doesn't have a cleaning rod," Liang Zhao said lightly. "Nonsense. I've never seen a rifle that doesn't use a cleaning rod." Kikuti just thought Liang Zhao was playing a joke on him. "Now you've seen it." As he spoke, Liang Zhao snatched the volcanic rock lever gun from Kikuti's hand, reached out to ask the guard beside him for 6 bullets, skillfully opened the magazine on the side, quickly stuffed the 6 bullets into the magazine on the side, then closed the magazine and turned on the safety. He fired 6 shots at the fastest speed in his life until all the ammunition in the magazine was emptied. This scene not only stunned Kikuti, but also the Prussian instructors beside him. They had never seen a long gun or lance with such a fast firing rate. Because the volcanic rock lever gun is much shorter than an ordinary rifle, these Prussian cavalry instructors always thought that Liang Zhao's guards were equipped with a carbine specially used for attacking cavalry. Unexpectedly, the firing rate of this carbine was so amazing. 10 years ago, when the general in front of him was still a colonel, he wanted to buy the Dreiser needle gun from Prussia at a high price. Who could have imagined that in just 10 years, the military industry of the United States would progress so rapidly? It was really terrifying. In fact, in the middle of the 19th century, the military industry and even the industrial strength of the United States were not inferior to most European countries. It was just that many Europeans had not yet adapted to this change and still looked at the United States with the eyes of the late 18th century. "General, can I see the gun in your hand?" Major Hermann von Speck asked. He wanted to touch this unprecedented carbine with a very fast firing rate and a peculiar loading method. Liang Zhao handed the gun to Hermann von Speck. After playing with it for a while, Hermann von Speck praised, "Good gun. Good gun." The shorter barrel and lightweight design of this carbine made it very convenient for cavalry to use on horseback, and the lever action loading method was adopted, so that it could be shot quickly even on horseback. Hermann von Speck, who came from the cavalry, knew what it would mean if the cavalry was equipped with this rapid-fire carbine. Chapter 572 Limit. After arranging matters for Utah Territory, Colorado Territory, and Fort Platte in Nebraska Territory, Liang Zhao no longer had the idea of continuing eastward. Further east was the endless central Great Plains, covering an area of more than 1.5 million square kilometers. The Mississippi River and its tributaries flowed through this area, with sufficient water, fertile land, low rain, and a suitable climate, which was very suitable for farming. In later generations, it was a major agricultural area and was called the breadbasket of America. More importantly, at this time, the population of America was mainly concentrated along the Atlantic coast and around the Great Lakes. The population of the central Great Plains was extremely sparse, and due to the existence of Plains Indian tribes such as the Sioux, Crow, Chitinka, and Blackfoot. Before the Civil War, and even during the Civil War, America's control over the central Great Plains was quite weak. The Nebraska Territory is an example. If it were not for the local militia armed groups that were unable to protect themselves, they would not have asked the federal government to send standing troops to the Nebraska Territory. It stands to reason that the Central Plains, a land of feng shui, is so naturally endowed, and it is vast and sparsely populated that it is the best choice for immigration. But for now, the Central Plains has 2 fatal shortcomings that Liang Zhao cannot accept. One is that it is too flat and has no strategic location to defend. The second is that it is too far away from the 3 states on the west coast, his base camp. Of course, the last reason is that the Civil War is imminent, and it is still unknown what attitude the next government will have towards the West. Even if the Central Plains is developed now, the end result will either be destroyed in the Civil War or be a wedding dress for the federal government. He will naturally not do such a loss-making business. What he lacks now is not land, but population. There is still a lot of land to be developed west of the Rocky Mountains. He does not need to go far away and develop the Central Plains region at great risk and great uncertainty. He has the idea of developing the Central Plains, but not now. Extending his tentacles to North Platte along the Pacific Railway is already the limit of his current expansion of power. Without the idea of continuing to head east, Liang Zhao, who was exhausted from the journey, decided to rest for 2 days near North Platte and then take the train back to California. Unexpectedly, William Alexander Richardson, the governor of Nebraska Territory, complained very quickly. During the rest period, he received a telegram from the War Department. The sender was Scott, the Secretary of War. Scott called Liang Zhao and asked him why he did not inform the War Department in advance and report to the War Department about such an important matter as building a fort in North Platte. Before the Civil War, the federal government's management of the Army in the United States was quite lax and casual, otherwise Liang Zhao would not have been able to become a colonel so easily 9 years ago. At this time, the United States is not so much a unified great power as an alliance of more than 30 small and medium-sized countries. The two lines that maintain this fragile unity, the Constitution and tariffs, are now at risk of breaking at any time. As early as the founding of the country, the armies of the various states of the United States had already acted on their own, otherwise even the White House would not have been burned down by the colonial army of Canada. It is not new for the armies of various states to build forts in the weak and even in the territories. Liang Zhao knew that building a fort in North Platte without reporting to the War Department was not the real reason why Scott questioned him. The focus of Scott's special call to question him was on the second half. The Secretary of War asked Liang Zhao where the large number of muskets and even cannons of the Plains Indians came from. There is no wall that is impenetrable. In the past few years, the news that Liang Zhao had made friends with many Indian tribes had spread to the east. The Plains Indians, who had no industrial capacity, suddenly obtained so many advanced weapons that they were able to suppress the armed immigrants from the east. Scott naturally would not believe that the guns and cannons used by the Plains Indians to drive away the armed immigrants who attacked the east were gifts from nature. Scott had begun to suspect that Liang Zhao was raising the enemy and secretly subsidizing the Plains Indians to prevent white immigrants from the east from entering the central Great Plains and the west. To be honest, these were indeed done by Liang Zhao. His army's standard rifles underwent 2 large-scale replacements in 10 years. The first replacement was eliminated with a Springfield M1842 rifle and its modifications, and the second replacement was eliminated with a Walter M1851 rifle and its modifications. These retired second-hand rifles and the ammunition in stock were basically used by Liang Zhao to support the Indian tribes that were friendly to him at a relatively low cost, and were used in the fight against genocide. Not only retired standard rifles, but since last year, Liang Zhao even agreed to sell Napoleon cannons to the Indians and began to train gunners for the Indians. Facing Scott's accountability, Liang Zhao personally drafted telegrams to reply one by one and explain the reasons to Scott. Dear Secretary of War General Scott, the Plains Indian tribes are very brave, skilled in riding, and come and go without a trace, making it difficult to find their traces. They are quite good at guerrilla warfare. Our Arizona regiment was overwhelmed by them, so we had to build a fortress to protect the Pacific Railway. The war was urgent, and I didn't get the report in time, so I hope you will forgive me. As for where the Plains Indians' guns and cannons came from, I am also very puzzled. I also asked the War Department to thoroughly investigate its source to cut off the arms supply to the Plains Indian tribes and help our department to eliminate the unfriendly Indian tribes in Nebraska as soon as possible. Liang Zhao, commander of the Western Brigade. Although the Walter M1851 rifles were manufactured by the Sacramento Arsenal, since 1858, the brand-new General Liang M1857 rifles have entered the mass production stage. Liang Zhao has allowed the sale of Walter M1851 rifles to the public. In addition, the Sacramento Arsenal has also received orders from other troops in the East and sold modified rifles to other armies. This rifle has a large number of civilians and the military. Therefore, Liang Zhao is not worried about the War Department investigating the source of the Plains Indians' arms. Even if Scott captured Indian prisoners using Walter M1851 rifles, he could not directly prove that these rifles were sold to the Indians by him, Liang. As for the Napoleon cannon, the Eastern Army and civilian groups are also using it, and there is no reason to rely on him alone. As long as Liang Zhao refused to admit it, Scott would be helpless against him. With the election approaching, the struggle between the slaveholders and the abolitionists had entered a white-hot stage, and the approval rating of the Buchanan government had already fallen to the bottom. Liang Zhao did not believe that the Buchanan government still had the energy to worry about the source of arms for the Plains Indians at this critical juncture. Moreover, if the arms of the standing troops were checked at this time, no matter which unit was checked, the checked unit would think that they were being targeted and would suspect that the federal government was looking for an excuse to disarm them. Doing so was tantamount to lighting the fuse of a barrel of explosives with a match. Zeiss. Zeiss. Take this telegram to the telegraph room and send it out, Liang Zhao shouted for a long time before Zeiss quickly ran into Liang Zhao's office. Boss, this is the telegram I just received. Chase ran in breathlessly and said to Liang Zhao, Mr. Lincoln of the Republican Party heard that you were in North Platte and called to invite you to meet in Omaha. He's giving a speech in Omaha now. After saying that, Chase put the telegram he had just translated on Liang Zhao's desk, then picked up the telegram drafted by Liang Zhao and went to the telegraph room. Chapter 573 Republican Party. Compared with the current Buchanan, who still has unrealistic fantasies about reconciliation, Lincoln has a very clear political goal, firmly advocating the abolition of slavery. Over the years, in order to gain more support, Lincoln has been giving speeches everywhere to promote his 5 political ideas. First, freedom and equality, advocating the abolition of slavery and supporting the basic human rights and equal rights of all Americans. Second, federalism, firmly supporting the authority and unity of the U.S. federal government and opposing the division or separation of states. Third, people's government. Lincoln believed in the concept of people's government and believed that the power of the government should come from the people and serve the people. He emphasized the democracy and representativeness of the government. The principle of the people, by the people, for the people proposed in his famous Gettysburg Address in November 1863 had already taken shape at this time. Fourth, the American dream, that is, everyone has the opportunity to achieve personal goals and success in the vibrant country of America through diligence and hard work. Fifth, reconciliation and forgiveness. Although Lincoln had a tough attitude on the issue of slavery, he did not completely close the door to all Southerners. In his opinion, there were many good people in the South who sympathized with black slaves and supported abolition, and these people could be won over. On the special train to Omaha, Liang Zhao compiled Lincoln's political propositions based on several large-scale speeches by Lincoln in recent years and the contents of public meetings with the Republican Party. At this time, Lincoln's political ideas were relatively mature and complete, and he had completed the transformation from an excellent orator to an ambitious politician. These 5 political ideas were proposed by Lincoln for different groups within the United States. Except for not taking care of the interests of the Southern slave owners, other groups were more or less taken care of, including the new immigrant groups from outside. At this time, the Republican Party was not as monolithic as people imagined. On the contrary, the Republican Party at this time was a party with many internal factions and was relatively divided. One of the important reasons why the Republican Party was able to rise to become the largest opposition party in less than 10 years is that it was a new party formed by many parties, including the former Whig Party, the Democratic Party, the Free Soil Party, the Native Party and other split parties that opposed slavery. These people from different parties formed different factions within the Republican Party. Among them, the Whig Party and the Democratic Party are the 2 largest factions in the Republican Party. If we have to compare their strength, the Democratic Party has a slight advantage, but it has not formed a more obvious advantage over the Whig Party. William Henry Seward, the former governor of New York and leader of the U.S. Senate, is the left-wing leader of the former Whig Party. His political reputation is better than that of Lincoln, who has less experience, both inside and outside the party. It is worth mentioning that William Henry Seward is the Secretary of State who, despite doubts, tried his best to promote the purchase of Alaska from Tsarist Russia. Seward is the most prestigious member of the party, and it is generally believed that Seward is the most likely candidate to win the Republican presidential nomination. As for Lincoln, he was not favored and was more of a runner-up. After all, Lincoln was only 50 years old at that time, which was a very young age for a politician. For example, the current President Buchanan is now 67 years old. And the highest position Lincoln ever held was the governor of Illinois, and one term has not yet ended. With such a thin political qualification, it is almost impossible to become president under normal circumstances. In addition, there are also hawkish Republicans, centrist Republicans, and of Republicans based on the degree of hardline attitude towards abolition. For example, Simon Cameron, the governor of Pennsylvania, is a moderate like Seward in dealing with the issue of slavery. Finally, region, industry, and even the university where you graduated are also important factors in dividing and forming factions within the party. In particular, the Republican Party has absorbed many party members from marginal slave states, and these party members from slave states even hold important positions in the Republican Party and have great influence in the Republican Party. For example, Edward Bates from the Native Party, who is also eligible to compete for the presidential nomination, comes from a marginal slave state, not a free state. How to balance the competition and conflict of interest within the Republican Party when seniority and prestige are not superior to other party members. This is a test of the political skills and wisdom of Lincoln, the leader of the Republican Party. The population of Nebraska Territory is small. Liang Zhao rarely saw people outside the window along the way. It was not until Omaha, the largest city in the nearby Nebraska Territory, that the population gradually became dense. In fact, since the bloody Kansas War broke out in 1854, the American Civil War has been rehearsed in Kansas Territory in advance, and a local civil war has broken out. The war has not stopped until now, but the scale and intensity of the conflict cannot be compared with a full-scale civil war later. The slave states in the South used Oklahoma City in Oklahoma Territory and St. Louis in Missouri as logistics bases, and continuously transported armed personnel to Kansas Territory from the South and the East. The North transported armed personnel from the North to Kansas Territory through Des Moines in Iowa and Omaha in Nebraska Territory. The armed personnel from both the North and the South fought together in Kansas Territory, which was very lively. Although both sides claimed that this was a voluntary act of civilian armed groups. But this is only part of the truth. It is true that many fanatical abolitionists and slaveholders brought their own ammunition and dry food to Kansas to fight for each other's ideals, beliefs and interests. However, the commanders of these armed groups are basically retired officers from the Army, and the materials they need for combat are also funded by the consortiums of the North and the South. Only a fool would believe that the armed groups fighting in Kansas would continue a local civil war for 5 years without the endorsement of large consortiums and officials. When approaching the outskirts of the city, Liang Zhao clearly saw a convoy of carriages from the south through the bright glass windows of the special train. Because the central region is sparsely populated and high-value precious metal deposits have not been discovered for the time being, the desire of both the North and the South to invest in the central region and build railways in the central region is not high. Up to now, the Pacific Railway is still the only railway that crosses the central region. Mule and horse transportation is the only way for the North and the South to transport materials and personnel to Kansas. Inefficient logistics was also an important reason why the two sides could fight for 5 years in Kansas, a small place with few people. Of course, with the opening of the Pacific Railway, the North gradually gained a slight advantage in this local war. However, the ownership of the Pacific Railway was in the hands of Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt, of which Liang Zhao's shares accounted for the majority, and Liang Zhao restricted the North from using the Pacific Railway. In addition, the people in the South were fierce, and the fighting will of the armed personnel in the North was not as strong as that of the South, so the North was unable to turn its slight advantage into victory. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Lincoln's Base. There were about 100 people in this carriage team, all of whom were carrying guns, and the wounded and sick were lying on the carriages and horses. There were not only white people in the team, but also black people. Those black people who had just regained their freedom and had not yet been sent to the sweatshops in the North had bright smiles on their faces and greedily breathed the air of freedom. Obviously, this was a Northern armed group that had withdrawn from the Kansas area to recuperate. Not long after, Liang Zhao's special train slowly stopped at the Omaha train station. Lincoln's reputation and influence in the political world were not as good as Seward, Bates, Cameron and others in the Republican Party. But Lincoln's influence and appeal among the people in the North were far ahead. Many people at the bottom of the society who had a low level of education and were not very concerned about politics even knew Lincoln before they knew the Republican Party. In other words, these people supported the Republican Party in order to support Lincoln. Lincoln's personal charm can be seen. This is due to Lincoln's extraordinary speaking ability and his long-term and tireless speeches in various places, constantly brushing his presence. Even if you are not very familiar with politics and are very interested in it, you often hear or even see a tall, ugly person who dresses similarly to you giving a speech near your residence. You will also be impressed by him, remember his name, and vote for him in the next election. Unlike other politicians of the same period, most politicians who were born into a wealthy family and were pampered since childhood basically only gave speeches in medium and large cities with convenient transportation and dense populations to promote their political views. However, Lincoln was often able to do it with only a few people, or even alone on horseback, to go deep into Illinois and the sparsely populated villages around to conduct inspections and speeches, and took out a notebook he carried with him to record the needs of the people, regardless of rain or shine. Due to his experience as a judge and lawyer in the circuit court in the frontier area for a long time in his early years, Lincoln did not feel how hard this kind of life of eating and sleeping in the open was. Lincoln's political opponents had criticized Lincoln several times for being a showman, but Lincoln did not care about these voices and was even too lazy to respond. Whether it was a show or not, his people-friendly actions really attracted a large number of loyal supporters for him. In addition, Lincoln was born in a humble family, dressed simply, and always presented himself as a laborer. Compared with those social elites in suits and ties, who were arrogant and looked down on others, Lincoln, with calloused hands, naturally found it easier to get closer to the lower classes. Omaha is a large city in the frontier region. The frontier region of the United States in the 19th century did not refer to the border region, but the vast Midwest region with a low level of development was also called the frontier region, with a permanent population of 4,000 to 5,000. However, because Lincoln gave a speech here today, the population of this city with a permanent population of 4,000 to 5,000 people suddenly poured into it by tens of thousands, making it very crowded. Especially the square in the center of Omaha, which was already crowded with people, and it was difficult to even turn around. Obviously, many people came to listen to Lincoln's speech after hearing that Lincoln was giving a speech in Omaha today. Nebraska does not have a large population, with only more than 30,000 people at most, which is a typical frontier region. Even if we exclude the die-hard supporters who came from Iowa and Illinois, the proportion of people in Nebraska who came to listen to Lincoln's speech was quite amazing. Perhaps this is why Lincoln stood out from the crowd of competitors as a dark horse and sat on the presidency when he was not optimistic. To some extent, this is also a victory for the common people. Although the individual power of the common people is very weak, once the common people are united as a whole, the energy they burst out is unpredictable. Because the square in the center of Omaha was too crowded, Liang Zhao did not think of going to the city square to listen to Lincoln and the Republican speeches after getting off the train. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction towards the suburbs of Omaha, observing the city while walking. You can still see a lot of Chinese at the train station in Omaha. These Chinese are employees of the California Railway Company, the New York Central Railway Company, and the Atlantic Railway Company, as well as Chinese businessmen who came from the West Coast to investigate business. After leaving the train station, it is more difficult to see Chinese. Basically, the people you meet on the street are white people, and a small number of black people who fled north. The convoy that we just met in the suburbs has also entered the city at this time. It was welcomed by the citizens of Omaha and enjoyed the courtesy of heroes. Slogans such as "Liberate the Black Slaves," "Long Live Freedom," and "Kill the Southern Barbarians" were heard incessantly. Of course, not all Omaha citizens support abolition. Just as there are supporters of abolition in the South, there are also supporters of slavery in the North. "Sir, are you a slave owner?" With strong curiosity, Liang Zhao approached an Omaha resident who was out of tune with the people around him, remained silent, and secretly spit at the convoy entering the city, and asked in a low voice. Obviously, this maverick Omaha resident is a northern supporter of slavery. "No, sir, black slaves are so expensive, I can't afford them." The young Omaha resident looked at the strong black people in the horse team. He examined the black people who had just regained their freedom like examining a commodity. The blacks who were able to successfully escape to the north were just like the blacks who survived the triangular trade and set foot on American soil. They had all gone through a harsh elimination process, and their physical fitness was definitely the best among the blacks. In the South, The starting price of such blacks was at least $1,300, which was indeed not affordable for ordinary people. Since you are not a slave owner, why don't you support abolition? Liang Zhao asked with great interest. He wanted to know what these northern supporters of slavery were thinking. Sir, just because I can't afford it now doesn't mean I won't be able to afford it in the future, the resident of Omaha replied. Slaves are the most dazzling and magnificent private property in the world. Even if you have a lot of land, gold, and bank deposits, you are no different from other people when you walk on the street. You can't always stick the deed on your body, walk with gold in your arms, and write the balance of your deposit on your face. But if you have a submissive black person by your side, the situation will be different. Unless it is dark at night, everyone can see that you have slaves. Just like you, I am sure that you are the richest and most powerful person on this street, not because of how luxurious your uniform is. A country bumpkin like me can't tell how much your uniform is worth. But the burly guards behind you with fierce expressions are what ordinary people can't have at a glance. Liang Zhao understood the thoughts of these northern slavery supporters. Just as the reason why the People's Maybach is different from other Maybaches is not because the ownership of the People's Maybach belongs to the people, and the general only has the right to use it 24 hours a day. Instead, they are the BTS who run beside the Maybach and dare to block bullets with their flesh and blood at the critical moment. This is the essential difference between a general and an ordinary Maybach owner, a difference that can be seen at a glance. Chapter 575 Party Nomination. After Lincoln's speech, the audience who were still not satisfied gradually dispersed until sunset. The owners of hotels and inns in Omaha were undoubtedly one of the happiest people in the past few days. Because there were too many people pouring into Omaha in the past few days, the demand for accommodation has skyrocketed, and the prices of hotels and inns have also risen, directly multiplying several times. Even so, it is still difficult to find a bed in Omaha. Even ordinary residents have started accommodation business in the past few days and made a lot of money. The residents of Omaha all hope that Lincoln will come to Omaha to give a speech once a month, so that they can have a stable income every month. Although the Chinese have not begun to immigrate to the east of North Platte on a large scale, the main ethnic groups of Chinese in the west coast are mainly from Guangdong, Fujian and Zhejiang. The Han ethnic groups in these areas are ethnic groups with a strong marine spirit and have a tradition of doing business. As early as the establishment of California, there were early Fujian and Guangdong merchants who immigrated to California to do business in the east. However, in the early days, they only resold materials and opened shops in major cities in the east such as New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Baltimore, and New Orleans. However, as more and more Chinese went to the east to do business, the competition between their counterparts in coastal cities became increasingly fierce. In addition, the Chinese at this time became more and more familiar with America, and many Chinese chose to go deep into the inland areas to find opportunities and business opportunities. Gradually, their footprint spread to inland cities near the Great Lakes such as Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chicago, and even cities in the central frontier areas. The hotel Lincoln chose to stay in the evening was a new hotel built in Omaha at the bottom price when a Fujian businessman named Chen Listen smelled the business opportunity before the Pacific Railway was opened. The name of the hotel is named after the boss himself, called Listen Hotel, which also operates in the catering and special service industries. Due to the special geographical location advantages of Omaha, all skin colors can be collected here. Therefore, this hotel has been open for less than 5 years, but due to its thoughtful service and fair prices, it has long been famous in the central frontier areas through word of mouth. It has even opened branches in Des Moines and Kansas City. General Liang is willing to visit our restaurant. It is a blessing from my previous life. Hearing that Liang Zhao would also stay in his hotel tonight, Chen Listen was very excited. He hurriedly ordered his men to clean the hotel carefully several times and asked the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for Cantonese cuisine in advance. Boss Chen, I heard that you opened a hotel in Kansas City. You are very courageous, Liang Zhao said. Even if Chen Listen did not start from scratch, he was able to gain a foothold in the central border area in just 5 years and opened a branch in Kansas City. Naturally, he is not an ordinary person. Liang Zhao heard that when the North and the South exchanged prisoners, they all asked to do it in Chen Listen's hotel, and when the two sides made peace, they would invite Chen Listen to mediate. Because Chen Listen has a West Coast face and mediates properly, both the North and the South in the conflict trust Chen Listen more. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. I, a small businessman, can only dig for food from the tiger's mouth. Chen Listen personally dusted the very clean armchair for Liang Zhao, served tea to Liang Zhao, and said, Mr. Lincoln is also staying here. I have heard that Mr. Lincoln and the general are old friends. Both of you are very busy people. There are not many opportunities to get together. Why don't you take a photo here as a souvenir, Mr. Liang, long time no see. As he was talking, Lincoln, who had finished interacting with his loyal audience, returned to the hotel. Lincoln was a lawyer for the Atlantic Railway Company, and Liang Zhao was his employer. Therefore, Lincoln preferred to call Liang Zhao Mr. instead of General. Moreover, Lincoln never thought that Liang Zhao was a pure soldier like Winfield Scott and Robert Lee. Hello, Mr. Lincoln. Liang Zhao looked up at Lincoln. Compared with the last time they met, Lincoln's ugly face looked more vicissitudes, and there were more ravines on his face. Liang Zhao and Lincoln did not refuse Chen Listen's request for a photo. The two stood up, Liang Zhao on the left and Lincoln on the right, shook hands with each other and took a photo in the lobby of the hotel. After the group photo, the two began to eat together. The election is imminent. Has the Civic Party already locked in the party's nominee? Lincoln asked with great interest. Since the beginning of the California gold rush, the West Coast has risen rapidly at a visible speed, and 3 new states have been established. As the largest party in the West, the Civic Party has also risen rapidly with the economic boom in the West. Garrett, the leader of the Civic Party in the Eastern region and the president of the Atlantic Railway Company, has also actively developed party members in the Eastern region. The Civic Party has become an important political force that cannot be ignored in American politics. If nothing unexpected happens, our party should nominate Mr. Fremont, Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Gwen. Liang Zhao did not hesitate to tell Lincoln the nominees of the Civic Party. Although the Civic Party has a strong momentum of rise, it is far from being able to influence American politics. In this election, the Civic Party is just running with an attitude of participation to accumulate election experience. Moreover, most of the members of the Civic Party are Chinese, or to put it bluntly, first-generation immigrants. The Constitution of the United States clearly stipulates that only people born in the United States can have the right to elect the president. That is to say, Chinese members of the Civic Party, including Liang Zhao himself, are not eligible to run for president, unless this provision of the Constitution is amended. The non-Chinese members of the Civic Party who are qualified and capable of running for president are nothing more than Fremont, Robinson, and Gwen. Even if Liang Zhao did not tell Lincoln, Lincoln could easily guess it. Therefore, Liang Zhao did not need to keep this matter a secret. Among the 3 members of the Civic Party, the top one is undoubtedly Fremont, the second in command of the party. With Fremont's family background, resume, and even ability, he would be a pivotal role even in a ruling party with a long history like the Democratic Party. In fact, in another time and space, Fremont participated in the 1856 election as a candidate of the newly established Republican Party and won 114 votes, although this was a very good result for a political rookie who participated in the election for the first time. But Fremont eventually lost to Buchanan by 60 votes. I heard that Governor Fremont has made great achievements in California, especially in the economy. California is one of the few states that has not been affected by the economic crisis caused by the bankruptcy of the railway company, Lincoln thought. Fremont has made good achievements in California, and the Fremont family is a traditional family in Georgia in the South and is very influential. If Fremont can win votes in the South, he may be able to compete for the presidency on behalf of the Civic Party. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.